academy earlier than expected means something else is going on outside the scope of Ed's knowledge. The rains come down heavily, and Lortel informs Alice that she was dumped by our guy. While they are on the 5th corridor of Ophely's Hall, Alice mentions that she had not realized that he was Foxy's type. Foxy admits that his looks are not all that bad, but she thought he'd be able to sympathize with her. However, he had dumped her without mercy. She adds that people like them get used to hearing that all their lives. Alice was the chief maid of Ophely's Hall, a senior maid who had worked there for over 20 years. She started from nothing as an apprentice maid at the age of 15 and eventually proved herself by becoming the Ophely's Hall manager. Lortel had invested in Alice, spending the most trying to bend Alice out of her uprightness. The losses from that had burnt a hole in the financial ledgers. However, Lortel considered it a worthy investment, because she had finally found someone like her, someone who would abandon their rigid values for gold. Lortel had lived a life in the slums, stabbing first so that she did not get stabbed. Willie and the inferior students rep would take over the 4th floor's control room, and they would hand him command over the berserk defense magic at the right time. This would destroy the whole Ophely's Hall from the inside without anyone knowing anything. Regardless of the unfortunate past, or the sad story that pushed her into this predicament, Lortel is clearly an evil character, a hidden villain. Since everything is going according to plan, she will head to the storage room to put on the act of innocence and fear. She is a poor pitiful human, unaware that a person that can be bought by her can be bought by others too. Lortel has never loved someone or had someone she considered family, so she'll be alone even in death, as Alice informs her that she is not exactly her kind. She freezes as Alice holds a sword to her neck. It doesn't take long for Taylor and his friends to make progress. They clear the 2nd floor boss, overpowering Clebius and forcing him to join their party. Then, they stop the maid and 3rd floor boss, bedding washer Kelly. She was no match for them without her older twin sister. Everything was going unexpectedly smoothly and they finally reached the Ophely's Hall 4th floor. Only the 1st floor had been a real challenge. They get to the 4th floor just in time to see Willian go berserk. He had become hostage to the defense magic, placing the crystal ball that triggers the magic circle control system in the control room's dead center. For everyone to see was Alice and Lortel's scheme. The self-defense magic formulas carved all over the building were installed to protect students from invaders. However, in Willian's hands, it was like a child holding a loaded gun. Taylor, Alvira, and Ayla helped the fleeing students to evacuate. The students inside their rooms panicked at the quake this caused, thinking the building was about to collapse. They used their powers to escape the building in their own ways. The whole situation slowly became a catastrophe. Alvira uses anglerweed reagent as a quick rebound and hopes that it will at least block all basic magic within this corridor. It is only assisting magic, and it might be a lot, but the hero can handle its force. So, she tells them to leave this to her, flinging Clebius and telling him and Taylor to knock poor Willian out. Willian is trapped by the runes and shooting magic at them. They dodge the magic and rush at the crying boy, who is relieved that someone has come to save him. A part of the top floor explodes and the rain keeps coming down. Meanwhile, Janica and Ed are still nearby, taking a little stroll outside. Janica tells him not to push himself too hard or the wounds will open again. He explains most of the stains on him aren't his blood anyway. Instead, his focus is on the crown golden carriage that looks rather plain. Despite the prestigious outer appearance, considering the man inside, the horse carriage looks plain. The Golden King, Elte. Ordinarily, he'd be escorted by a grand fleet of over a dozen carriages, but his discreet approach hints at secret motives. Elte is Lortel's adoptive father and is also the fake boss who later gets backstabbed by her and exits the stage. He's a figure that should not be at the academy right now. It looks like the carriage has been there for a while, so our dude cannot fathom why he is not getting out. He wonders if the Golden King is waiting for the Ophely's Hall to be wrecked. Suddenly, Ed recognizes the 3rd floor maid in charge of dishes, Shenny. She is one of the orphans raised by Alice. Alice was originally bought off by Lortel and Shenny was supposed to be the 3rd floor boss with her sister, Kelly. However, she is with Elte, who is Lortel's enemy, and that is going far off script. There's no way Shenny would betray Alice, and Lortel bought Alice off, which can only mean that Shenny is with Elte because the head maid has double-timed Foxy. After all, money knows no loyalty. This could mean Lortel's downfall. Lortel is the one who gets into a political fight with Fionia in Act 3, as well as the main character's biggest ally in the fight against the Roth-Taylor family in Act 4. Ed already had such an annoying hard time taking Toad's place as the middle boss, he can't play her role as well, but that will happen if she meets her downfall. With a heavy sigh, Ed asks Janica for a favor. She agrees to help in any way that he needs, no questions asked. Elte Kachellan, the Golden King and honorable president of the Elte merchantry. Lortel appears to others like she is following his orders since he is her adopted father. However, she is in fact plotting to betray him and take over the Elte merchants. She knows all about how he killed her biological parents and coaxed the business magnates and directors of the Elte merchantry to oust him. Also, the negotiations to purchase the sage-sealed grimoire were just an excuse to draw him out into the Sylvania Academy, and a bait to take him by surprise so that he can't react in time to the crisis back at the Elte merchantry's headquarters. Certain factors led to him finding out about this betrayal, and now he has received a letter from someone who holds the confidential document that can prove Lortel's plot. That someone is Alice. Lady Lortel offered her a huge amount of gold coins. Unless she is offered more gold than that, she will side with her. She's lost her sight and most of her hearing due to an accident. This will be her last year as the chief maid. She is in a predicament, and the only human who knows the truth about the Fox Lady. Depending on her choice, things will change dramatically for the better or worse. The paper attached to the letter she sent has the names of the institutions that she has been secretly managing all this time. The amount of gold coins delivered to these institutions will determine her actions. She trusts the Golden King to make the correct judgment. Alice tells Lortel not to dare move as her father will arrive at Opheles Hall soon. She didn't expect her to suddenly look shocked and sad since she thought she was more level-headed. Lortel had wanted revenge against the Golden King, but in Alice's eyes, they were both the same, just like her. Suddenly an explosion knocks down the wall. Taylor's group shows up, dragging the fallen body of Willain. Elvira already suspected that there was no way someone like Willain could have gotten close to defense magic, so the real culprit behind this entire showdown had to be Alice, the chief maid. They believe she is holding poor Lortel hostage. Foxy uses the distraction to run to her friends, who are also the suckers who just saved her lying cheating ass. They quickly ask if she is alright, and the girl considers lying. She could frame Alice for the whole thing and everyone would believe her. However, she could not bring herself to say anything. So instead, Foxy makes an expression that shocks Elvira and covers her face to run away from the whole commotion. At the same time, Golden King Elte is coming into the scene. That man doesn't trust even his own henchmen, so he came all the way just to finish things himself. The plan to overthrow him is nearly complete, and he is supposed to take the fall for large-scale tampering with the account books and the damages caused. Fortunately, he is not at the headquarters yet, so she just needs to get in touch with the officials there. She needs to send the carrier pigeon hidden in her room and hide herself somewhere. As long as she, the center of the plan, does not get captured, everything will be okay. Her pace slows as she tries to cheer herself up. No one in the world understands her, and she always expects betrayal. She has gone through it countless times, so getting her heart broken doesn't mean anything. However, Lortel is unable to hold back the rivers of tears that fall from her eyes. Crying doesn't suit her, so she keeps walking. She has to do what she can right now, so she runs. She has to get to her room before Elte does. Everything will be fine as soon as she sends the carrier pigeon. At the same time, on the first floor, the man of the hour appears in the wrecked main hall. He spots a student in the hall and tells them to evacuate. However, this student is our guy and he tells him that due to the risk of collapse, they're not allowing anyone inside the building for safety reasons. He is back in his Gandalf arc and he will not let them pass until faculty and staff arrive. Elte asks if Ed is under special instruction, but he replies that he is in fact acting on his own, since in these matters, Sylvania basically has a shop system. 3 people are aware of the story's flow. Lortel, who seeks to take revenge for her childhood and empty the seat for the mercentary's president, and Elte, who is determined to thwart her plans and purchase the sage-sealed grimoire. The final player is Alice, who is using both Lortel and Elte, and she is the root cause of the twist in the story. Ed expects her to be on the 5th floor with Lortel, though he is not sure why Alice betrayed her. Ed wonders if he needs to go to the 5th floor to get rid of her, but changes his mind since Taylor's party will run into her anyway. He leaves the fight against Alice to the heroes. He trusts very much in their battle skills and ability to overcome difficult foes. The matter that he has to handle is whatever Elte has planned for Opheles Hall. As long as Ed keeps him out, the events will continue as they should. He bows in recognition of Elte Kachellan, the president of the Elte Merchantry, and asks him to speak to the academy to ensure that he is treated with the respect he deserves, trying to get him out of the hall. However, the man forms his own conclusion about our dude, and says with strong certainty that Ed is working with Lortel against him. The next chapter starts from 10 minutes ago, where Janica and Ed had wandered back into the Opheles Hall, and our guy was surprised to find Zig still exercising in his room. The Wolfman explains that he was just avoiding taking rash actions, since it was not like the building would fall and kill him. He also asks why our guy destroyed the wall because that would make the room cold. But our dude is thinking of how Ziggs doesn't even look like a mage with those 6 pecs. Ziggs, of course, greets Janica and they both apologize for the rough encounter during the Glaskin incident. Then, the Wolfman makes an observation, and asks if Ed and Janica are dating, which of course makes the spirit sorcerer freak out. Our dude isn't bothered though, and Wolfman apologizes for asking such a rude question out of the blue. Then, Ziggs asks curiously why they came all this way to find him, and our dude asks him for a favor. Back in the present, our guy is trying to convince Elte to leave Opheles Hall by convincing him to talk to the Academy's administration first to make sure he is treated with respect. However, the Golden King sees through that ruse and deduces with a malicious glint in his eyes that our dude is supporting Lortel. He asks if he fell for her looks, then tells him to take advantage of getting into his own good books instead of siding with Foxy, because he might not get paid if Elte wins. He tells our guy that she was born with the blood of a fox and backstabs everyone she sees. Since he raised her as a child, he knows her better than anyone else. He will give Ed double the gold coins she offered if he gets out of the way. Our dude thanks him for the offer, but he is unimpressed and confesses that he was promised a total of 0 gold coins, so there's no point in doubling that. Elte is surprised, but he will not back down and switches to violence. He tells his henchmen to dispose of Ed quietly and they all launch at him. They corner him so that he cannot escape, but Ziggs uses his magic to blast them away. Ed leaves Ziggs and Janica to deal with them, saying he'll come back after he checks out a situation. They happily do his favor and fight the henchmen and Elte. The Golden King tells the henchmen not to hold back while fighting them and the battle begins. Meanwhile, Ed runs. He races, wondering if he should go find Lortel to ask her about the situation. To his shock, he immediately finds her and is surprised that she's still in the building. He says they will go to the back door and get out, then asks if she can run. She must not fall behind and she must run as fast as she can. There was always a reason for all goodwill and trust. Even Cheryl, the elite merchantry's receptionist, acts all flirty with Lortel because he anticipates that she will give out some money-making information by mistake. Cadden, the merchantry's employee, becomes quite lively in front of Lortel because she'd often tip him off about stuff. Even Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, clings to her because the feed she provides is of the highest quality. All goodwill has always come with a price in Lortel's world. Ed races ahead of her, saying they don't have time to go into detail but Alice has betrayed her. Lortel blames herself for a stupid, foolish mistake. Janica grew up receiving the love and goodwill of others so much that she treated the world with the exact same love and goodwill. Lortel was not like Janica. The day she made Ed the offer, she had seen the love-struck way the spirit sorcerer looked at him. It was the look of someone who loved something without needing anything in return. Foxy had thought that she might have a chance at a relationship like that too and ended up spilling all of her plans to Alice. She had not realized that her hopes would be put to shame. Usually, her attitude in life was to trust no one. In fact, even after seeing Alice like that, she should not have lost sight of her own gloomy, grimy self. She should not have dared to think that someone like her could live a romantic life. Her goal had only been to occupy Ophely's hall, and she bought 5 people to achieve that goal. However, Alice, Shenny and Kelly joined hands with Elte. Willain also wanted to join Elte so he would not take her side. She does not expect our guy to side with her either. She apologizes, even though she knows that she should not. He is her last remaining ally, but she confesses that she has no money to pay him for his loyalty as the situation right now is unstable. However, he is unimpressed and reminds her, loudly, that he did not ask for a rundown. They don't have time for her depression because if Elte catches her, everything is over. He tells her that in order to plan any future, they have to escape first. Goodwill and trust. Lortel always believed they happen for a reason. If there is no reason, then those people cannot be trusted. That is how she learned to live her life. She explains that the merchantry headquarters plan to rig the market prices. After the massive hunt of the monsters in the eastern mountains last summer, the price of armor fell. Then they purchased and monopolized all the armor and traded them internally. So, in short, the plan is manipulative trading. For that plan, her father needed money urgently, so he found someone who would buy the sage-sealed grimoire at a good price. He sent her to Sylvania to steal the book. Ed now understands the plan. In manipulative trading, merchants A, B, and C monopolize a cheap product in the market and artificially increase its price by trading among each other. It's a classic method of price manipulation. Since the product's price continuously rises at an unbelievable rate, people will believe it will soon be unaffordable. They will then hurry and buy the product. If they sell the products they've gathered at this moment, they can make a ridiculous amount of profit. However, such manipulative trading is founded on trust. If merchants B and C sell the product without merchant A's knowledge, the price would instantly fall. Merchant A, who desperately sold off their bonds in order to mass buy the product and monopolize it, would suffer bankruptcy. In this scenario, Elte is merchant A, and he would be put in a difficult situation where he could lose his powers because of the sudden huge loss. For this plan, Lortel bought off countless others that were related to merchants B and C for many years. Only when Elte is absent from his position at headquarters can the 6 big merchants she bought off have the rights to sale transferred to them. She was going to use the Ophely's hall occupation to burn a hole in the academy's finances, which increases the chance of success in the negotiation talks for the purchase of the grimoire. That would bring Elte out of headquarters and force him to get the money he needs. Then Lortel can use the chance to sell off the armor at the headquarters. Lortel is shocked that Ed knows so much. He also deduces that she just needs to send a message to the merchant's headquarters to sell the armor. She has a carrier pigeon in her room. It is her direct line of communication with her forces inside the headquarters. She wins as long as she sends that pigeon to the headquarters and stays hidden till the sale is done. However, her father is expecting that as well. She is sure that he is planning to capture her and make the traders on the inside confess about the plan. However, Ed tells her to listen. From this point onwards, she must hide and leave the rest to him. If he was in Elte's place, he would have people stand at the 2 bridges that lead to the Arkan Mountains. They'll definitely try to track them down. Lortel needs to talk to the horsemen in the quarters and send the empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains. The horsemen should then leave the carriage at a suitable spot and run away from there. That way, they'll think she is on the outskirts of the Arkan Mountains. Ed then tells Lortel to go to the incomplete hut in the forest in the north. She just needs to hold out there for 3 days. He will send the pigeon in her room to the headquarters. A simple message will make her allies take care of the complex matters. He shakes her and tells her that someone is guarding the back door, so he will take care of the outside and run to her room. She just has to wait till he's gotten rid of the guard, and then escape to the quarters. Like a long-time ally merchant, he perfectly and harmoniously made a move and handled matters without wasting any time. Lortel actually believes she can trust him and leave things to him. He asks why she is so out of it, and she replies that she understands what she has to do. It might even work, but she asks him why he is even helping her. He sighed heavily with a groan and just said that he felt like he should. Then he walks away. She sits heavily on the floor, thinking that something is loud. The loud is not the last fight between Alice and Taylor and his friends. It is also not the fight from the first floor either. The close and loud sound was her own heartbeat as tears fell from her eyes. Ed pops out and finds Shenny the dishwasher guarding the door with a weapon in hand. He calls her bland as the supposed last obstacle. Now this painstaking attempted takeover will reach its end. All of Opheles Hall's runes went to the one with the command. The swordsman who could hold her own in front of the combat faculty students, and an intermediate magic user without a single flaw, the chief made Alice. Despite all that, she could not defeat Taylor McClure because he was the main character. Act 2, Scene 3, Conquest of Chief Maid Alice, the final battle begun. Meanwhile, Ed faces off against Shenny. He is almost out of mana, but he's got 2 or 3 more basic spells left in him. Shenny charges at him lightning fast with her sword in hand. He manages to dodge her first attack, knowing that she would aim to stab his leg. He already knew her pattern of fighting, as well as the scope for prediction preceding her reaction speed. He catches her hand before she can pull out one of the daggers strapped to her thigh. The privilege of the twin sisters, blessed by the same star from birth, is called ability sharing. Once per day, they are granted the ability to share a skill with their twin. Shenny chooses low-level telekinesis magic and sends the daggers flying at Ed. Shenny feels smug at first, but gapes in shock at him standing before her, unfazed, with a few daggers embedded in him. He knows that the borrowed abilities are not refined. The wounds from the flying blades are not deep. He pulls out the daggers from his wound and tosses them aside. He kicks away her weapons and pins her down, telling her that it's over. Shenny screams that she cannot disappoint her mistress Alice, and she struggles underneath his hold. However, he informs her that her dear mistress will lose. The dishwasher screams in her defense, saying Alice has endured so much pain and fought so many battles. She has also saved so many orphans. To be honest, he does not know much about Alice. The game did not go into an in-depth analysis of Alice's background. All it covered was her fight against Taylor. Shenny explains she only got her job thanks to her mistress' sacrifice. She would never have been able to earn money for herself. She wouldn't even be alive if not for her. Ed fights against the guilt and says that is none of his business. He still feels the same after hearing the story. Shenny cries with hatred and eventually passes out. He does not know the stories of any of the extras, so he can't do anything about people he does not know. There are already way too many stories that will never come to light. All the losses faced from the Ophelia Hall incident far outweigh the time Alice spent rescuing orphans. People who decide their course of action based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. However, his course of action and ultimate goal has not changed from when he first possessed this body. He will survive, no matter what. After incapacitating Shenny, Ed acquired a new skill, pain endurance. Ed sneaks into Lortel's room and briefly admires the luxurious room. Everything is arranged neatly, it suits Lortel's tastes. Quickly, he writes the letter informing the merchants that Elte is in Sylvania and it will take at least 3 days for him to return. All the acquired gear is to be sold. He sends the carrier pigeon flying its way through the rain and the night sky. Bruised and battered, Ed stumbles back to his camp. He hopes his wounds will heal soon. If not for the help of Ziggs, Janica, and many others, Lortel would have been captured by Elte and her downfall would have been swift. The carriage Lortel hired would likely be speeding out of the Arkan Mountains. Elte has no choice but to chase it. Even if the coachman is captured, it would already be too late to stop the carrier pigeon. If all goes according to plan, he would find Foxy waiting at the hut. However, he spots her before he's even reached the hut. He thinks at first that she has come to greet him, until he realizes that she's holding a knife. He reminded himself that the person he'd chosen to trust was the backstabbing golden daughter. With Elte gone, Alice must now rely on Lortel, which means Shenny and Kelly will side with her. Welaine can be bought just like last time, but he is a variable that can't be bought with money. This means that Lortel might be unable to trust him. If she just gets rid of him in this remote part of the woods, her perfect crime will be a success. She would use and dispose of any human. That was her true villainous nature. He has to use his brain if he wants to survive this encounter, but he is too weak. Lortel swings her knife, but she only cuts off a piece of cloth and uses it to bandage Ed's hand. She asks why he got so hurt and offers to help him. The rain stopped, so she built a bonfire. She brings him inside so that they can warm themselves together. Ed asks her if everything went according to plan, and Lortel proudly responds that the horseman promised to draw as much attention as possible, even if he had to put his life on the line. He wonders if she threatened the man's family to make the horseman that loyal. If the plan goes well, she will have power over the Elte Merchant Association. He would have much to benefit since she owes him a great deal, and asks if that cheers him up. However, Ed barely reacts, and she smiles. She adds that she will never forget what he did for her, but he just tells her to hand over the 20 gold as earlier promised. However, Lortel has a question for him. She asks about how close he has gotten with Janica. Oblivious, Ed just responds that the spirit sorcerer is a good person, and she agrees. However, Foxy admits that she's not as nice as her kind senior, Janica. Meanwhile, at Opheles Hall, Elte left after receiving a certain report from his subordinate, and his interest in Opheles Hall had completely dissipated. Ziggs wasn't doing well fighting the mercenaries, mostly because he was more focused on stopping his comrade from completely ending the mercenaries. At first, Janica had looked worried, but at some point, the spirits started going all out in the fight. She needed to be stopped before any casualty took place. Ziggs asks if she's upset, and she lies that she's not, while rage is burning in her eyes. The next day, the incident is over and Ed considers going to class. Unfortunately, his uniform is completely wrecked and he's too broke to buy a new one. Ziggs lended him his uniform and told him all about the incident. Willain took the blame for the damage to Opheles Hall, and Alice, who'd been subdued, went completely silent on the issue. With no response from Elte's side, the only conclusion was that the plan was a success. Now, events could continue as they were supposed to, and Ed waited patiently for a carrier pigeon with good news. The incident affected his labor power negatively, since he's not in a very good shape. His body is sore. Physically demanding work is too much for him. But he still has a lot to do. Fortunately, his advanced crafting skills slots are open, so acquiring skills takes priority, and he already knew which skill to master. Spirit Formula Infusion, compatible with Spirit Sorcery and Magic Engineering, which is great for crafting household and combat amenities. To master Spirit Formula Infusion, he must form a contract with a spirit and create at least one artifact that contains Spirit Formula, then it becomes instinctive. Magic Engineering requires successfully disassembling and assembling an item of a certain level of magic engineering at least once. He doesn't want to waste spirit slots unnecessarily, but for now he should make a contract with a lower spirit. Janica pops out and explains that she's not in class because of a headache and body pains, so she came out to get some fresh air from the woods. He asks in concern if she hurt herself, but she assures him that she's fine. Instead, she asks if Lortel is okay, and Ed confirms that she's resting inside the cabin. She has been there since the Opheles Hall incident, but there's still work to do. They persuaded the former chief maid, Alice, and laid the groundwork for the negotiation to purchase the sage-sealed grimoire. While Lortel awaits a reply from the Elte merchants, she must stay hidden with an anxious heart. It is frustrating, but she finds that she doesn't hate it because she gets to watch Ed all day, and that makes her heart race. His unconditional kindness and selfless trust make her feel safe. That feeling, which came naturally to most people, was more precious than gold to Lortel, who had spent her entire life on the cold floor of the streets. At no cost does she want to give up the safe feeling of being with Ed to anyone else, not even her sweet senior Janica. Janica's life was overflowing with unconditional kindness from her family and friends. Surely, she would let Lortel have this one thing. If the spirit sorcerer would not give him up, then Foxy was willing to fight for her knight in shining armor, and fighting was her area of expertise. 3 days of living together was a thrilling and perfect advantage over Janica. First, Lortel planned to bury the cabin in gold and seduce Ed with money. However, she backtracks as she recalls that she is broke right now, and that Ed might not appreciate the gesture. Then, she considered helping with his tuition. She considered cutely trying to play it off like she's not paying it for his sake, but nearly died from cringe just thinking about it. While she's still pondering her lack of experience with romance, Lucy comes into the cabin ready for a nap. Lortel is surprised to see her, but Lucy just wants to nap in the sunlit spot inside the cabin. Ed grabs Lucy and throws her out like she is a stray cat that wandered in, and he tells Foxy that she can go back to sleep. Judging by how he acted, Foxy deduces that Lucy comes around often. To Lortel's great disappointment, she finds that she has yet another rival. However, she is confident that she'll settle the score in just 3 days. On the second day of Lortel's cabin life, she finds Janica has come to visit again, erasing her plans of spending time alone with Ed. She also finds Lucy napping in the cabin again. Meanwhile, Ed crafted some handmade bricks, learning the skill stonemasonry. He also finally created a brick fireplace, and his crafting proficiency increases. Resting after the day's work, he eats with Janica and Lortel the pastries brought around by Belle. Nothing much has happened since the Opheles incident, so Lortel assumes that things are going as planned. He says that they should not let their guard down just yet, since there are things to do. Lortel agrees since she is yet to compensate him for his 20 gold coins, and asks if he'd prefer goods instead of cash. While Janica glares with jealousy, Ed mentions that he would like some construction materials, like excess magic engineering equipment. Lortel promises to check the inventory and tell him if they have any spares, but she'll also try to remember since she has most of the inventory memorized. Then, Ed asks Janica for a favor. He wants her to teach him how to form a spirit contract with a lower spirit. Janica is happy to help, ready to help him form a contract with even an intermediate level spirit. Ed is impressed and she immediately begins the lesson with spirit connection. She summons a small bird called Karis to see if Ed can communicate with spirits. Ed can hear the bird faintly, which assures her that he will progress faster than expected. However, Karis then loudly complains that Ed doesn't have enough time in his routine for magic training. He also adds that they know this thanks to the weekly report meeting they have. He also complains that our guy should concentrate on the cabin construction instead of getting distracted. Janica immediately shuts down the connection with Karis and asks with a forced smile if Ed heard anything. He mumbles something about a weekly report meeting, but she has no answer to that response. Lortel then pops up with information on the magic engineering equipment. The inventory does in fact have more leftover stock than expected, so she has enough for Ed. He asks if they can sell them at a discount price that the 20 gold coins can cover, and she laughs. The amount of magic equipment is not large and they're basically a dead asset. However, to give them for free is unthinkable. So, Lortel asks that he comes to the Merchant Association once every 3 days as payment. She can sell it at discounted price, and when he comes around, they can have some tea and talk a bit. Janica asks why she can't give him for free since he helped her so much. However, Lortel is a merchant and a professional, and she refuses to give it out for free. Meanwhile, Ed's mind was only on magic engineering and spirit magic. Suddenly, Belle, the new chief maid of Opheles Hall, arrived with a message for Lortel. She apologizes for showing up when things aren't peaceful, and she apologizes for being the bearer of bad news. However, she has a message from the former chief maid to Lortel. What do you think this message is about? Moving on, we see that Clara had something very important to discuss with Belle while she did the laundry. She is so sure that Belle will be shocked to hear the secret, and she makes the head maid promise not to tell anyone. She believes that Janica likes the dastardly rotten Ed Rothtailor. Now, this is all old news to Belle, but she notes that Janny's friend must be worried because of his terrible reputation. However, Clara does agree that he has been improving of late, so she will support Janica as her friend. Another issue is that the spirit sorcerer has been complaining about Lortel of late. Foxy missed the opening ceremony along with Ed, and they were both absent yesterday as well. Clara is worried that angelic Janica doesn't stand a chance if Foxy already has her eyes on our guy, but she doesn't understand how he hasn't noticed Janica's affections yet, and wonders if he's toying with her. Belle just says that perhaps he is too occupied to have time for romance or dating. But the other girl is sure that our dude is simply messing with them, and he's so lucky to have girls pining over him. Belle considers Lortel a sly thieving cat in front of a fish shop. Janica is a trembling kitten, and Lucy, who is always there, is just a cat. Just thinking about them gives her a headache. But more importantly, she has an important message to pass to Foxy from Alice. The flickering bonfire drives away the darkness of the night as Belle carries Lucy and leaves Ed's camp with Janica in tow. It bothers him that Foxy's whereabouts were exposed to someone related to the Opheles Hall. Ed puts on his worn-out uniform while Lortel reads the letter of victory that was finally delivered by the carrier pigeon. It is now time to return to school. She deduces that her father must be making his last stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. It is a futile last struggle, but he'll finally be too busy to care about her. There are chances that Elte might have a few tricks up his sleeve. But Slog, who aspires to be the next association chairman, supports her, so she will trust him. Her biggest concern was Alice, but she's also been taken care of. Alice will not reveal Foxy's manipulation because she needs the money of the merchant that wins. The parchment that Belle delivered was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the maintenance cost a year, and how to support them. The workload of the former chief maid was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and care for the orphanage. So, she made a bet with her life on stake. No one guessed how dire her situation was, due to her stoic and unemotional nature. Of course, her followers seem to understand her. Alice is only siding with Lortel because it looks like she will win. Regaining trust will be difficult, but the former chief maid is willing to try again. There's no such thing as sympathy in the world of merchants. She knows this better than anyone. But she looked relieved that Alice had repented, saying there are no permanent enemies or allies. She is finally ready to leave Ed's camp and wishes him goodbye, asking him to stop by the Merchant Association's branch to write the contract they discussed. He gives her a torch to light her way, yet she hesitates. When he asks why, she mentions that he's taller than she thought. She says that it might seem rushed, but to win, she has to take some risks. After all, the essence of human relationships is all about push and pull. Grabbing his tie, she points out that it's all twisted. He mumbles that he doesn't need to care about his appearance since no one is looking. However, she responds that there's nothing wrong in keeping neat. They are students of Sylvania after all. Suddenly, she tugs him forward with his tie, and they share a kiss by the warmth of the fire, under the light of the moon. She giggles and mentions that the raspberries they ate that evening were delicious. Just thinking about them makes her happy. However, he just tells her to stay within her limits. She is a little disappointed that he's not as excited, and she decides to leave the ball in his court. After all, she needs to practice pushing him away too. Lortel leaves, walking then running away. Although our guy tries his hardest to avoid getting involved with main scenario characters, as expected when it comes to life, nothing goes according to plans, and he can barely hide his blush. The stars he sees from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is bright. The sound of crickets chittering, and the crackling of the campfire are the same. He feels the trajectory of the scenario he gets involved in continues to go astray. Regardless of his will, he feels a sense of discomfort as if he's being sucked into the center of the story. His plan of watching the scenario unfold smoothly from the sidelines has not changed. He has no greed and he will ignore what happened that night. He shall get his diploma and pay attention to his stats. The realization that what felt like an easy plan was actually a reckless and challenging endeavor came not too far into the future. Soon, the summer passed, and fall came around. On a bright sunny day, the spirits brought the news of the kiss to Janica. They tell her that they cannot sit by, and that they must intervene. Even the fire dragon spirit, Tarkin, compliments Lortel's ability to play with people's hearts. The spirit sorcerer is horrified and asks how our dude reacted. The spirits who have front row seats to this chaotic love story tell her of how Ed seemed to reject Foxy. Tarkin reports that our dude was so cold to her that he even cringed. This means that either he is impotent, or he does not see her as a woman. Janica is greatly relieved to hear all this, but Tarkin adds that men aren't good at being defensive, they are better at being proactive. In his experience, people like Foxy cling and burn more intensely the more they are rejected. The spirit sorcerer thinks that's not such a big deal since he does not return her feelings, but Tarkin scolds her. They point out that Foxy will steal him away at this rate. She is supposed to teach him spirit magic and use the opportunity to kiss him when they are alone. While Tarkin is being dragged away by the other spirits, another spirit tells Janica that she should just be herself. She should emphasize her naive and cheerful vibe so that she can experience a thrilling, exciting moment with Ed. With a blush, she admits that she would not mind feeding each other. Unfortunately for her, Ed is already spoon-feeding Lucy. She spits out in disgust, and he admits that the taste is bland. He is using her as a taste test machine for honing his cooking skills. However, he decides he'll postpone that until he gets a wider variety of ingredients. Key stats greatly influence the proficiency of living skills. Raising just one stat drops the efficiency, so he needs to increase them all evenly. The only problem with this plan is that he's too busy and has been occupied since school began. Even if he cuts back on sleep time, he only has 5 or 6 hours for survival activities outside of school. He's worrying about the efficiency of his survival activities because he needs to check if the scenario is progressing well. Even in his regular life, he kept a close watch on key students, like Taylor and the 4 heroines. The hero seems to be growing well, with Ayla doing her role to support him. Princess Fionia also seems to be having no problems, though it's about time for her to clash with Lortel. Clarice will enroll next year, so he's not worried about her. Instead, he watches the Golden Daughter like he's walking on thin ice. With Elte's early dismissal, it is uncertain how this will affect how she acts. It seems her plan to get her hands on the sage-sealed grimoire remains unchanged. The reason Ed has been needing more time of late is because it is about time he started checking up on the faculty building. Because the final boss of this second act is Professor Glast, and he's looking into the hidden mastermind behind the Opheles Hall takeover. Assistant Professor Claire Elfin is the one to report her suspicions concerning a hidden mastermind. He believes strongly in her good intuition, but tells her to be careful not to miss the important stuff, like the thesis on divine science that he asked her to find. She shakily promises to find it by the next morning. In the assistant professor's office of the Opheles Hall faculty building, Annie's reports to Claire that she has gathered the materials related to the Opheles Hall takeover incident. The assistant professor thanks her and goes through the report. She wonders if she needs to be concerned about a case that has mostly been concluded. Besides, she is so tired already. However, no matter how she looks at it, something is off. Meanwhile, Lortel meets up with Ed at the Elte Merchant Association. She apologizes for her tardiness and suggests that he visit her again next week. She's even prepared some tea and refreshments as an apology. The magic engineering equipment is ready, so he can pick it up at the counter. He comments on her fancy clothes, and she explains she had to dress up a bit for an important appointment. She asks how she looks, but he quickly changes the topic and asks about the appointment. She asks about updates on the cabin, and he reports that it is in its final stages. She notes he will need furniture, but her products are too high-end and expensive. She can't give them for free since that goes against her professional ethics as a merchant, so she breaks a chair and says she'll hand him the damaged item since woodworking is his talent. He tries to refuse it, but expresses his gratitude anyway. She marvels at how he has no change in expression at all. Even after she made the winning move, he still refuses to see her as a woman. She sees him as a man, and even offers him aid because of her ulterior motives. He is not sure how to respond, but she does not expect an answer since she does not engage in fights that she cannot win. However, she promises that someday she won't be the only one that can't contain herself. A seductive smile is the same, whether the odds are in her favor or she's in a tight spot. It is in a merchant's nature to never reveal their feelings, but she can't stop her hands from shaking. The next day, Janica meets up with Ed and is eager to begin their lessons. She summons a fire spirit and asks him to try focusing his magic and forming a connection. He gives it a go and is finally able to hear the small spirit speak in her hands. Mug, the low-rank fire spirit, appears and is honored to contract with him. He relays that in accordance with the agenda of the last report meeting, regarding the proposal for the selection of a contract spirit for our guy, he passed the voluntary round, topped the interviews, cleared the 3rd round of the council's agenda, and completed the 4th round of qualification verification. He also has the highest performance in magic efficiency practice independently conducted in the Northern Woods, and prides himself on having the best unspoken connection amongst low-rank spirits at his level. The overwhelmed Ed is shocked to hear Mug vow to set his heart on fire to serve him. Our guy had once gotten a spirit-type skill while playing the game, and he often laughed, joked, and cheered with his spirit. They created a strong bond back then, so Mug has a completely different vibe. Ed is surprised that he's so strict, and she explains that selected a spirit with a good magic power efficiency ratio among those that she's contracted with. In the process, there was a slightly complicated selection process that Tarkin planned between the spirits. Mug, the low-rank fire spirit, was victorious, so she gently hands over the spirit to Ed. He marvels at his warmth, and she informs him that when he connects with a contract spirit, he will be able to feel their physical and magical power, even when they're not manifested. She warns him not to connect too hard or he'll get too hot. He should also ensure to keep it in control. He asks if the level of connection changes the fire power, and she says that makes Mug sound like a machine. However, Ed is amazed to see the tiny fire spirit in his hands, and Mug asks for his orders. The little guy is like a portable heater. It's an unbelievably useful survival tool, and he doesn't even consume firewood. Janica expresses her joy at his excitement, since he always looks exhausted. She offers to help if he needs anything. She will also teach him about the power of the connection and the senses themselves before the day's first class. He will learn faster if he is with her, and quickly reach the level for forming contracts with middle-rank spirits. They also need to practice spirit combat, and free up time to reserve the combat training room. She also has some accessories that increase the connection, but these are all in her room. Suddenly, she silences herself mid-sentence and remarks that she is very busy and that lots of people want her to teach them spirit magic. So, it is quite difficult for her to make time for him. She's saying all this suddenly because she recalls everyone telling her to play it cool and not to give away too much. She says it is a bit much for him to ask her to teach him, and he agrees. He wonders if he should try to pay her, but she is horrified. She knows he is struggling as it is, so she will not take his money when he needs to save it. They are close enough not to need that, and him saying that makes her sad. However, he points out that she asked for compensation. With a blush, she confesses that Clara talked to her about push and pull and about how she's too generous. He agrees with Clara, but she says that she's not like that with everyone. She will tell him the details later, but for now they will meet at the combat training ground next time. So, she will reserve it and let him know. She also promises to bring a good accessory, and she'll bring textbooks if he needs any, then she waves him goodbye. He also waves goodbye and little Mug salutes. Ed has now acquired the advanced crafting skill, Magic Engineering, an advanced crafting skill. The magic engineering supplies that he got from Lortel were surprisingly simple enough that he could analyze them in no time. He finally learned a proper advanced skill. If he ever runs out of fuel, he can use Mug, and if he runs out of mana, he will use the fireplace. Now, he can reliably warm the air. His living environment is now guaranteed to be stable, and just knowing that little fact makes him feel like a huge weight has been lifted from his shoulders. It's already late, so he goes to check on the traps. Meanwhile, Assistant Professor Claire wanders the woods in search of the hidden mastermind behind the incident, and she believes Ed is the culprit. Everyone at the scene was a student or staff of Awfully's Hall, but Taylor and Ed have no direct connection to the incident. Taylor also helped in solving the incident, which leaves our guy looking suspicious. She came to the woods since she heard that he appears here often, but unless he's eating and sleeping in the forest, she doesn't expect to see him in the middle of the night. To her absolute shock, she sees him hauling Lucy and a dead bleeding deer through the woods. Principal Obel is a great man comparable to the Archmage Glocked or the Great Safe of Sylvania. Yet, even he would have to use all of his powers against Lucy Merrill. However, to her horror, she sees Ed casually carrying Lucy's unconscious body and is sure that he must be the evil mastermind that she is searching for. Seeing Ed carrying the powerful Lucy through the woods, Claire is sure that she has talent for being a detective. She sees him drag the powerful mage to a cabin in the woods, like the start of a horror movie. He throws down both Miss Lazy and the deer, mumbling about how he has so much to do and should go to bed early. While he is inside, the assistant professor sneaks into the camp to rescue Lucy. Quietly, she reaches for her leg, but she suddenly summons her magic in defense and demands that the assistant professor confess her identity. Claire introduces herself with a nervous laugh, and is shocked to see Miss Lazy crawl back into the small wood tent outside, glaring at her like a cat. Lucy then zooms off into the sky, leaving the assistant professor speechless. Claire rushes back to Professor Glass, asking if he remembers Ed, who was ousted from his family, but he does not remember useless trash. So, she asks if he knows Lucy, because our guy overpowered the powerful lazy mage to the point that she could not use her powers. She rambles a bit and he points out that her story is all over the place. She says that what is important is that she used magic that records memory on the first floor of the Opheles Hall. He asks her to write an apology for using that kind of magic without permission, but she already wrote it in advance. Regardless, she can plead that these were extenuating circumstances, because Ed sits and acts like a mastermind. Professor Glass is speechless at her reasoning. He asks if that is all the evidence she has, and she adds that Arkai carried an unconscious Lucy. The brooding Professor Glass asks if he was just moving her while she slept. Now, Claire is speechless because she had not thought of that. He sends her out and tells her to return with her apology letter and explanation. Meanwhile, the broody professor looks over the reports and notes that our dude tried to stop the hero and his friends, but the heroes had been victorious. Someone ordinary like him could not stop that group, but he pauses when he sees something in the recorded memories. Meanwhile, our dude crafts again and successfully creates the ceremonial dagger, Explosion. It is the dagger he had ever since he started living on his own, and now he's been able to engrave it and turn it into something useful. Mug cheers him on and compliments his craft, saying that the more it is used, the more efficient it becomes. He is proud of Ed for advancing again in skill and sings songs of praises in his honor. Ed, however, feels awkward and stops Mug by pulling on his wing. The low-rank spirit cries about not knowing what he did, and our dude finally tells Mug to drop the formalities. Low-ranking spirits elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers, so he understands why they are pleased to have a contract with a strong sorcerer like Janica. But he barely has any spirit power and asks if Mug got bribed by her because he is way too excited to be contracted to him. He insists that the spirit confess what is going on since they'll be together for a long time. Mug finally breaks down in tears and confesses the truth. He is ambitious and desires success. He has formed a contract with our guy to receive refined magic from the vicinity of Janica, since this will allow him to grow at twice the rate of low-ranking spirits. He also heard the rumors about the tyrant Ed, and about how he has a strong authoritarian temperament, so he's been acting this way to appease him. He had a really hard time being such a low-ranking spirit, because higher-ranked spirits are kind of mean. Ed comforts him, telling him that they're all doing what it takes to survive. Mug says he cannot talk to him in such a casual manner and prefers a more formal tone, so our dude agrees as long as it makes him happy. His combat skills are still making slow progress, but his physical stamina has greatly increased, now that he is no longer inferior to the average adult mage. The storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices and such, and he no longer needs to sleep outdoors while hungry. He can easily master the classes with simple memorizing and sequence theories with enough time and effort. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing will forcibly cram the information into his head, since it has nothing to do with talent. Every day is a forced march for him, and while the days are not gentle, things are better than he started. Suddenly, he heard someone calling out his name. It was Janica asking him to snap out of it. He apologizes because he was lost in thought, and she tells him not to overdo it. It is good to work hard, but he should value his health more. He has to focus since he received 3 letters today. The first came from the academy, the second from the merchantry, and neither were remarkable. However, he had to read the third with attention, because it is evidence that the flow of the story has already significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2, the negotiation for the purchase of the Sage-sealed grimoire, is currently in progress. Originally, the negotiation for the Sage-sealed grimoire was a tug-of-war between the academy and the merchant. However, because of Elte's downfall, the original client that contacted him, Crepin Rothtailor, got involved. This eventually results in a 3-way conflict between the academy, the Elte Merchant Association, and the Rothtailor family. The head of the family planned to use the grimoire to research eternal life, and when things went south, he personally jumped into the negotiations. Patriarch Crepin is a boss who only appears in Act 4, and he is so strong at that point that there's no way to suppress him. No matter what, our dude must exclude that guy from this episode. If that man gets the grimoire, then he'll walk away. However, if he gets the grimoire when he is already strong enough to be the final boss of Act 4, then it might be impossible to clear the game, regardless of any information advantage he has. The letter he received includes the man's actions, suspicions about them. It also has an invitation. The person who delivered the letter was Claire, the princess' personal guard. Principal Obel came to the princess about Sylvania's desperate financial situation. Since it's a private institution, he cannot just support the Sylvania Academy as he wants. If this continues, the merchantry will eventually get the grimoire. It would be embarrassing for it to be sold for money when it is like the Academy's heart, so Obel secretly asked for her help. However, she thinks it is strange that Big Bad Crepin knew to participate in the negotiation. Her guard thinks that our guy might have been a snitch, and that he would do anything to return to his family. However, Lortel doubts it, so she has come to share tea with the princess. Fionia is surprised because she thought Foxy hated her. However, Foxy believes that accusation is unfair, especially since she has come to offer sincere advice. Big Bad Rothtailor got involved in the negotiations because of the downfall of her father. Fiona is surprised, and Redhead goes on to explain that her father had been contacted to purchase the grimoire. She only found out after her father had been defeated, of course. Her father lost his position, but his plan to purchase the grimoire has not changed since they've already put a lot of time and effort into it. Fiona thinks it is strange that they will sell it to the Rothtailor family after purchasing it. She believes the interests of both the merchantry and the Rothbads align, yet they are trying to buy the grimoire separately. Lortel confesses that she has no intention of selling to the Kreppen, because it would be best to disassociate from business connections associated with her father. The princess asks why Foxy is revealing this now, and she replies that the enemy of her enemy is her friend. Fiona would benefit from keeping the Rothbads in check, and she gets to obtain the grimoire. She also stepped in because she was worried about Ed, so she's looking out for him. He is separated from his family, so it would be unfair if he was connected to this event. The princess is still suspicious of Foxy and adds that Ed is useful. She might ask for his help on a personal level, appeal to authority, and even give out orders. However, if he says nothing despite all that, then she will have no choice but to use him. Lortel laughs that Fiona accuses her of deceiving and exploiting, when she is planning on exploiting our guy just the same. Claire immediately jumps to Fiona's defense, but Lortel reminds the princess that they will be allies just for this matter. She warns the princess not to try and use our guy in a half-assed attempt, because she might end up the one who gets used. The guard is upset and wants to punish Foxy, but Fiona lets her go. She is confused and cannot tell what our dude is up to. She is also dealing with the Kreppen problem, and now she wonders if she should be wary of Foxy too, since the merchant has no respect for her status as a princess. She wonders if she will ever get the chance to see the merchant ever get flustered. Little does she know that Lortel gets flustered easily around Ed, especially when he shows up with Janica. They arrived at the Elte Company, Sylvania branch, but Foxy only prepared tea for herself and our dude, and she offered the spirit sorcerer cold water. She's being given the cold shoulder, but she acts nonchalant, knowing Foxy would charge her for anything she eats anyway. Our oblivious dude, however, offers to drink the cold water and gives the spirit sorcerer the tea. Fuming, Lortel quickly wants to give Ed the magic engineering equipment so that Janica will leave. They go into the store and she shows off her spotless brand new items that she's just giving to him for free, despite refusing to do the same for the spirit sorcerer. However, Foxy lies that the goods have defects, but the spirit sorcerer can see right through her flimsy fibs. What matters to the merchant is that these materials help our dude. He is hesitant about taking them for free, but she assures him to just regularly renew the contract with his visits. Janica suggests that she just quickly finish paying and end the contract, but Foxy says that is something she and our dude will discuss later. While the girls discuss, he feels a familiar sensation overtaking his body. It feels like he's floating in water. He's felt like this quite often because of his workload. He's been trying to keep an eye on Kreppen Rothtailor, who got involved in the grimoire fight, but there's 2 weeks before that happens. He's been busy making a mattress for the bed, stuffing it with feathers or assorted fabrics and sewn cloth to make it fluffy. He also needs to prepare the fawn he caught the other day, and to clean the inside of the cabin. He also has to make jerky for Lucy. He is so overwhelmed that he feels like he is drowning as the girls call his name in worry. Meanwhile, Fiona is pondering, acknowledging his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp, his calmness and precision when he gave orders to solve the glasskin situation, his reputation of focusing only on his studies, and Lortel's warning not to judge him lightly. Fiona wonders if her insight was off for the first time, so she needs to make sure one more time. That's why she ordered him to come visit her at the royal residence. However, her guard reports that he will not be joining them. She is surprised and asks how he can refuse a royal command, and Claire explains that he has passed out from overwork. Ed's current status is exhaustion, and he has come down with a fever. He is advised to take adequate rest to recover. It's hard to breathe and his whole body feels heavy. His lower belly also feels hot. He wakes on the bed in his log cabin to see Miss Lazy curled on his chest and sleeping like a cat. She's even talking in her sleep and he is offended. She is surprisingly light for a teenage girl, just like the way she looks, perhaps even lighter than that. So much that one would doubt that she's human. Yet, he cannot move with her on top of him. She's not acting any different, so he assumes there's something wrong with his body, a total physical breakdown. He's in his cabin, but the blanket is new, and he wonders if it's from the Elte merchantry. Just then, Lucy wakes and asks for food. He wonders if she does anything but eat and sleep. Suddenly, she congratulates him for waking, and informs him that his mana was horribly distorted. He's been overtraining in magic and learning spirit magic, as well as repeating that for months without rest. He asks if she was like this the whole time he was asleep, and she admits that it was not difficult but it was boring, and she fell asleep several times. She's been walking on eggshells the whole time because of Lortel and Janica, and it was a hassle, but her care was necessary so they could not chase her away. She tells him not to get sick since it is hard and people die from it. She has watched Glocked, her grandfather figure, die in bed from a disease, so our dude thanks her for her healing. Suddenly, Zig shows up. He was not sure if he could use the cane stove, so he started a fire outside. It is a little awkward as Lucy is sitting on him, but she gets up and leaves, flying out the chimney. Ziggs wonders how many times this is, but it is not unusual for men to have several partners. He also wonders if this is the so-called openness of this civilization. Perhaps he has viewed civilization from a too rigid perspective. However, our dude asks why he's here, and explains that neither the spirit sorcerer nor Foxy could be around, since Janica had her attendance to fill up, and Lortel had to get back to her business. Ed points out the wolfman's longer hair and he explains that it happens during autumn. Our dude gets embarrassed about being fed by Ziggs, but there's nothing they can do about that, though perhaps it would have been better for a woman to help him. However, Foxy had said no women were allowed to have this task. As usual, Ed feels he must check out the scenario for changes and asks about students secretly mass-producing mandragoras that cause an incident. Ziggs admits that Alvira was behind that, but Taylor and Clebius handled it. This means that Act 2, Scene 5, Academy Exploration, was wrapped up nicely. He also asks about the monster handled by the Telos Order which snuck into the Academy's underground water system, but Taylor and the Wolfman also took care of that. This covers Act 2, Scene 7, Demon of the Sewers, which went by without any problems. The only major event left is the struggle for the grimoire, and he asks how much time has passed. Ziggs informs him that it has been 10 days to Ed's shock. Oblivious, the Wolfman goes on to say that the girls can't visit him today since they are busy. But Ed's mind is on something else entirely. He thought he'd passed out for a day or two, but he was out for 10 days, and he gulped down the bowl of food. He needs to send a message to Lortel immediately, because they do not have time. The day after he woke up, Act 2, Scene 10, the one full of variables, began, and so did the struggle over the sage-sealed grimoire. The ones involved are the Princess Fionia Kloll, the representative of the Alte Merchantry's leader, Lortel Kachellan, and the man who strayed from the original storyline, Patriarch of the Duke family, and the final boss of Act 4, Crepin Rothtailor. He greets the Princess Fionia, remarking on his pleasure at her health. It's been some time and he never got the chance to formally apologize, especially since she had such a tough time due to a foolish and thoughtless member of his family. As she ordered, he was disowned, but he still would like to apologize once again. She assures that everything is fine and he should not worry about it too much. Crepin Rothtailor is of the same bloodline of Ed, but he's also a noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise head of a ducal family. She can feel the respect that his attendants have for him in their every action as they serve him. However, his eyes see the true him and he is clearly evil. He also greets Lortel, the proxy of the Alte Trading Company. She introduces herself and says it is an honor to be in his presence. She is also the daughter of the Golden King, and he has heard much about his insight and adventurous spirit. She says that they go wherever there is a good profit to be made. After all, they always follow the scent of money. Negotiations for the purchase of the sage-sealed grimoire proceeds as follows. The negotiation team is assembled. Then they have lunch and check the condition of the item after. After that, the purchase method is confirmed. Each participant writes down their proposed bid price, and the highest bidder gets to buy it. The grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy. The Academy cannot afford to let it be publicly known that they're selling the valuable item due to financial difficulties. So, Principal Obelfrisius came up with a plan where Fionia will vouch for it, as an observer with her status as a princess, and the principal's proxy, Vice Principal Rachel, will quietly conduct the auction. The method is simple. Right there and right now, the highest bidder gets the grimoire. She had heard about the trading method in advance and looked into similar book trade, such the trade for the Book of Order, the Book of Similitude, and the Magic Travelogue. Intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. Foxy probably knows the prices and transaction records of way more books by heart. However, the person who will take this book will be Crepin Rothtailor. They all write their bids on a paper and maids take the bids to the vice principal who officially receives the bid amount. She thanks them for presenting their valuable opinions. A single bid auction with no upper limit. The key in this rule is knowing the opponent's maximum bid amount. Lortel intends to make a profit, so she would not make a bid more than the highest book transaction price of 8,100 gold coins. Anything higher would be hard to resell and surely result in a loss. Also, if Crepin simply bids a bit more than Foxy's highest possible bid of 8,000 coins, the grimoire will be his. The vice president prepares to reveal the bid amounts, and she reveals that Crepin bid 8,500 gold coins, just as Fionia expected. The Rothtailor Patriarch is not someone who would visit the academy, just to make a profit from books transactions. The important question is why he wants it enough to pay such a large amount. Then, Lortel's bid is announced, and it is revealed that she bid 9,400 coins, much to Fionia's shock. The sage-sealed grimoire is then sold to the Alte Trading Company, and the princess is shocked that Lortel was not after profit. The Rothtailor Patriarch is visibly displeased and leaves for the contract signing, as the proxy of the Alte Company is asked to move to a private room. The princess cannot guess at Foxy's real goal, but wonders if her goal from the beginning was just to stop the grimoire from falling into the hands of Crepin. though she is not the type to act out of justice, and even if she did, the fact that he is evil and that his intentions are dark is something only the princess can guess. She doesn't even have evidence to that with her authority as a princess, so she guesses that someone requested or ordered Lortel to act as she did. Someone who knows the dark nature of the Roththaler patriarch and wants to stop him, and Fiona suspects Ed is this person. Even after being disowned by his family and thrown wild, he lived with such determination that he collapsed from overwork. Even then, he fought against the darkness of the Roththaler family till the end. She has a headache as she wonders what she has done. She wonders how she could have driven such a person on the road to ruin, and she was overwhelmed with guilt. However, her misunderstanding might have been a blessing. Meanwhile, Lortel looks over the contract she's obtained that details the buyer, the seller, and the transaction amount. She knows that if she resells the grimoire to Duke Crepin, then the least amount she can buy it back is 8,500 coins. The difference would be 900 coins considering what she paid for it. She had lied about not planning to resell it to Duke Crepin, and looking through the letters she received from our guy, he has promised her anything as long as she purchases the grimoire. He has made a mistake saying that to a merchant because she plans to collect big time. To her, a free pass with him for just 900 coins is a bargain. Lortel collapses on her bed with a happy smile on her face as she fantasizes about what she will request. If the princess saw the expression Foxy was making at the thought of him, she would cough up blood. In the end, the merchant won, and the wolfman tells Ed that he should have seen her face when he delivered the letter, and that it is a relief that Elka is so innocent. Our dude already figured that she would bet on her sexual attraction to him, and the Roththaler patriarch bet on his inside information. He almost feels sorry thinking about what will happen next. Suddenly, someone arrives in a cloud of dust. It is Janica, and she has come before lunchtime, running all the way from the faculty building as soon as she's done with her morning classes. She doesn't have any more classes to attend, and she'll do her assignments at night. Our dude apologizes for causing Janica so much trouble, and Ziggs reveals that she ran around the academy crying and rumors spread that she was heartbroken. She panicked and quickly tried to silence him, and she had her spirits drag him away, saying that the weather is cold so he should get going before he catches a cold. This leaves Janica with Ed and the crying mug, who in a dramatic outburst, asks our dude to execute him for letting push himself so hard which led to his illness. He had not even noticed the little fire guy's presence and the spirit apologized that he feared his presence would affect his mana, so he got mana from her instead. Our dude thinks the spirit is overreacting but Wolfman points out that he was unconscious for a long time, and Ed concedes. Suddenly, he realizes again that he was out for 10 days, which means all the meat he got would have gone rotten, and the fishing nets would be broken from lack of maintenance. He has lost all his food supplies, so now he has to start from the beginning. However, his friends will not let him overdo it again. They offer to help, especially as Wolfman has some free time until the exam, so he will help with hunting or woodworking. When it comes to work, our dude should just handle things as they come, and everything will work out. It suddenly occurred to Ed, while looking at his little wooden tent, that not long ago, he slept under a hastily built wooden shelter with not even a penny. He slept alone in darkness and was bitten by insects with no one to rely on. A lot of things were tedious, but he resolved way more issues and survived until now. Ziggs was right, everything would work out, and Ed smiles. Meanwhile, Janica is worried about how tired he looks. She recalls that Merylda told her this is her chance. While Foxy is busy with negotiations, she should take advantage of the time. Foxy is clever and the spirit sorcerer must learn from her. In order to win a man, she must also become a fox. The forest spirit tells her to fix her outfit because she looks like a country housewife, and she agrees that her dressing looks shabby. The great wolf says that is perfect, since guys fall for the sight of her that is good at managing everyday tasks. So, the spirit sorcerer should slyly and subtly show him that side of her. She should also roll up her sleeves more while she is at it, and show off the vibes of a wife who can go through hard times at his side. She must make progress when she goes to see him. Merylda is giving all this advice as a high-ranking wind spirit and dating expert, but she has absolutely no dating experience. Janica is curious about what kind of progress she should be making, but she's not to worry about that. Instead, the wind spirit asks what she was planning to do, and how she plans on getting closer to him. She says she wasn't planning to do anything, which infuriates the great wolf. She howls in sorrow so loudly that she shocks the birds out of the trees. At a time like this, the spirit sorcerer should not be wasting her opportunities, and Merylda scolds her for being ridiculous. A tough guy like him won't struggle for long, and he will grow at a ridiculous speed. She adds that there's no better winning strategy than being with him during the hardship. Janica is advised to use her position as the person who supported him during tough times, even if it requires calculation and cunning. She quickly says that she had a plan in mind and whispers her idea to the great wolf. Grudgingly, the wind spirit agrees that the plan is pretty good. It was quite late at night, and the stew that Janica made was really good. It was on a different level compared to what Ziggs made, and Ed wonders if he should also learn to cook from her. More importantly, he must focus on recovering. After all the help he's received, he can't keep looking tired forever. He might not be entirely in good condition, and his headache and slight fever are coming back, so he rests a little on the bed. Janica pops into the room, mentioning that he looks tired. He is surprised to find that she's still here, and she giggles. He cannot imagine what she is planning. Ed is really surprised to find that she is still around, and she giggles with a cute smile. She says she is not trying to do anything, as she sits beside his bed. He does not have to pretend like he's not having a hard time, since everyone gets exhausted and it comes at them both mentally and physically. She knows he is working hard and enduring a tougher schedule than anyone else. Quite a lot of people helped and comforted her when she was struggling. But what ended up helping her the most was when he had quietly stayed by her side. He is having a hard time right now, so she tells him that he is doing a great job. He tells her that she does not need to go that far, but she wants him to acknowledge that he's been struggling so that he can get some rest. He flops to the bed with a sigh, and finally agrees that he's had a hard time. He takes a few breaths, exhaustion finally taking him as he admits that it has been a really hard time, and she rests her head on the bed. The next morning, sun streams in through the window, illuminating Ed, who sits up with a sigh. He looks to his side and finds Janica sleeping with her head on the bed, drooling slightly. He tries to hold his laughter, but is soon chuckling at how ridiculous and adorable she looks. He has finally made a full recovery. His life skills have improved significantly and he is now an intermediate-level craftsman. He has also improved his magic engineering and has collected crafting formulas. He could not make much progress as he planned to in 10 days, especially in the research of magic engineering products. Advanced crafting skills greatly affect core stats and are far more versatile than general skills. The problem is that there is a clear limit to how much one can grow. Just by self-studying by reassembling magic engineering items, most magic engineering products recipes are rewards from main scenario quests. So, as someone who doesn't want to interfere with the scenario, it's hard for him to get them directly. Unfortunately, Taylor is not particularly interested in magic engineering. It is probably because even with the recipes, magic engineering doesn't make useful products right away. To craft, one needs material that may be obtained only in the later stages of the original scenario. However, his situation is different because he has someone who can procure any material from even the other side of the world. That person, of course, is Lortel, and she is relieved that he has gotten better. He mentions that he is glad she looks healthy too, but she says that is only in her looks because she is suffering from chronic fatigue. Her hair is dry, her skin is rough, and it was a struggle to get it back to normal. She seats beside him, and he asks why she came all this way when she's very busy. She says she needs to rest and tell him something. It's weird to call the mercenary after her adopted father when he has already been thrown out, so she will change the name to just Trading Company and restructure the business. She also needs someone to help her with employee management, asset management, product flow, and external affairs. Someone who will stand in as a co-executive. He already knows where she is going with this, and she smiles as she asks him to imagine. He could wake up in the morning and go to work at the trading company, and they'd only be a wall apart. He would get great benefits as a co-executive of the Alte Trading Company. She would give him shares of her personal assets too. It would be like marriage. She giggles, saying that she might be rambling, and he calls her back to reality. It is weird for her to go that far for him, and she mutters that he does not know anything. She pulls her hood over her head, stating that she knows how he feels, and that he must think that something is wrong with her. He also might not want her to make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young girl, and he probably wants to keep things professional till the end. This is all exactly what he wants, but he cannot say it. However, this is all because he has no idea how she feels. She lived in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and where people get betrayed if they do not betray first. What becomes most important in that kind of world is someone who will never betray her. Someone who will stay by her side, even if all her wealth is gone. Someone who will stay even when the whole world turns its back on her. Some people have family, some have lovers, and some have friends. However, Lortel, who had seen countless wealthy and great merchants rise and fall, feared falling through betrayal. No more, no less, she asks if he can stay by her side. He stares at her in awe and tells her to at least say that without fighting to hold in laughter. She can barely stop herself and laughs that her words did not work. She thinks it's a shame because she almost had him, and he points out that her change in tone gave her away. She is human after all, bound to make mistakes, but she asks him to rate her performance and if he felt a little protective of her. Usually, when she leans into her timid and adorable side, it touches people's hearts and makes them waver. She sighs again, saying it's a shame that it didn't work this time. However, her words were not a total lie, and they sat for a moment in awkward silence. He told her that he plans to graduate from Sylvania, so he won't leave the school until graduation. Her face is dark and she says nothing at first, but he adds that if he has no other option for a job after graduation, then he'll consider her offer, and she grins wickedly. She says that she can wait until he graduates, but she is not giving him an actual choice. She might use the free pass that he gave her soon, and it was great seeing him after so long. He worries that he has done something terrible. Just thinking about the future stresses him out. Meanwhile, Lortel is also nervous. She had planned on telling him that he belonged to her, but seeing him so tired and stressed messed up her plan. If she had waited any longer, she would have shown her real face. She even brought the change from the magic engineering products payment, and it would be awkward to go back to give him the cash. She decides to just leave it in the wooden house and strolls over there. The door is thrown open and Janica runs out of the house, saying that she should make a snack before Ed comes home. Foxy is horrified to see her acting like Ed's housewife. She demands the spirit sorcerer explain why she's coming out of his house, and she demands why Foxy is coming from the river where he was resting. It was the beginning of a new disaster as their rivalry became official. As he worked, Mug nagged about him not eating enough meat and vegetables. He also needed to make up for it at dinner and drink enough water. The little spirit says he really will die if our dude collapses again, even with his reassurance. The little spirit begs our guy to live healthily. He wants him to maintain their contract relationship for a long time. Our dude figures that he got scolded by Tarkin, which is why he's making a fuss, and apologizes to the little fire spirit. Thanks to Ziggs and Janica, he now has enough firewood. And thanks to Lortel, he can now furnish the place. The only thing on his mind are the 3 letters he received before collapsing from exhaustion. One was from Foxy, warning him to be careful of Elte. Another from Fionia, regarding Crepin's movements. And the last from the Academy. He was shocked to receive a letter from Professor Glass of all people. He sent a letter telling him that he wanted to have a private conversation after the conference. Unfortunately, Ed could not meet with him because he was unconscious. He has no idea why he's been summoned, especially as Professor Glass is the final boss of Act 2, and Act 2's final scene has already begun. He recalls most of the content of Act 2's final scene, and that Professor Glass always believed that a select few with talent would change the world. To revive Sylvania, the great sage with the most talent in history researched a spectral magic which could distort the laws of the world. To complete a spectral magic, he needed the sage-sealed grimoire, but Sylvania Academy fell for Lortel's plot and sold it. In his desperation, he stole the sage-sealed grimoire and tried to inject Sylvania's spirit into Ayla's body, who was born with a spectral magic, to usher in another progressive era. It was literally a madman's narrative. Fortunately, Taylor stepped in to save Ayla, and he broke through the traps in the secret laboratory, the spirit library, in the underground waterway. After having his entire scheme go awry, Professor Glass made an abrupt statement and fell from the top of the magic tower. Despite only dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals, his final words were, Ed can no longer remember his final words. In any case, the final battle of Act 2 is approaching. The Beginning of the Glass Conquest War is a book that changes the owner of the sage-sealed grimoire, the connection formula. It begins with Professor Glass kidnapping Taylor's friend, Ayla. She is frightened, and the figure before her agrees that the demon of the underground waterway is terrifying. She cries, saying that this is his fault and that she hates him. The figure responds that she is being kind of mean. It turns out that the figure is Ed, and he has found himself, once again, inside of the plot that he was avoiding. They were both kidnapped, it seems, and our dude is not happy about it, because he is now a part of the Act 2 final scene, the Glass Conquest War. It was not at all in Ed's plan to get kidnapped. Act 2, the final scene of the game, started unfolding 3 days ago. At his cozy little wood house, he had finished everything that he had not been able to do in 10 days. Not being able to train in that period felt like he wasted so much time. The Glass Conquest War was about to start, and it was such a shame that he hadn't raised his magic engineering stats yet. For magic engineering training, he also needed blueprints and materials. Suddenly, he thought of a way to drastically raise his magic engineering stats. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass Conquest War, has 4 battle stages. Among the hardest of the 4 is Phase 3, the Secret Laboratory. The boss of this stage is the Spirit Library's librarian, Riene, and she is so strong that it is hard to clear that stage without the Sword Saint's form. That is not a problem for Taylor to solve, and what he is interested in is the contents of the Spirit Library. It is full of valuable magic engineering blueprints. Just from what he remembers, there are a dozen of them. There are also 2 blueprints for legendary-grade magic engineering items. However, it is dangerous to obtain, but he figures it will be fine as long as he does not go alone. In school, they learn that Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C will be joining Class A in the next semester. There are a lot of talented people this year, so even if they join midway, there won't be any disruption to the class content, and there's no reason to worry. However, the top class only had 3 students, Ziggs, Lortel, and Lucy, so the students were rather doubtful about the large number of talented people. There even had been years where there were no students in this class, because Professor Glass was extremely strict about the selection. Ayla may not be great when it comes to combat, but they say she has a great affinity for a spectral magic. Suddenly, the Wolfman gets to his feet and asks if the criteria for the top class must be strictly determined by talent, because students who put in effort might bloom in unexpected ways as well. The professor asks if he thinks he is ruining or underestimating them by denigrating and neglecting their efforts. He does not share this sentiment and believes that the surest way to ruin someone's life is to instill premature confidence in vague talent and support them inadequately. Before entering Sylvania, Lortel had already looked into the academy faculty, and she knows all about the professor's self-righteous and almost obstinate obsession with talent. This is because of his only daughter. She was an average mage, but he had endless faith in her. It was a natural behavior as a parent. However, Muri, his daughter, took it not as his trust, but as the faith of a professor from the faculty of the magic department. In the end, that faith made her prematurely join a monster raid at a young age. Unfortunately, she did not survive the expedition, and Professor Glass completely broke down. Since then, the professor became obsessed with proven talent. During most of his tenure at Sylvania Academy, he devoted himself to researching the enigmatic aspectual magic. If you know his past, you can understand what he is pursuing is not aspectual magic, but its creator. Hailed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage, Sylvania, a powerful woman with flowing silver hair. He's probably bringing Ayla into the top class for his research on aspectual magic. Suddenly, the professor calls her name, but changes his mind and tells her not to bother. His face looks more emaciated than before, and he tells her that he'll call her separately since it is not related to the lesson. She wonders if this is about the sage sealed grimoire. He must think it's a shame that she has such an essential part of the research of aspectual magic. However, nothing he says will be of any use, because the connection ceremony for the passing over the ownership of the grimoire to her is just around the corner. The sage sealed grimoire's connection ceremony is about to start, and all lessons are dismissed. It was a close call, but Ed had completed the plan, and the core of the operation he had developed was to follow right behind. He would follow Taylor when he barged through his course, from Phase 1 to 5 in a bid to save Ayla. While the hero charged forward, he would stop and pick up the leftover items. He made a list of must-have items, especially in Phase 3. He will grab all the magic engineering items in the Spirit Library. The items he's going for include Glock's Eye, Delheim's Hourglass, and many more. Although, the effects of these items may seem rigged because of the difficulty of farming its materials. They can only usually be crafted in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of much help to the hero anyway. This is why Ed shall take them instead, and while he is there, he will admire how Taylor is doing in Phase 5. After all, he is still a fanboy. Then, he will return to camp. The plan was flawless. The Glass Conquest War begins on the day of the Grimoire's connection ceremony. He told Janica that he lost something in the underground waterway and that they should go find it together. He thought she'd hate it since it was dark and narrow, but she seemed strangely enthusiastic, which made him feel sorry because he could tell she was concerned for him. With a friend great at combat, his plan was perfect. However, the assistant Professor Claire informed Ed that Professor Glass was calling for him. He had heard that the assistant professor had recently visited the cabin, and wondered if this was the issue she had come to talk about. The connection ceremony was the next day, and the professor must be very busy, so Ed wondered why he was being summoned. He did not respond to the last call since he was passed out, so he will respond to this one. He figures it must be important. However, when he shows up at the office, he is shocked to see Ayla waiting there too. She looks anxious and wonders why her reaction is a bit much when he hasn't even done anything to her. Even if it's been over 10 months, it makes sense if she still has bad blood with Ed Rothtaylor. After all, he did shoot arrows at her that one time. More importantly, he wonders why she is here when she is supposed to be kidnapped when the Glass Conquest War starts the next day. Then, he worries in horror about why he was called. He is starting to get a horrifying guess at what is going on. He flings the papers before him and sees that they are research records, notes, and grimoires. Nothing is indicating a change in the future he knows of. The only connection to Ed Rothtaylor found in the office is the form submitted during Claire's investigation of the Awfully's Hall incident. He wonders if the assistant professor reported what she had observed about him. If so, then Professor Glass might have figured out what he did in Awfully's Hall. However, that has nothing to do with the current incident. Suddenly, his eyes widen, and he whips around with a dagger drawn in defense while Ayla shrieks. The door flies open, and the professor stands before them. She races to him, fearing that our dude has a dagger. The professor's eyes widen and he casts a large magic circle. He casts a spectral magic, and uses the time prison to lock her in place. He turns the same magic on Ed, stealing the dagger away from him. However, to his absolute shock, Ed unleashes Mug and the fire spirit attacks, shocking Professor Glass. An explosion of fire stops Ed from getting snatched, and the professor comments that he was quick to catch on to what was going on. His response is also exceptionally smooth, and he asks if he scanned all his research materials in that short time. However, the professor finds it strange that just scanning a few documents would inform our guy of his intentions. He asks if there is a reason the professor is trying to restrain him, when he only needs Ayla's affinity with aspectual magic. Our guy mentions that the professor has achieved his goal, so there is no need to restrain him, and he won't tell anyone what he has seen. The professor admits that he has a goal, and he's doing it for his own sake, so he should not think too harshly of him. Ed would at least like some explanation, as this is all too much. How can he just vaguely say that he shouldn't think harshly of him? Then he thinks over the words again, and realizes it makes sense. Even if he manages to escape from this place, the professor would not leave him alone, and that would disrupt the scenario. Besides, if he is kidnapped, he will be locked up with Yahello in the secret lab, which is like getting a direct bus to Phase 3. He wonders if he should just let the professor kidnap him. The professor is curious when Ed calmly steps out. He asks if he has decided to step back, or if he's come up with a plan. Seeing that he is not fighting, the professor says it is not such a bad deal for him either and instantly kidnaps him. Papers fly everywhere as the professor walks to him. His assistant professor was suspicious of our guy before, since he was academically successful while living a life in the wilderness. It was like he lived 48 hours in a day, and he could not imagine the effort our hero exerts. He pointed out that she used to think he was a secret mastermind, but she did not expect his academic record to be so good. The professor had seen him in combat in the Crystal Ball, and he had noticed his knack for combat was extraordinary. It was, however, the approach of a weak person, to analyze the opponent thoroughly and use all available means to win. A product of effort, and not that of talent. Our dude's expression showed no hint of unease while getting kidnapped, and it reminded him of something that he had lost in the past. The daughter who had said that she would bring honor to his name through her achievements. Ed reminded him of her and her memory. The professor was so deep in thought that he did not notice Mug sneak out of our dude's clothes and zoom out through the window. The little fire spirit flew quickly and far, flying right for the little wood cabin, where Janica was cooking and waiting for Ed, thinking that he was running late. A new chapter begins from this point on, and we do a little bit of catching up as we witness a writer bring his magic travelogue of the southern continent to an end. As he traveled the world, he realized that there were many magical truths that he had yet to discover, and that his title of the Archmage felt underserved. His late master Sylvania, who passed away at a young age, remains in his memory as a beautiful woman. Looking back now, those years where he felt lacking were indeed full of ups and downs. The sorrow that gnawed at his heart on the day that he lost his master accumulated over time and now remains as an old reflection. In his long life, longing pushes its way forward. The writer is revealed as Lucy's grandfather, and he thinks of how sometimes regrets over what was lost paralyze his rationality. There are times when he has the urge to shatter the natural principles of the world and twist the truth just to see her face one more time. Unfortunately, what is lost, and those who have lost must become stronger. So, he tells Lucy to be strong, for she has become the full stop of his life, and she sits beside his deathbed with a book in her hands. He dedicates the last sentence of this book to her. She cries as she holds the magic travelogue of the southern continent. Glocked, excerpt. Present day, and Lucy is sunning on Ed's roof, thinking of how she misses her grandfather. More than anyone, Glocked acknowledged and accepted death and waited serenely. So, the girl had no choice but to let him go. She wondered if there would come a day when the pain of loss healed completely without leaving a scar. The only thing that temporarily helps her forget that longing is the satisfaction of a pouch of jerky she has. However, she is now out of jerky, so she looks around and sees Janica at the camp, receiving news from Mug. The more the spirit sorcerer listens, the more thunderous she becomes. Even Lucy gets curious about that behavior and wonders what is going on. At the Trix Hall, main conference room, the clandestine connection transfer ceremony of the Sage's grimoire. Scholars looking to sell and merchants looking to buy gather around. Only the elite members of both groups gathered. Among them, attention was drawn to the leaders of each group. Lortel Kachellan, the acting head of the Elte Company, and Obel Frasius, the headmaster of Sylvania Academy. She is surprised to see he is around the same age and has a similar image to Kreppen Rothtailor, but compared to him, he is different to a strange degree. After the negotiations to buy the grimoire were over, the Rothtailor patriarch came to find her, and he requested that she hand over the grimoire. She was surprised at his audacious request. That was the plan from the start, so she was not planning on being discreet. However, the amount that would justify going back on the lie she had told the princess was 12,000 coins. It was a rather exorbitant price, but he accepted the deal without hesitation. Then he mentioned that her father had hired a mercenary group and was headed to Sylvania. He mentioned it out of caution because he wanted her to make sure that things did not go wrong this time. He was an unpleasant man, but it did not matter. The information he had about Elte was valuable, and she also found a place to sell the grimoire. Preparations were complete and the headmaster had to relinquish his right to connect to the scroll. Then Lortel stepped forward to receive the connection. She would have the trading profit and the purchase certificate, or rather, an all-access pass to Ed. Dark magic bubbled up around the grimoire and exploded, shocking both Obel and Foxy. Huge rock monsters arose, and Obel immediately tried to protect her and fight them off. However, she notices the grimoire. It has been taken by none other than Professor Glass, who was officiating the ceremony. He then vanishes along with it. She looks near tears to see her all-access pass to Ed disappear. Despite our guy's absence, the story progresses without a hitch. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass subjugation battle, begins. Inside Professor Glass's secret laboratory, Ayla screams. She asks why he is here and says that she hates him, shivering and crying in fear. He figures that by now, the professor must have seized the grimoire and is surprised when someone tells her to fall silent. If she keeps yelling, the monster of the underground waterway might wake up. It is Coombe, a researcher of aspectual studies, and he says that they should consider themselves lucky that the professor asked him not to use them for his experiments, because they are important people. Ed mumbles if that is so, and Coom is unnerved by how calm he is about the situation. Anyway, he shall closely monitor the prisoners while reviewing the research materials, so they must not entertain foolish thoughts. There is nothing for more to do now. Our dude will now wait for Taylor to bring the subjugation squad and cause a ruckus. By then, the library that the hero passed through will already be devastated without any hindrance. This will give him the opportunity to sweep up all the replica magic engineering recipes from the magic books. His operation will be complete. He would not have to do anything important or get rid of anyone. The only thing bothering him now is how easy it all seems, which is pricing at his conscience a bit. There is also the fact that he has to be with Yahello, who is still making a wild fuss. She screams that she will scream if he takes any step further. She threatens to bite her tongue and that she is not bluffing. He explains that he has nothing against her. If he wanted to hurt her, then he would not let such an opportunity go to waste. Since he has seen it from Taylor's perspective, if he had to say it out loud, he feels rather positively about her. She screams that she knows his reputation, but he tells her to stop spouting nonsense and sit down. The hero will surely come if they wait. She asks if he has the right to say the hero's name, and Ed asks why would he not have the right to say his name. He apologizes for the matter with the entrance exam, but he had his own circumstances, and he helped a lot during the Glasskin incident. Even if she cannot trust him, she can trust in the hero. He will definitely come to rescue him. She cannot believe that he just apologized, and he sighs heavily. Suddenly, he hears Mug's voice. The little spirit asks if he is okay, if he is hurt or losing energy, if he can see okay, smell and hear okay as well. He shouts with tears in his eyes, asking if he has numbness in his arms or legs, any sluggishness or fatigue, if his face is turning yellow or his heart is pounding, and his pulse racing. The little spirit followed the magic reactions, and found that his spirit connection level was pretty good, but it took some time to detect him. He also apologizes profusely for not showing up sooner. Ed rubs his head fondly and asks where he has been all this time, and also congratulates him on his good job. Yahello is surprised to see a spirit, and that he can control spirits, because he used to be terrible at basic magic. He rudely says that it is none of her business since he finally has a proper partner to talk to. She believes the spirit can send a rescue request to the outside, and get the message to a staff member or a professor with strong spirit connection. However, there is no need for him to do something like that. Mug also reassures him that he has been thoroughly trained in emergency reporting systems more than anyone. It took him half a day to avoid the eyes of numerous monsters and the golem researchers to get here, so it must have been 2 days from then. However, he recalls how beautiful Janika's enraged face was, and her cold fury when she heard the news. Not only that, but Lucy was also interested in the news, and the spirit sorcerer thought to ask the vixen merchant for help, which would be like having 1,000,000 troops on their side. Mug reassures him that one way or another, they will be rescued, so all they have to do is stay calm and wait. Meanwhile, Ed is furious because the story has now been altered too much by too many people knowing of his capture. The poor spirit cannot understand why he is making such an angry face. With anger, he grabs Mug's head and flings him with rage out of the cell. Ed then announces to researcher Coom that he has changed his mind and that he does not want to stay trapped, and that he must get out. He must leave the dungeon immediately. He is not joking. The researcher warns him that if he makes so much noise, the demon across will wake up. He is serious and says that if he does not get out of here, then they are the ones who will be in trouble. The man laughs and says that he is indeed just a student, and that he should not ramble too much. Ayla asks what is wrong so suddenly, after he told them to stay quiet, and that Taylor would come to rescue them. However, he tells her to hush. Meanwhile, Mug returns with the keys and compliments Ed's ability to quickly analyze the situation. He also asks how he knew the location of the keys. Our dude dismisses him, and is annoyed that the spirit went and did too much. Quickly, he opens the doors and sneaks out, but he shuts the door on Ayla and keeps her there. She is shocked, and he tells her to answer his questions with only a yes or no. There are all sorts of monster experiments and haunted magic tools out there. It is too dangerous for her to come out. He tells her to cooperate with them, and if they notice that he is gone, she should tell them that he escaped. She must sell him out immediately, that way they will not hurt her. He also adds that she cannot run properly with her legs given out. She tries to speak, but he tells her not to argue, and to reply with yes or no. She is hesitant at first, with fear in her eyes, but she replies with a yes. He is satisfied and tells her to stay quiet and still, then he runs away, saying that he will handle it. New twists inevitably find their way, and he can recall the raid bulletin board from the game, explaining the requirements for the final chapter boss of Act 2. He can handle the minor variables one way or another. His stats have increased enough already, so he can solve most problems by using the information advantage. However, there are bound to be variables that he cannot handle on his own. If Janica or Lortel join, then somehow he can manage. However, even game freaks and veterans who had invested hundreds of hours could not find a solution to the completely unbeatable enemy that would arise if Lucy joined the fray. When she joined, it led to a bad ending. This never happens unless someone deliberately tries to make it happen, so he did not bother with it in the game. But this is a definite bad ending triggered by specific conditions, which involve the professor meeting Lucy. No matter what happens, he has to stop her from coming here. The scene changes here once again, and we see that someone calls out to Ziggs during his daily exercise, and it's none other than Taylor. Looks like the hero has rushed over to ask for help, and he needs to rescue Yahello. Phase 1, the glass chase, has begun. The hero lost track of the professor after he escaped from Trick's Hall, so he requested help from the Wolfman, which is as the story goes in the game. He will soon lead his companions into the underground waterway to chase the professor. Our guy is familiar with the route of the scenario of the second episode's final chapter. Lortel is at the Triz Hall. Janica would come in through the underground waterway, and there is also the Spirit Library and the Monster Research Center where he is right now. Then there is the deepest part of the lab. However, retracing it in reverse will be a new experience. The Monster Research Center is a bit of a headache to deal with because Coom releases all the monsters, but it is easier in reverse because the monsters are confined at the moment. It is a relief because the encounters between Lucy and the professor are destined to lead to a bad ending. He must hurry to prevent it. The problem is that the Spirit Library is guarded. It is guarded by Rene, the librarian, and a banshee. He is familiar with her patrol pattern, so fighting her is not the issue. The problem is that she is someone who will grant the hero a valuable experience. In the later stages, there will be enemies that cannot be defeated without Taylor's swordsman form, so if he does not train well enough, the future scenarios will be harder to clear. He is supposed to progress the most during this arc, and he is to meet the ones who will help him learn essential skills which are critical, such as the revived demon of the underground waterway, and Rena, who will give him the most experience. So, he will just take only the necessary magical tools for the route and sneak out. He snatches the Column C Thunderclap generator and the one-way light dimmer. He will definitely come back when this is over, because it would be a waste to leave all those magical items behind. Mug finally tells him it is time to move because the Guardian is no longer paying attention. Suddenly, the room begins to shake and he worries an earthquake has started. He does not recall an event like this, and leaps to his feet as the shelves come crashing down. However, to his horror, Rena has spotted him. He has made a terrible mistake. 30 minutes before the earthquake, the rock monsters run amok, scaring faculty members. They raise their giant fists to attack, but Lortel uses her magic and freezes them in place. She appears from behind the monster, complaining that if the deal had not been done so quietly, then Sylvania Academy's reputation would have surely been ruined. She cannot believe the professor would steal the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's core personnel. Obel says that even if it takes time, he will take responsibility for the grimoire and get it back. He asks if it is possible for her to wait a little longer. He knows that whatever the professor is planning will not end well, and she questions him on the meaning behind his statement. He figures that since things have become like this, he will tell her the truth. There are 3 major taboos: to twist the laws of nature, to disrupt the flow of time, and to defy human destiny. The 3 major taboos are the pursuit of immortality, the resurrection of the dead, and time travel. She asks if the professor is using a spectral magic to resurrect the dead, and almost asks if the principal is crazy, but he stops her. He admits that he is curious. The legendary sage of Sylvania, whom Glass praised and admired, always said that talented individuals would advance the world. Then his daughter, Miri, passed away after he recklessly pushed her forward while trusting her questionable talents. If he has truly perfected a spectral magic for resurrecting the dead, then there is only one person the professor would want to bring back to life, and Lortel becomes speechless. Suddenly, the door flies open and someone comes to tell the principal that they have a problem. Several minutes ago, the hero was seen chasing the rogue professor, and he fled towards the underground waterway. According to testimonies, not only did he steal the grimoire, but he also kidnapped students. The members of the faculty are dismayed to learn he kidnapped Ayla. However, when Lortel hears that he also kidnapped Ed Roth Taylor, her beef with the professor becomes personal. She is horrified to hear that he was kidnapped. There is also so much thumping and vibration. Headmaster Obel is the greatest mage of this era. He promised to bring back the Sage's grimoire if he steps in. He can easily rescue our guy. The most sensible thing to do would be to wait for that to happen. But she's already taken off running. The familiar sound and the direction of where the tremors are coming from are near the entrance to the underground waterway. Looking through her binoculars, she spots Janica and Tarkin going on a rampage. The spirit mage is crying in dismay and Lortel is speechless once more. Since she is going, Foxy decides to go as well. It is seriously a pain, but seeing the principal be so nonchalant about the grimoire, she will personally retrieve it. That is what she says, as well as telling the others to minimize the negotiation personnel and follow her. She has not officially joined the battle. A combat alchemist well recognized by the alchemy faculty, Dorothy, a top third-year student of the alchemy department, was formidable enough to challenge those among the combat faculty students. The top first and second-year students of the alchemy faculty, Elvira and Norden, often sought her guidance. However, Dorothy did not stand out during her first year, so Professor Glass, who recognized her talent, was her savior. She believed that he had a purpose behind his seemingly extreme actions, although she did not know his exact purpose. She is determined to strictly follow his request to guard the entrance to the underground waterway, but she falls to her knees, saying that he is going way too far. This is because, before her, stands Tarkin roaring in rage, with Janica on top of him. She asks with fury burning in her eyes as Dorothy trembles before her. She demands to know Ed's location. Poor Dorothy is so horrified that she froths at the mouth. Meanwhile, ignoring her, the spirit sorcerer is trying to figure out where he might be, with her other spirits in tow. She tries to remember which way to go, mumbling to herself with confusion in her eyes. It's much later that she recognizes the top student of the alchemy faculty's third years, who is still frothing at the mouth. She is worried that she scared poor Dorothy and tries to cover her up. Suddenly, Lortel appears with a few others behind her. Foxy knows that Janica, excluding Lucy, is among the top students of all years. She is an ace of Sylvania and boasts the most brilliant force. She will do anything to ensure our guy's safety. However, if she succeeds, then she would carry him away all lovey-dovey, and they would go back to the camp together. Then he would be so infatuated with her, his face blushing with love, that they would end up married, and plan to have many children. The merchant is often known to make the most rational decisions about everything in life, but when it comes to our guy, her judgment regresses. So, she tells the spirit sorcerer that he has already been rescued, and that he got hurt while being kidnapped. She also lies that he is lying in bed at the camp, asking when she will come to his side. Foxy wants to be the one to save him, so she will get rid of the spirit sorcerer first. However, Janica is immediately suspicious that Lortel would willingly share all this information with her. She is not as naive as the girl had expected. As soon as she pinned down his location, she ran to the underground waterway. She was just near the entrance, so there was no way he got rescued without her noticing. She also got here before everyone else, so who rescued him and how did they do it without her seeing them? She usually seems so thoughtless and naive, but all of that disappears, and she becomes very sharp when it comes to our guy. Foxy tries to redirect the conversation, and Janica deduces that she is using the trading company's employees to rescue Ed. They are not trained in combat and she thinks the merchant is acting too cowardly, then says dangerously. Lortel is annoyed that she is so logical all of a sudden. The spirit sorcerer already asked Lucy for help at first, but she just yawned and walked away, since she never listens to others and prefers to do things her way. So, she is also alone, just like the merchant. The merchant has to agree that this is not the time to get in each other's way, especially since they have no other competitor. She asked all her employees to wait near the entrance, and no more words were needed. Janica will search the east side of the waterway, and Lortel will search the other side. The important thing is to rescue our dude who is in grave danger. So, they both run at max speed in the opposite direction, both of them determined to be the one to find him first and save him. Meanwhile, Ed is in serious trouble thanks to their ruckus because now Rihanna has spotted him. Who will be the one to rescue him from this dangerous situation? Just as we wonder that question, the ceiling above cracks with lightning, and the rubble from above falls on top of the library guardian, scaring Mug, who wishes now that it was just an earthquake. The person standing on top of the fallen Rihanna, stretching her arms and sitting in the spotlight, is the lazy Lucy that we all know and love. Looks like my girl got bored sitting in the shelter, so she came to help our boy get out of this mess. And now that she has entered the scene, we already know that this is game over for everyone else involved. The scene changes in the next chapter, where the sun shines upon Principal Obel as he stands on the balcony. A man asks if he is sure that it is fine to sit back and do nothing while children fight their battles for them. However, the principal says that it is a good opportunity for them to grow, because flowers bloom where the leaves fall. The person asks if they need to be pushed this hard, since this is the greatest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. Across the entire history of Sylvania, this generation of students is a rare find, and each year's class has so many promising students, whom they have so many expectations of. Like stars, they are countless. However, the principal feels like this is a warning of upcoming trials that makes him believe even talented people will struggle. That is how intense it has to be. Meanwhile, Ed's hut smokes from where Lucy left it, and the smoke goes on to reveal a hole in the distant hillside. The gaping and smoking black hole leads deep into the underground waterway, past various tunnels, and opens through the ceiling on the ancient library, where the guardian now lies, defeated underneath the rubble. Ed groans, his hand on his face as he calls out to Lucy. Oblivious and unbothered, she asks if he has any jerky left. He of course does not have any with him, and she sulks in disappointment, saying that she will find a place to take a nap. The situation is a mess, and judging by the time, Janica and Lortel should have entered the underground waterway already. He needs to go there and stop them from progressing any further. Considering Taylor's growth so far, if he defeats all the bosses of the latter half, then skipping Rihanna should not completely mess with the scenario. Everything is fine, and the only real problem is the lazy mage that has entered the scenario. If she meets the professor, then the bad ending event will start. He must stop that from happening, so he places his hand on her shoulder and tells her to stay with him. She is confused and he sweats nervously, but he won't back down. He recalls Janika's words when she said that the biggest help a person can receive is having someone quietly stay by his side. Since Lucy is so strong, she makes him feel safe, so even if she does not say anything, he wants her to stay. She is still focused on the jerkies and wonders if he really has none. Annoyed, he tells her to stop talking about jerkies and to just stay with him until they get out of the underground waterway. She agrees to help him get out, however, he has some things to take off before he leaves. She sighs but agrees to help him with that too, and then he asks her for a favor. He lifts her up and carries her on her back, racing away at full speed. Now he will get out of there by going in reverse. He will get everything he needs from the library, find the two girls, and finally get out of this place. She sleepily asks if he has any jerks again and he has to once again tell her no. Dark red eyes peek out from above the library shelves, and ravenous bats fly out at them. He uses ignition to roast them, defeating them in a fiery and roaring blaze. His elemental magic increased and so did his mana resonance. He wonders if he should call this the real thrill of mob hunting, since he is being bombed by the special exp explosion of the monsters. He silently promises the hero that he will not take too much, as he defeats various foes in his race to escape. There is a concealment spell cast somewhere around there, the magic resonance and unique insight that Professor Glass acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who specializes in spirit connection, Lortel was quickly finding the way. She acknowledges that this is not the time to exchange sweet words, and suddenly she realizes something. Right now, she genuinely wanted to help another person with pure intentions, without the bargain of getting anything back in return. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship that couldn't be bought with money, and her heart swelled again. She acknowledges it as the same feeling as before. The sound she hears is from somewhere close. Her heart is beating fast once more, and her face flushes pink. Then suddenly, the wall in front of her explodes, and Ed appears. He greets her with a surprised face, while she simply stares back at him in utter confusion. He sighs in relief and tells her that he was kidnapped, while also loaded with a lot of magical items. He asks her to help him carry some of his items since they are too heavy to carry by himself. She gapes at the items, which are all advanced crafting formulas. She is stupefied to find that he was not in grave danger, but he says that he was in danger. However, he managed to escape thanks to Lucy. Lortel is horrified to see her on Ed's back, and thinks the situation is too dangerous and too cruel. The spirit sorcerer is a coward who can't ever take a chance with Ed, and Foxy has been the most proactive in making progress. They even shared a kiss. That day, she had been so short on breath that she almost set the forest on fire. She can't believe that he can act so nonchalantly with another girl in front of her. He asks her to please hold on to the crafting scrolls for him, and that if the trading company can bring the materials for that, then he will gladly pick them up. If there is anything she wants to buy, then he does not mind her buying it for cheap since she helped him so much. She yells his name, thinking that she needs to push hard and take control, but he then begs her that she is the only one she can trust. He has really crossed the line now. How could he make such a demand of her at a time like this? However, her ears flush pink and his words ring over and over in her head about how much he trusts her and how grateful he is to her. She is only able to ask gleefully if he needs a receipt, silently cursing how she has become a pushover. One of the merchants finally catches up with her and takes a moment to catch his breath in relief at finding her. They now have a huge problem. Meanwhile, in the underground waterway, Taylor and his team march forward on their quest to save Ayala. Gloomy Clebius is still hesitant and asks why they can't just leave. However, Elvira stomps on his foot and tells him that they have to do this. He is still not convinced since he never really liked either of the victims very much. The hero apologizes to him but says he still has to save his girl, and asks the Gloomy to please do him this favor. Ziggs insists that the girl they are going to save is a good person and tells Gloomy not to back out. Even the pretty blonde seer, Adele, points ahead. With a smile, she says that she feels something ahead. Her prophecies often hit the mark as if she peeks into the future. She has a feeling they are going to meet a very tough opponent up ahead. She points towards one of the dark entrances ahead, when suddenly an explosion comes from it. Janica appears with Tarkin, and they are shaking down yet another person they found in the dungeon, who is screaming about things not being planned from the very beginning. It was a simple whim, and they begged for a better chance. She still cannot remember the way and if she is to go left or right. She wonders if they went too far to the right. She pauses and turns with her spirits, waving happily at the hero and his group. Ziggs is happy to see her, but the others are terrified of her. They can never forget the learned fear that is now rising within them. Rationality when paralyzed by fear leads to misunderstandings, and they remember the time she nearly beat them up for fighting Ed. There is no guarantee that they can win against her, but they think she is their opponent and are already ready to give it their all. Meanwhile, Ziggs and Adele are confused. Meanwhile, the spirit sorcerer is confused about why they are looking at her like that, and wonders if she did something wrong. She wonders if she grilled the assistant professor too hard. The wolfman tries to calm the hero down, but Taylor is determined to fight to save his girl. Suddenly, a voice halts them, and our guy appears from the second entrance. They are all shocked to see him, since he's supposed to be kidnapped. Janica immediately rushes to him to check if he is alright. The hero goes tense at our guy's arrival, especially since he is aware of his fighting style. Only with archery and a little magic, he once single-handedly held off 3 opponents way more skilled than he was. Combining that with the power of his friends makes him unstoppable. Since the Opheles Hall incident, our dude has grown significantly. They might have been able to defeat only the Spirit Sorcerer, but with Ed here too, his chances of victory are 0. Ed marches towards the tense hero, his face an unreadable mask. However, he just encourages the hero to continue his quest, telling him that his girl is waiting as he walks past. It is Taylor's job to catch Glass. He will not interfere and keeps walking away with Lucy on his back. It is time for them to play their roles. The hero will handle the scenario, and our guy will take care of the variables outside, which includes Elte's surprise attack. In other words, he's going to catch Foxy's father. The issue reported by the trading company's staff was bound to blow up eventually. News came in that the mercenaries hired by the Golden King had entered Arkan Island. The mid-boss of the second episode in the original story was thoroughly defeated without even a chance to recover. The Golden King fell from power at a different time and in a different way, and because of that, he was able to escape unlike in the original story. Foxy knew that he was planning a counterattack, and it looks like he made use of the loophole with many personnel from the trading company stuck in the academy. The place is completely defenseless. They need to return immediately. Our guy got the magical engineering crafting formulas and so many magical tools this time, and they might be more useful than he imagined. However, if you were to name the best tool he has for surviving in this world, it would undoubtedly be the advantage of knowing about the future. The scenario unfolding now is the final part of episode 2, and the glass subjugation battle is nearing its end. The plan to have the storyline unfold as per the original story is still the same. If the Golden King is the mid-boss of episode 2, then he will of course attack in episode 2 just like in the original story. He will take down Elte, and he tells Ziggs that the path is almost clear. They just need to ask Yahello for the details and rescue her. In the end, Taylor has to be the one to sort out the scenario, because only after mastering all the unique skills and completing his growth can he face the big boss of the final scenario. There is a lot of stuff to sort out inside the underground waterway, and after this, the magic tower summoned by Glast will cover the sky and unleash dreadful spells. It will be really painful in going forward. There will be many harsh trials ahead that are hard to endure with human willpower alone. However, Ed pauses after calling Taylor's name and tells him good luck. The hero does not need him to make any grand cheers, so our dude races forward with his team without looking back. They know that Elte is targeting the trading company to secure evidence that Foxy orchestrated the loss from the sale of the armor, which made him lose his position. They need to first inform the academy that the mercenaries have invaded. The Spirit Sorcerer asks them to pause a moment, but our dude tells her that they are in a hurry. She grits her teeth in annoyance and yells that he will get hurt again. He was just kidnapped and barely escaped, yet he is rushing in to fight the Golden King. He collapsed from overwork just a few days ago. This matter should be handled by the Elte company and not them, since it has nothing to do with him. She does not want him to get hurt anymore. He knows she is right, and that this is not really his business. However, he has to deal with a big variable like Elte to feel at ease about the game plot. Fortunately, to capture the Golden King, they need the help of both Elte, Lortel, and Janica, so he is sure that Foxy will drag them along with a good excuse. However, in a rare unpredictable situation, the Vixen agrees with the Spirit Sorcerer. She holds Janica's hand and admits that involving him is selfish, since he should be resting somewhere safe. They suddenly get along in matters regarding keeping him safe, and it is nice to see, but this is not the time for him to rest. So, he says that Lortel's matter is not someone else's business for him, which shocks Foxy and horrifies Janica. The Spirit Sorcerer demands that he explains what he means, while the Vixen blushes cutely with joy. He tells them to hurry and that they don't have time, and they once again take off in a run. He tries to think of how to explain his words, but coming up with a reason is always hard. Suddenly, the Spirit Sorcerer offers an out by saying that it is because of his contract with the Vixen. If she lost the trading company, then his magic engineering supplies would be disrupted too. That is why it is not someone else's problem. He pauses for a moment, but he is so desperate for an out that he immediately agrees with her. Meanwhile, Lortel is still blushing in bliss at his words. He thinks the Spirit Sorcerer is pretty smart, which is as expected of the top student in their year. All that aside, he glances at the complete chaos inside the tunnels, and the many fallen bodies of the rock monsters that must have guarded the entryway. The hero was so horrible without any regard for seniority in this situation, that at times like this, he was really heartless. However, he soon realizes the chaos was caused by the very guilty Janica. She cries that she did not mean to do it, but somehow things turned out like this. Lortel laughs that she is heartless, but the spirit girl insists that she is not a heartless person, and that they are just misunderstanding the situation. Anyway, they are almost at the exit now, so they will talk more outside after they have helped the academy. The carriage she came in is at the entrance with the staff. They emerge from the underground waterway to find chaos outside. The carriage has been destroyed and the bodies in the water beaten up. Foxy chuckles with a dark grimace and notes that the Golden King was faster than she expected. He stands before them with his arms crossed, a dark shadow over his face. She greets him, calling him father, and he asks who taught her how to manage documents so that there would be no evidence in the company's records even if he scours through them. There was a gap in her personnel management. All he had to do was threaten the worker and he revealed that she was headed to this waterway. The man apologized for his betrayal and she smiled. Elte mentions that it took a long time for her to master that expression. It is a pity that the only evidence left is her confession, and it will be a waste to ruin her with torture. He waves his fingers and red light gleams in the eyes of the fallen bodies. Suddenly, with a whoosh they spring from the water and launch themselves at them. They raise sharp weapons and attempt to slice at our dude and the fox girl, but she blocks their attack with magic. She knew that he would not be alone, but he really loved to bring mercenaries into the academy, just like last time. The professor fled with the Sage's grimoire, but there is no need for comparisons with last time. This time is different. This time he has come with the continent's best mercenaries, and they far outnumber them. He tells his hired men that he only cares about Lortel's life, so the others can be cannon fodder, and he wants them finished off quickly. The mercenaries attack, firing arrows which soar through the air at them. But Janica blocks off the attack with her magic. Arrows fly close to Ed, but no arrow can touch him as the girls protect him with their magic. The spirit sorcerer uses her defense bird magic to protect him from the arrows, pushing them aside. She warns him to be careful because their movements are well coordinated. He thanks her and notices Elte's annoyance. He says that spirit sorcerers are always a hassle to handle, but this time is different, and he pulls out a suspicious-looking paper. It is the legendary grade magical engineering item, Valerius Prejudice. It suppresses the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. Despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use, based on the magic restriction of the night butterfly flower reagent that Elvira used. Belarus Prejudice is its high-ranking variant. It has the drawbacks of taking time to activate and the preparations to trigger it being fatally obvious, but it is a very dangerous item. They are already at a numerical disadvantage, while their opponent has the combat power of a veteran mercenary group that he can't get through during the time needed to activate it. Most importantly, their entire party consists only of mages. He already knows their powers, so Lortel is not surprised that he came prepared. If that thing activates, they are done for. The Golden King will be held accountable by the Academy and is asked how he will deal with that. He laughs maniacally and says it is better than losing his life. A third-rate villain who should have been eliminated early in the story. Even the butterfly effect caused by a third-rate villain can shake the world significantly. Our guy knows it well because he is the same. Their opponent is a mid-boss. If he survives, he likely will be a big variable in this world. The Golden King is the villain who gets backstabbed and exits the stage. That is how it was supposed to go. He killed her parents and did whatever it took to achieve his glory and prosperity. He is an absolute villain. However, our guy does not feel the slightest bit of animosity towards him. This is because ultimately, he is persistently blocking their path so that he can survive, just like him. However, he has no intention of giving Elte the chance. He will not lie and say it's because he is ready to handle all the variables he has created. He doesn't mind if he is called selfish. This is his story, and he finally calls on Lucy on his back, telling her to wake up. She steps down from his back with a big tired yawn. She mumbles that they are so noisy, and her magic powers activate. Light floods the area, and her magic power sparks around her in waves. This is where Lucy the Slothful awakens, and only judging from this one panel alone, I'm pretty sure this Elte dude is straight up fucked. The book, Glock's Travelogue, which was written by Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was crafted in a humble little cabin that did not quite match his fame. It was known by almost no one, except Lucy, of course, as she was his granddaughter. While she lazily slept and hovered in the air near him, he would often tell her that her natural talent was no reason to stop learning. He told her that she should always continue to learn, to be humble, and use her powers for the benefit of all. He warned her to be wary of the loneliness and bitter solitude that comes with overwhelming strength. At the blank look on her face, he pauses his lecture and finally asks her to promise him 3 things, and she listens curiously to his request. The first promise is that she will not kill anyone. The second is that she will avoid anything that might stain her hand with blood, even by accident. And the third promise is that she will live the life of a student during her time at Sylvania. Present day, dark purple lightning flashes around Lucy as she activates her powers, and she looks dangerous. It is evident that Elte prepared the best mercenaries from the fact that most present were veterans. They had survived for long in the mercenary life, and the very act of crossing the line of death multiple times already signifies strength. They had honed an instinctive sense of situational awareness, and their quick responses had become second nature. Right now, those very instincts screamed at them to halt their fight immediately. Elte screamed at them to keep fighting, but they weren't about to do that against magic that surpassed their understanding. However, most of the relatively young mercenaries do not have this survival instinct, and they rush at Lucy with their weapons raised. She shoots them a cold bored stare. Despite being a mage, she does not use magic very often. Just the flick of her finger renders maximum damage to the charging mercenary and sends the mercenary flying. She does not use magic because she can simply use the physical force generated from the overwhelming compression of mana coming from her. Simply put, she doesn't need to use magic when she can just use violence, and the eyes of her opponents widen in fear. Seeing the table turning, Elte checks how much time he's got before he can activate something. He just needs a little more time. However, she locates him and identifies him as the leader, so she will just have to take him down. However, Ed places a calming hand on her shoulder while the Merchant King falls to the ground in fear. Our main guy tries to say something to her, but turns in shock when he thinks an earthquake starts. However, it is not an earthquake and purple lightning flashes around the school. On a night when the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line and are visible, Professor Glass's advanced spectral magic distorts the laws of nature. Thus begins the descent of the magical realm, and purple magical light floods the area. The magic tower that covered the sky in the final stage of Episode 2's last battle, our main guy sees it and thinks that this is good timing. The hero and his team should have defeated the monster in the underground waterway and learned the necessary skills by now. Now that everyone who is necessary to clear the episode is together, even if it might take some time, Taylor will be able to stop Glass. The scent of the magic realm was triggered at the same time it was triggered in the original storyline, which means the scenario is progressing without any issues. Of course, since this magic is so alien and different from any other, everyone except him must be confused. This is even beyond the comprehension of Janica and Lortel, who are top students. However, to his surprise, Lucy suddenly looks into the sky and says that each of the 10 magic towers plays a role in absorbing aspectual magic. She flies into the air, saying in the case, bringing back the dead might actually be possible, and Ed watched her with worry in his eyes. In the epilogue of Episode 2, the players find Miss Lazy after the incident, and when she wakes, she lazily shrugs off the incident. She was supposed to be napping on the roof of the Tricks Hall for the entire scenario. However, if she is woken early in Phase 1 before the scenario is over and brings her into the party, then the cornered Professor Glass makes her an offer. He offers to resurrect with a spectral magic, not Sylvania, but her disciple, Archmage Glocked, the prodigy's grandfather. That is how Lucy turns into an enemy, and the entire party gets annihilated. It is an unavoidable bad ending. In the end, they only see her slowly disappearing into the underground waterway to join the professor and accomplish their dark quest. In Episode 2, she was never meant to be defeated. Even the most hardcore and dedicated players who spent hundreds of hours trying to find a way came to the conclusion that there was no way to defeat her. Unexpected disruptions in the main scenario caused by variables that were not part of the original plot can still be patched up if our main guy intervenes. Sometimes, those variables can even twist the predetermined bad endings. Elte uses the moment they are distracted and activates Belarus Prejudice, thus suppressing all the mana in the vicinity for the next 10 minutes. Miss Lazy feels her mana draining, seeping away into the golden pitcher he summoned. The Merchant King then screams for his mercenaries to use the chance to fight the brats while they cannot use magic. Heeding his call, one of the mercenaries draws his sword and rushes at Ed, but he stretches out his hand and activates Windblade, to their almighty shock, and blasts the mercenary away. While our guy is also an unexpected variable in the scenario, there are entities that even he cannot stop. The Merchant King is shocked that our guy can still use his powers, and a nervous sweat drips down his face, because even the overwhelming suppression power of the legendary grade magic item, Belarus Prejudice, has its limits. Those limits happen to end and begin at the vast amount of Lucy's mana which flows like an endless sea. After all, it is impossible to drain the sea using a bucket. She says that she will clear the way, her eyes glowing menacingly as she announces that she has somewhere that she wants to go to. The Merchant King's experience is no lesser than a veteran mercenary's. The sense of survival honed by being on the edge of life and death now warned him of his certain death as he knelt before her. He knelt defeated and overwhelmed before the unstoppable might of the young prodigy. She gathers mana in her palm and lets the force of it fill her fingers as she prepares to flick them. She asks the Merchant King if he is aware that he can die, for she knows as well that Elte is no match for her. However, our main guy placed himself in front of the kneeling Golden King and reminded her it was not fine to kill others. It was odd for him to be so concerned about Elte's life. However, she hesitated because she remembered her promise. She had promised her grandfather that she would avoid anything that would stain her hands with blood. The person Ed was worried about was not the one who was going to die. He stared into her eyes with worry, concern, and determination, and her hand, which had been ready to flick, faltered. She turned and agreed to let it go. He asked where she was going, and she said that she needed to go somewhere. Conversations with Ed Rothtaylor always go like this, and he asked if she was sure that she would not regret it, which made her pause in the air. She had not expected a reply from him, and she hesitated in the air with her back turned while he waited on the ground. He stared at her in worry, and she remained deep in thought. She recalled the last chapter of her grandfather's book, What's Lost is Lost. Sadly, those who have lost must become stronger. She was told to become stronger as she hugged the book to her chest. The last sentence of that book was dedicated to her, who had brought a stop to his life. Her grandfather had died with a smile on his face, and her head stayed bowed as she recalled his death. Finally, she responded no, and then vanished before Ed's eyes. All 57 of the mercenaries boarded the boats, and it seemed everybody safely retreated. Now that they checked that, Lady Janica, who oversaw their retreat, was expected to return soon. Deciding how to handle the subdued Elte was on the back burner for now. They could hand him over to Lortel in the trading company, as she would probably take care of most of the work. After all, she herself must end her bad blood with him, and she loomed over him, glaring down at his bound figure. Our guy figured that perhaps it was because he overexerted himself while already exhausted. Now, after rushing to the highest building in Sylvania, his body felt heavy. The Tricks Hall is the starting point of this episode. It is the place where Glass stole the Sage's grimoire and where Taylor started chasing him. The Academy had taken care of the injured that resulted from the incident, so he did not expect to return there. Our guy ended up coming all the way to Tricks Hall in the end. Though unintentional, his reverse journey through the stages of the episode had come together perfectly. From journeying up from the secret laboratory to the hall where it had all begun. This was where the hero started, and this is where our guy's journey will end. He opens the door to reveal Lucy watching the final showdown from afar. Among the student center buildings that Janica destroyed was the Glocked Hall. The institution that awarded him this semester's scholarship is also the Glocked Scholarship Foundation. Her grandfather had been a man who lived frugally, but he had donated most of his amassed wealth to Sylvania Academy, and his traces clearly remained all around this academy. That is why it was not difficult for him to find Lucy. He had guessed that she would be there, and he stood behind her at the place where they could look down and see the entire academy. After all, to her, this academy was her grandfather's legacy. The large glowing towers of the Aspectual Magic stand tall over the school, and Ed watches with Lucy from the rooftop of Tricks Hall. In the moment they spend together, she calls his attention, and he asks what she wants. Her response is to ask if he has some beef jerky. He had already told her that he had none, and he repeated himself with a tired sigh. Conversations like this are common between them, and he asks what she is doing here. She replies that she is thinking about the old days. He looks down from the height, thinking that he would die instantly if he fell from that height. She mentions that she used to cry a lot back then because something really sad happened. But at some point, she stopped feeling so sad. He asked her why, and she said that she thought about it deeply, and the reason was surprisingly simple. It was because a lot of time had passed, and dwelling on old wounds was foolish. Even if she tried to revive her grandfather with Aspectual magic, he would have to leave again someday. Besides, he had already prepared himself for death, so he might get angry and die again. Resurrecting a legendary archmage who had dedicated his life to the study of magic with such forbidden magic would be nothing but an insult. She knew from the beginning that wanting to revive him was just her being selfish. Then he speaks, catching her attention, and as she turns to him, he asks if she is okay. It is not his place to say since he tried to stop her, but he cannot help but ask. Her changing her mind about reviving her grandfather feels like it could be a whim, and if she changed her mind again, then something terrible could happen. He could not help but make sure, but even in this situation, she would probably ask for jerky again. However, she asks him to lend her his shoulder as she scoots closer to him. He wondered why she made him sit next to the railing, but it turned out that it was just so she could lean on him while the powerful magic consumed the towers. It would be hard to find someone as passionate about Aspectual magic as Professor Glass in the future, so resurrection magic is also at its end. The dead are dead, and what is lost remains lost. That loss is different from person to person, but in the end, it comes to everyone equally. So, they must learn to accept that loss and cover their wounds with what they have now. Lucy understood this well, as tears filled her eyes and she cried bitterly. He could only sit silently by her side while looking up at the magic tower in the sky. The starry sky in his view seemed higher than usual and painted in sparkly colors of blue and purple. It was quite beautiful. The magic spreads through the sky as a giant golden golem raises itself from the underground, in order to protect the offering inside it, which was Yahello, the professor's chosen sacrifice. The hero's party panted hard as they stared up in dismay and anger at the grand figure. It was an ancient weapon created by Glass with Aspectual magic, powered by their captive friend. It was the final battle of Episode 2, and the magic engineering golem rose against them, controlled by Professor Glass. The Glass subjugation battle was now in its final phase as he turned his hand towards the gathered heroes and controlled the giant golem, and spurred it to attack the team of gathered heroes. Taylor's eyes widened in alarm as the golem struck as Glass commanded. The group had to rescue Ayla, who was trapped inside the golem's heart, and wreckage filled the atmosphere. Siggs caught the golem's hand and kept it suspended away from the group. He screams for the hero to go ahead, and he leaps, racing up the golem's restricted arm, his mind only on saving the girl. As Taylor charges at him, the professor cannot help but curse his nearsightedness. Taylor swings his sword at him and yells for the professor to give back his girl, like a toxic clingy ex. At some point, the professor was struck and blood sprayed from the wound he earned from the hero. The professor stopped being able to see anything without glasses. His eyes widened as he acknowledged that life as a teacher was bound to be static. His days were almost always the same, sitting at the large desk in his personal lab, reading ancient grimoires, analyzing Aspectual magic as the books on his desk started to pile up. He was also involved in managing academic curriculums and reviewing materials to teach students. As he kept doing that, the scenery outside the window continued to change. It was snowing when a first-year elemental studies student kept coming to his personal study. She said that she wanted to study intermediate magic in advance. It was raining when the youngest professor who caused trouble always came begging for forgiveness, flustered with tears in her eyes. The wind was blowing strongly when the highest-ranking dean out on business stopped by for his usual cup of tea. Even after he became the principal, that did not change. As the weather kept changing and people came and went, Professor Glass sat in the same place, buried in his work, thinking that the painful memories would eventually disappear as well, but they never went away. In the present day, he spits blood and his body trembles from the force of channeling the power of the grimoire to subdue the hero's attack. He manages to blast Taylor away with magic. He activates a spectral magic, small-scale time travel, and heals himself. The painful memories do not disappear. His eyes redden and the dark magic thrums to the air as he unleashes attack after attack on our brave and fearless heroes. Clebius screams in question on the nature of the attacks. The professor activates another blast of a spectral magic and the shimmering purple magic floods the towers and shakes the atmosphere. He activates multi-time prison and all the students become frozen in time. Ziggs notices on time and screams at Taylor to dodge, firing a blast of magic to push him away. The Wolfman ends up frozen as well, but Taylor manages to avoid it, and Ziggs freezes while Taylor barely escapes, falling by stabbing his sword into the magical wall of the purple tower. Professor Glass is stained with blood and his head is downcast. His vision blurs, and through the long darkness beyond his eyelids, he sees what he lost, his daughter smiling brightly at him. He remembers then that he was almost there. He can achieve his goal, but Taylor climbs up once more, standing before him and panting heavily. The professor tells the hero to give up already and to stop trying to stop him. Harnessing the spectral magic around him, with all of his might, he will reverse reality. The golem charges up its firepower and blasts the powerful magic from its mouth, its eyes glowing red. However, Taylor launches at it, slicing here, there and everywhere with his mighty sword. The golem explodes in golden light, having been diced to oblivion, and Professor Glass stares in shock. His eyes widen in awe as he takes in the power thrumming through the hero and his white hair. The professor asks the hero if he is using a swordsman form. Not waiting for an answer, he activates a spectral magic, time reversal, and time rewinds, even for those who had been frozen in time, and the hero's party soon starts returning back to normal. The professor shouts that it is pointless for them to resist him so much, even if it costs him the rest of his life. He is determined to do what it takes to achieve his dream. However, he spits blood, as someone activates intermediate ice magic, ice spear, and freezes the man in place. It was Ziggs and he shouted for Taylor to attack now. All the party members leap forward and they attack the professor and his dark magic as a team using the power of friendship. He stares at their incoming attacks and wonders if this is the end. His eyes widen and the golem throws up its hand in final defeat. There is a large and golden explosion, and golden smoke pours from every crack of the mighty golem. Its destruction makes such a loud noise. Yahello is finally freed from it and she falls into the arms of Taylor, who was waiting to catch her, and he carries her in his arms bridal style with his hair a beautiful snow white, while the golem and the professor's years of work fall to ruin behind him. After the chaos comes the smoke from the fading magic, and inside the smoke, the professor heaves a defeated sigh. He admits that the children won, and he falls back from where he stands, tipping from one of the beautiful flashy purple towers and falling from the sky. He falls a great many feet down, his body limp from defeat as he descends from the sky, his body covered in bruises and his glasses cracked, his hair flying in the wind. Professor Glass is a defeated man. As he falls, the pain of losing his daughter remains and he mumbles that he misses her. He calls her name Miri and draws closer and closer to the ground. However, before he can finish the process of falling to his death, a magic circle appears beneath him, catching him. So it is that the professor vanishes into thin air. The magic circle reappears in the woods and he is deposited there. He used a spectral magic and spatial leap, and he leaned against a tree while he caught his breath. He left that magic circle for the final escape, and he coughs out blood now in the forest with his head bowed. For some reason, he escaped way too late, and even using magic to stop the bleeding seemed pointless. His hand slid down the tree as his knees gave way and he slid further down the grass, barely keeping upright. Anyone could guess from the original storyline that he had no future, but seeing it firsthand, it is clear that he will surely die in that moment in the forest. However, when he looks up, he is surprised to see a student in the woods, way past their curfew. That student is none other than our guy Ed Taylor. Despite everything, there was something that he wanted to confirm. Let's resume the story from an ago of the last point we left off, where the bright and sparkly purple magic still covered the magic towers. Before the teleportation magic got cast, Janica had sent the mercenaries outside the island. Meanwhile, Lortel confined the former merchant king in the trading company, which neutralized and eliminated all threats. Both girls promised to meet again in front of the underground waterway once everything was done, so the redhead hurries there now. She just needs to check that Ed is safe after he heads to the Tricks Hall, and to her immense horror, she finds him with Lucy. Oblivious, he greets her, but Foxy can only focus on the intense grip that the little prodigy has on her crush's sleeve. All the red sirens in her head are screaming danger as she glares in frustration at the scene before her. Meanwhile, our guy is still oblivious. When he sees the top third-year student, Dorothy, and assistant Professor Claire, he guesses that the situation in the underground waterway has ended. However, to his surprise, the assistant professor has tears in her eyes and he wonders why she is crying. Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire and Dorothy see them and scream in fear. This is because Janica has appeared with her giant flaming dragon in tow, and she lands before them like a superhero. Immediately, she asks to confirm that the magic tower uses aspectual magic, because there is something that she wants to check. Lately, Janica's meeting with the spirits has turned into consistent report meetings about our dude. Those meetings were originally out of her goodwill to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkin mentioned that he detected some aspectual magic coming from the magic tower in the northern forest, which warranted investigation. If the magic surrounding the towers is aspectual magic, then it's easy to guess who was behind the magic felt in the forest. However, there has not been a single magic tower built in the northern forest, so she wonders what Professor Glass was doing in that region. This makes our dude think about it, and he knows that nothing much happened before in the original story. He probably does not need to interfere, however, even the fake boss, Elte, had a huge impact on the plot when left alone, so he cannot brush this event aside. If someone of Professor Glass's caliber does not exit the stage, it is unimaginable how much influence he would have in future scenarios. So, that night he goes to investigate, and as the glimmering purple towers begin to lose their magic and collapse, Ed tries to confirm it one more time. However, he ended up showing up just as Professor Glass appeared bleeding in the northern forest. The girls come with him and while Lortel is resigned, Janica is horrified and asks the bleeding professor what he is doing there. Coughing blood, Professor Glass just says he is looking at the moon. He asks if they think that is funny, but the spirit sorcerer immediately denies the humor. He smiles in exhaustion, saying that it is strange that he finds himself quite laughable. Our guy points out that he must have known that he would fail, and he keeps laughing. The professor admits that he is right. In the end, he was bound to fail one way or another. It was reckless, but he never thought he would be subdued by a gathering of meddling students. Even if he had won, he knows the principal Obel would have taken him down. He wonders if the principal did not interfere from the start because of their years of relationship. Anyway, he does not think Obel is suited to be the principal. He tells Ed that he is a better student than he thought and that it is a shame that he discovered him too late, which was quite unlike himself. Our dude asks why the professor kidnapped him in the first place. The professor admits that our dude's talents were exceptional and he at first planned to use him for his scheme. However, he ended up fainting from overwork, so that plan failed too. When he hastily went back to get him, he had already escaped. The professor thinks of dying lonely like this as paying for his sins. It is not a bad deal compared to the sins he committed. Still, the 17 years he spent with his daughter were not lonely. They are surprised to hear that she was 17, and he admits that was her age. The years were both long and short. Then, he points out that he has known Assistant Professor Claire for a long time too, and Professor Glass is confused. He had known her for 4 years during the degree program, 5 years after obtaining a teaching certificate. If she had stayed until his retirement, that would have been almost 17 years. Before they made their way there, our dude had seen the assistant professor crying, and Professor Glass' eyes widened. Assistant Professor Claire had confessed that her Glass was the type to dislike everything at first glance. With a smile on her face, she recalled that he was the meanest and most stubborn person she had met, always passing work on to others, full of himself, dogmatic, scolding others for the slightest mistake. He is really an impossible person to like. However, he was the most scholarly scholar ever to her, and she cries bitterly in mourning. He was a person with an uncanny intuition for unnecessary things. She must have had a hunch from what Professor Glass told her. Dorothy also spoke with a trembling voice, saying that she did not know what he had been planning. But he was a precious mentor who had recognized her. However, nobody can deny that he recklessly put the lives of students at risk. Nobody, not even the principal, can deny that he went astray. Even right now, nobody is around him as he slowly reflects on his life. He says he will die lonely. Mocking his fate was his misconception as he closes his eyes, blood staining his skin and clothes. When he thinks about it, the sobbing Claire, who became an assistant professor at a young age, and even Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy department, were both considered untalented. Professor Glass kept discovering and nurturing hidden talents like them while saying that talentless people like them had no value at the same time. It was like he was saying that his daughter was also someone valuable. It had been too long to consider it a lonely death. In the end, he remained in the hearts of people. For some, he was a mentor, to others, he was a colleague. Professor Glass has severe myopia. After some point, he could not see anything without his glasses, not even himself. And as he lay silently dying, bruised and broken against that tree, he said that before he had activated Descent of the Magical Realm, he saw the Spirit Library. Our guy made a flashy exit, taking all the legendary rank crafting formulas, but there was no point in doing that. Ed asks if there was something more he could have grabbed, but Professor Glass pulls out a key. He tells our guy that it serves him right. He will have to clean it all up with his own hands now, so the mess is self-inflicted. From now on, that library belongs to him, the professor entrusts it to him. Surprised, our dude asks why he is being given this wonderful gift. However, the professor just lets go of the key that he passed to Ed with blood-stained hands. He asks why our guy is not even happy after he just received the key. He coughs and explains that there is a secret safe beneath the desk that Rihanna guarded. He tells our guy to make sure that he handles it when the academy investigation starts. Lastly, he tells Lucy to look around herself every once in a while. She is there too, listening with the darkness over her eyes as he directs his words at her. His eyes widen and he relaxes, saying she is wise. Since she is behind him, our dude wonders what sort of expression Lucy had in that moment to make the professor react like that. Unfortunately, he cannot see from his position, but her hold on his clothes tightens as Professor Glass finally slips away into the next world, his soul leaving his body. Through Glass, who closed his eyes as though he was simply falling asleep, our guy could only infer. The corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree made it look as if he were in a deep sleep with happy dreams and a smile on his face. They stayed together and watched for a while. The next day, he finds himself brought before some of the school dean. He points out that he got involved in the Glaskin incident, the Opheles Hall occupation, and now the theft of the sage-sealed grimoire. He was there at every site, and he had terrible luck. Ed faces the interrogation squarely, knowing that he has done nothing wrong. After getting scolded all through the night, it is the dean's turn to scold him. He points out that Ed does not know why he was kidnapped by Professor Glass, but he escaped when he got the chance and sought help. During that process, he met up with Taylor's group. Ed confirms the story, saying it all went down the way he wrote in the report. Janica and Lortel came in a hurry to help him, and the dean points out that he left behind Ayla while he escaped alone. He points out that the girl could not move and that she did not trust him at all. So, he went alone to call for help, or so he says. The dean confesses that he is honestly rather suspicious of Ed, and looms over him menacingly. Even if the story makes sense, the repeated coincidences are way too many to excuse. From the dean's perspective, it all looks very suspicious. He points out that Ed acts like he knows nothing, but he gets the feeling that he knows a lot. Our guy faces the flames of the dean and nonchalantly thanks him for such a flattering evaluation. The same goes for his sly behavior. However, because of the Opheles Hall incident and the recent event, our dude is a student who has suffered due to the Academy's negligence. Ed stares at the report and realizes with surprise that it is not the report that he wrote. The report the dean was looking at was his report card. The dean acknowledges that he has worked hard. He will acknowledge Ed's hard work, and the Academy wants to reward him, much to his surprise. He leaves the dean's office with a skip in his step, and someone calls out to him. It is Janica, and he apologizes for making her worry. He asks her if she got hurt since it looked like she fought and he was worried. However, she assures him that he has no reason to worry and that she is fine. Then she gets a message from her spirit bird tweeting on her shoulder. Then Janica doubles back and quickly says that she might not be completely unscathed. She asks if she should say that her body feels a bit sore and that she got hurt a bit while saving him. He is surprised to hear that she got hurt and he asks of the specific place she got hurt. Throwing it back, Janica groans that her back aches. Perhaps she sprained it. He then mentions that he realized something from this incident. She is always the one who works hard and suffers whenever things like this happen. He believes that he took that for granted too much and now she has gotten hurt. It struck him after seeing their professor's last moments. He said regret always comes last. He is eternally grateful for everything she does, but he seems to be a burden to her. Hearing this, Janica starts to panic. He apologizes and says that because of him, she gets hurt, so maybe she should not be involved with him anymore. She immediately screams that she was lying about getting hurt and sobs her apology. Then, he adds that her dorm is the Dex Hall, because starting next semester, he will be moving to the Dex Hall and she ends up way more overjoyed than he expected her to be. A lot happened, but it was wrapped up quickly. Episode 2 ended pretty neatly too, and he could say it is all finished now. The dean told him to end his lonely life as a wanderer and to return to normal life as a normal student because he deserved it. He is allowed to move into the academy dormitory, so now he will leave his log house behind. Personally, he wanted to set up some fences, grow some annual edible plants, and reinforce the hut a bit. But it all feels a bit futile now. His camp life is over and he goes into the house for what should be one of the last times. But just as he opens the door, he hears a huge crash as someone lands right outside his hut. It is Lucy in a sleeping gown and she looks dazed. Someone wonders if it is going to rain. They are in the middle of a forest, with small hills in the distance. That someone is Lucy, and she notes that she is not in Arkan Island. Instead, she is in the northern Ramelan mountain range. She wonders why she is dreaming of her childhood right now. Since she is dreaming of old times anyway, she decides to go see her grandfather's face. When she enters his house, she finds the insides covered in cobwebs and rotting away. He sits at the familiar place on his chair, but he has become a dark shadow instead of a welcoming presence. He raises his head at her presence, turning towards her as his skeletal form screams in rage, demanding why she did not save him when she had the chance. He asks why she looked the other way, and she realizes that she is having a nightmare. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath, then opens her eyes to find herself waking up in her dorm, with a maid asking her to prepare for school now that she has woken up. She says nothing at first while the maid waits for her reaction. Suddenly, she activates high-level spatial magic and the maid has to shield her eyes as Lucy suddenly blasts away. For some reason, she felt the urge to go to the northern forest right away. She landed on our guy's roof just in time to see him return from school. She felt an inexplicable sense of relief just seeing him, and she wondered happily if it was going to rain. However, his eyes widen in horror when she hears him say that his camping life is over, and she plummets from the roof to the ground. Ed recalls a lecture that cats are always unpredictable, and they never play along like people want them to. When a person thinks they have gotten close and tries to pet them, they act aloof and expensive. But when you lose interest and get busy, they get clingy. Cats are always like that, so the best way to control them is to lose interest. So, he turns away and heads inside without paying her any attention. The professor goes on to say that anyone who wants to have a cat-type spirit familiar should just stop giving them attention and act indifferent. Surprisingly, they'll end up coming to you first. The female students laugh, saying this is harder than dating. In the monster economics class, surprisingly, there was a section on these cat-type creatures. Lectures came from the experienced Professor Flurbin, and these lectures were very popular and everyone else had good grades. So, his grades were initially in the lower ranks, but soon, he got ahead in his preparation and there was almost no one who surpassed him when it came to any subject's notes. The lecture ended on the topic of cat spirits for the day, and Ed packed up his notes. However, he was suddenly called to the teacher's office, to his surprise. He is asked if he knows about the Academy's scholarship program. Ed says it is a system where a person contributes to academic tasks in exchange for a discount on tuition. The teacher acknowledges that he knows it well, and that the opportunity is a good opportunity for him. Ed asks what he would do for the program, and the professor responds with various academic tasks. He could assist Assistant Professor Claire since there were quite a few things the Professor Glass was handling alone. Annie's is remarkably capable, but it is too much to handle alone. There is also the duty of semester-end evaluations, and during the break, he will handle the academic society's agendas. At the end of the break, he could handle the freshman class assignment test too, and he tells him not to be too strict with the freshmen. Our dude thinks about it and realizes that guy will also be there. Meanwhile, Lortel assesses the grimoire that has rightfully been returned to her. She can definitely sense the magic resonance is extremely high, and she mumbles a few things as she studies the magical item. However, she wonders if it is really okay to sell such a powerful item to creepy Crepin. The fact that our dude made such a desperate request means that he did not want the creep to have the grimoire in the first place. However, she only bought it so that she could resell it, and she had to consider the money tied up in it. She scolded herself, saying that she needed to be more ruthless, since her motto was to never put off today's work for tomorrow. She recalls that Ed promised to do anything for her as long as she got the Sage Grimoire purchase, and her cheeks heated up once again. So, she pulls out paper and gets to work writing. They get a special winter break class notice, and she wonders who will conduct the class without Professor Glass. She laments her busy schedule, but is thrilled that she does not have to worry about the camp anymore. It is the end of the semester, so she is not the only one that is busy. Janice and Ed must both be occupied, and Lucy, well, she thinks there probably won't be any immediately noticeable changes. However, her hand falters as she writes and sweat drips down her head. She wonders why she feels so uneasy. Meanwhile, back at the camp, the lazy prodigy points out that they are running out of firewood. Our guy turns in surprise and she says that he mentioned they would be short of firewood when winter comes. She sulks while eating beef jerky. He admits that is true. She also asks why he has not been hunting lately, and he wonders why she is suddenly saying something productive. It is not a surprise though, and he has been neglecting camp management on purpose. He is thinking about going to the Dex Hall. If that happened, he would not see her as much and maybe scenarios would unfold with more stability. Just then, Janica arrives, greeting them cheerfully as she rushes over, saying that classes must be over. He agrees that Professor Marie's late afternoon class got cancelled, so he came to the woods to rest. She says they won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so she has got to come here as much as possible while she still has the chance. She really enjoyed spending time at camp, but thinking that this was going to be over made her feel a bit sad, and Lucy listened closely while munching on jerky. The spirit sorceress says that she really liked the camp. She adds that it is really unfortunate that she won't be able to hang out there anymore, but his environment is important too. If he decides to move to the Dex Hall, then he should make sure to call her. She says all happy and flowery while he thinks things over. She promises to help if he has anything that he needs, and since he has a lot to do. She goes on to say that most of their classmates are in Dex Hall. They will see each other more and maybe eat early, and she can show him around on his first day, so she will meet up in the morning, also in the study rooms. If he has trouble finding people to use them with, he can call her. Meanwhile, Ed studies the key he was given and figures it is time to unblock the secret vault in the library that Professor Glass mentioned. Then Janica presents him with an application form for Dex Hall and warns him that if he applies late there is a chance that he will miss out, so it is better to fill out the form early and then think about it. He is surprised that she even took care of this and thanks her. She says she has done it once before so they can fill it out together. They will start with the application and then she pauses in surprise when Lucy suddenly pops out and holds her arms out protectively, standing between Janica and Ed. Her eyes are wide in panic and she is sweating profusely at the thought of anything taking our guy away from her. She finally works up the energy to tell her to stop while waving her hands up and down. She tells him not to take the application. He stares at her in confusion. It was on that day that it all began. His spirit bat congratulates him on all his experience finally paying off. His growth rate is truly remarkable, and Janica claps in glee. His spirit resonance already surpasses that of ordinary novice spirit sorcerers, and his basic mana resonance has also improved significantly. However, she hesitates because the lazy prodigy is glaring at her and she asks if she did something wrong. Usually, the maids at the Opheles Hall make sure to dress her up neatly, but today, she looks like she escaped from the dorm in her pajamas early in the morning. His magic power must have increased too, so he tries some intermediate level magic. As he reads, Lucy sprawls on his leg like a cat. He finds her lurking even when he goes to the dorm for meals. She wraps around him like a coat, hanging from his neck. He wonders what is wrong with her, and the spirit sorcerer apologizes again in confusion when the lazy prodigy hisses at her. She seems to be particularly hostile toward Janica, and he wonders if instead of being hostile, she is afraid. Anyway, intermediate magic is harder to learn than he thought. Even after practicing all day, he still has not mastered the basics. Then suddenly, Lucy asks what he is going to do if she leaves. He says there is somewhere he needs to go. He also needs to check the campfire and the fireplace. The temperature drops below freezing at night, so if he is not careful, he could actually freeze to death. However, if he moves into Dex, he will not have to worry about things like that anymore. He can go once he is done with all his work, and she calls him again. This time he turns to her, paying attention as she sits before him. She then says that they shall go together now, and he stares at her in confusion. A thick red rope tied tightly around the base of a tree with dark orange leaves extends down through a hole that seems to lead deep into the underground. It leads deep down into the hidden library that our dude has now inherited. As he descends carefully, using the rope that he tied round his midsection, he asks Miss Lazy why she accompanied him to such a place. She hops into the space, not even looking at him as she remarks that she could have helped him get down with her magic. He sighed as his foot finally touched the ground and told her to forget it. He needed to make sure that he was able to come down and get back up by himself anyway. Since he will not be able to take all of it at once, he will need to come to the library a few more times. He pushes aside the dust as he moves the broken furniture about, and takes a moment to marvel that a hidden secret safe is in a place like this. He ponders on how the professor held on to the key till the very end, and wonders why. When he unlocks the safe, a huge gust of wind hits them, and Lucy staggers back, grabbing her hat so it does not fly off. Even our dude has trouble keeping his balance. Then his eyes widen when he sees what is hidden inside. It is late at night when they finally start crawling out of the hole, and the tree is bathed in the light of the moon as our guy mumbles that they will soon be outside. It was almost time for Foxy to send the magic engineering item materials he asked for. He also figures that he should ask for a ladder too, because climbing in and out of that hole with a rope is exhausting. If he had not trained his stamina, he would have already given up. Miss Lazy glances back and asks what he retrieved. It was a legendary rank magic tool, Glass Golden Phoenix Ring. It distorts the timeline and brings the magic a person possesses in the future to the present. It is very difficult to craft, yet it sits so beautifully in the palm of our dude's hand. He can use his future magic in the present, so he'd be able to use high-level magic right now, in theory. However, depending on the amount of magic borrowed, he won't be able to fight for a long time. If he uses it impulsively, the price may be huge. That means there's only one way he can use it in battle, and that is when he is driven to a corner and about to be overwhelmed by the opponent's power. He shall use it as his secret card in a final attempt. However, if not in battle, then perhaps a spirit contract. Janica can use so many spirits because of sensitivity, and because she has a huge amount of magic. For beginner spirit sorcerers like him, he only has 1 or 2 slots, and the reason he needs so much practice to even hold a conversation with a low-ranked spirit is because his maximum magic capacity is lacking. If he were able to temporarily increase his maximum magic capacity, he would theoretically be able to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. However, that is a reckless guess and there are risks. If he had the time to make that, Lucy believes the professor should have used it for his own gain. However, our dude disagrees, because it is all in the past, and even if they search through the whole library, there will be nothing more precious than that ring. There is no way the professor would have wasted time. Their Professor Glass said it was a sin to promote those of ambiguous talent. But this is an object that can destroy the wall of talent called maximum magic capacity, and our dude ponders that as he makes his climb up to the surface. This ring must have been the reason the professor researched magic engineering items, and the reason he hid it all, so that no one would know till the very end. It was all for a gift for his daughter. The night sky is full of fluffy white clouds as they ponder. In the past, one of Lucy's sleeve buttons fell off, the button on the very end of the sleeve. She never noticed it when it was on, but once it was gone, her sleeves were so loose that it was uncomfortable. So, she suffered for a long while. He listens curiously to her tale as she adds that often she only realizes the importance of something after it is gone. Something she thought meant nothing was actually very important. She followed him because she had a question that she needed to ask. She asks if he is going to the Dex Hall, staring down at him where he sits on the floor. Her gaze becomes softer as she asks him not to go, staring at her in surprise. He knew it was a difficult request for her to make. However, his mind maintained neutrality, as he pictured and preferred the comforts of Dex Hall over the difficulties that came with living in the woods. To enter Dex Hall or to continue camp life, he breathed heavily as he spoke. Entering Dex would give him a more comfortable life, and it is not normal to live outdoors in the cold winter. She hid her face behind her giant hat and adjusted it on her head, agreeing with his logic. Then she asks if it will rain. She saw the clouds in the sky and felt the moisture of the coming rain on the bridge of her nose. She could sense that it was going to rain, but she asked anyway. However, she was not always right and he said nope. As he stared up at the air, he said that it was not yet time for rain. She also stares up at the sky, a wonder in her purple eyes. One cannot be certain that what will fall from the sky will be the drizzling rainwater. However, at the end of a long monsoon season, one would thoughtlessly imagine that rain would come. Even though the rainy period is over, all that is left is the clear and beautiful sky. He goes on talking and she turns to him in surprise, because he has so much to do these days that he has not gathered enough firewood for the winter. He does not think he will be able to do it alone, but if she helps him, he might have time. If she helps, he might be able to extend his time in the woods. He smiles as he reminds her, just as she said, they do not have enough firewood. Understandably, the girl is absolutely stunned and throws herself at him with joy, her tiny arms wrapping around him, catching him off guard. There's something really soothing and heat-touching about this scene, as leaves fly into the air and our dude finds himself shoved to the ground from the force of Lucy's excited leap. He sighs heavily as she asks if he truly means what he said. He says he has already completely adjusted to camp life, so if they improve their surroundings a bit more, then there are many positives to just staying and living in the woods. However, his eyes widen and he cuts himself off, going silent when he notices something. He flops onto the floor in defeat, his arms spread like he's making snow angels. That was how the second act ended. It was now officially the third act, where the scale of trials will grow. There was so much to think of when he closed his eyes, like Princess Fionia who is aiming for the student council president position, and her fight with Lortel. He's also thinking of the new enemies and main characters that will enter the school as new students, like a mysteriously beautiful lady with a flower in her hair. He thinks of the person who will be the last one standing on this stage, and the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill, who looms menacingly with purple lightning dancing around her. There is so much to think of that he just stops to consider it all for a moment. It will not be easy, but he is putting his worries aside for a moment, because even when the next episode ends, both he and Lucy will be living well and healthily. This is because right here and right now, he sees Lucy make an expression that he has never seen in any scene or any route. She had a bright smile on her face that was bigger and more blinding than the light of the sun, and he was sure that everything was going to be okay. I mean, how can you worry about anything in front of a face so pure and dazzling? And so, winter eventually came, and he dug his shovel into the ground to continue his laborious work. Although it feels comforting while it falls, the snow gathering just meant more work for our poor main character who is living in the woods. He's spent all morning shoveling it all, and it is now the middle of the day. Although it's been a while since he set the policy that he cannot overdo himself because of how much there is to do. He is going all out because he was called out for the school scholarship student task, so he decided to do all the work he had to catch up on the day before. He had so much to do too. He had to finish the firewood and provisions work. But because the preservability is good thanks to the cold weather, he was able to finish the provisions work quickly. Giving up dorm privileges gave him tuition privileges. So, the problem of tuition was able to be resolved, which meant he did not need to divide his day by the hour like he used to do anymore, all thanks to the very helpful dean. However, that alone did not mean that he could just sleep, as he now has a rather lazy cat shamelessly occupying his bed. He had given up on throwing out Miss Lazy by now, and while it is not like her, who is protection magic all around her, to get a cold, it would make him feel bad to throw her into the snow. The current situation brings an ease that he is not sure will come again, and he trudges into the snow-covered woods all dressed up in his fancy uniform. This is because, if he had to take the risk, now would be the perfect time. He settles the ring in his hand and asks it if he can get started. His hand closes into a fist, glowing light of red, orange and yellow encircling his fist as it fills with power. He calls out and asks if the person he is talking to is listening, because he is taking the time to communicate and the intense burning magic swirls and spins around him. His face sets in a serious expression, and he calls out finally to Merylda, the guardian spirit of the forest. What he's going to talk about with the big fox lady is still a mystery for now. But in the meanwhile, we go back on the glistening and beautifully decorated grounds of the giant and prestigious school. The taste of the refreshments that the previous royal patissier was in charge of were required, as well as the terrace that smelt like sweet blossoming flowers. The highest quality refreshment set of Laplace Bakery, which is hard to get because the reservations for it are usually fully booked. But they got it anyway because this was a serious mission. It was the only way Janika's loving friends could lure her sweet and happy self out. It was the perfect bait. The spirit sorcerer is glowing with joy, though she's not sure how she feels about being lured with bait since that makes her sound like a fish. Her friend gets to the point very fast, saying that she is reaching a dangerous line. The sweet and kind spirit sorcerer has completely fallen under Ed's spell, and her friends are not having it. Janny is shocked that her friends have figured her out and demands to know how they know about that, and her friends back that it was so obvious. However, like a good friend, she is not trying to stop her. At first, she felt like she had lost her country, but after her assessment of our dude changed, she decided to accept the situation that had occurred. However, the problem was that the spirit sorcerer's heart pounded so fast every time she saw her crush that she could not even speak when he was around. Clara also noticed that she's been so nervous that she could not even look him in the eye. The talented sorcerer flushes and asks what the interrogation is about, but her friend demands an answer. In denial, Janny lies that instead of feeling nervous, she actually feels snug and comfortable when she is around him. However, her friend screams that behavior is a sign that she is going to the worst bad ending in dating. She fears that her poor sweet friend will end up a comfortable girlfriend, because for some reason that is supposed to be bad. Clara is burning up from excess rage and screams out in anger, wondering what is the point if the emotion exchange only happens unilaterally. She will not stand for unrequited love for Janica and demands that her friend makes her dude think of her with desire. A relationship that involves her liking him and following him around is a follower relationship, and even the spirits are glad to hear someone lay it on thick to their beloved spirit sorcerer. It is winter break now and her friend needs to see some seriousness from her. His face is not bad, and he has a lot of luck with women, so they need a solution fast. She feels super anxious because she will be going home for the holidays, which leaves Janny by herself. However, she advises that rather than a ridiculous game of push and pull, she should do something to activate his desire to protect her. The spirit sorcerer is impressed by her friend who has studied through countless love stories of other friends. Everything she says is correct. However, the reason Ed's assessment has changed is largely due to Clara's influence, and she's done it all because her friend likes him. Since Belle, the academy workers, and their friends all have good things to say about him, most people now trust Ed Rothtaylor. However, Janny's other friend carefully sets her teacup down on the saucer and ponders. She thinks a bit differently about the situation. Judging by how she's been scolded by the librarian for not handing it on time, she has no dignity whatsoever. When people see her acting clumsy and messing up over and over again, it is easy to wonder how such a person became a professor. However, all of the serious professors praise Professor Claire's abilities. Her special ability was called People's Luck. Somehow, she got to have Flurbin and Glast as her masters and teachers, and received guidance from countless scholars and managed to finish her degree. Even now, she has obtained the greatest teacher's assistant, in the form of a girl who people rush to assist when they see her carrying heavy books. She is the reason that Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind, but is terrible at work, managed to handle all of her important tasks. She is the teaching assistant, Annie's Halen of the Faculty of Magic, a second year. She is a second year that made all of the academy workers nod their heads, and she holds the title of the greatest advisor. The reason that the clumsy assistant Professor Claire's personal research lab is this clean all the time is due to Annie's work performance. The personal information was collected at a rate that was akin to stalking, by going back and forth between the student library, Trix Hall, the administrative management room, and the dormitory night duty room. She'd have been in trouble if she had gotten caught, but she breezed through it all with a graceful smile. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people knew her true appearance. To Annie's, human relationships were like a game of switching masks. 20 minutes were left until the professor would return from getting snacks from the bakery. Until then, she had to analyze all of the details and information about the man of the spirit sorcerer's dreams. She quickly researched the Rothtaylor family. They are the strongest family within the Cole Empire, and he was the second in line in a family of a son and 2 daughters. That kind of public information is meaningless, so she looks into his history. In the year he was born, he seized the lord position. At 2 years old, he became an official heir, so she believes he is arrogant. He was baptized at 5, received etiquette education at 8, and started other lessons at 12. Judging from his first-year grades, he is not very smart. You see, as soon as this girl was admitted to this academy, her family situation became unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself, which was why she had to survive as both a student teacher's assistant and a scholarship student. Annie's was naturally gifted with great survival instincts, and would use any and all means to her advantage. She even thought of Lortel, a student 1 year her junior, as a role model. Of course, she did not have the ability to read the flow of money, but she had her own methods. She searched into the Rothtaler family history, focusing specifically on every piece of information she could dig out about him. He was second in line to the family of one son and 2 daughters, and the strongest family within the Klol Empire. She guesses that he must have been indoctrinated with domineering ideas after growing up in a suppressed environment. She is certain that he grew up with no money troubles, and to make things worse, he has no academic talent, nor did he show any notable ability throughout his first year. There is a high possibility that he lacks self-confidence and might prefer a pure and bright girl. There are a lot more details that would add up for the real Rothtaler of the story, but no longer apply to our MC. Still, once she can picture his every strength and weakness in her mind's eyes, she says it is not that difficult. She smiles and decides to get down to practice. Just then, the assistant Professor Claire pops in, beaming as she announces that she bought some Mont Blanc from Laplace Bakery. She'd like them to have a snack before they start work, and rejoices that her assistant already made black tea in preparation for her arrival. She already knew that the professor would come with snacks. Clumsy as ever, Professor Claire burns herself with the tear and drops the cup, spilling tea on the floor. She gets worried that Annie's would get upset at her for being clumsy again, and silently panics. However, to her great surprise, her assistant only asks if she is hurt. Her eyes widen in surprise and she adjusts her glasses as she stares at her sparkling assistant in disbelief. Her assistant, however, just repeats that it is truly a relief that the Professor Claire is unhurt. The professor's eyes widen in even further disbelief, baffled by what she sees as she calls her assistant's name. I wonder what exactly Claire saw in the innocent Annie's that has her so shook. We'll find out later, but let's first go back to our boy Ed, as he admires the cleanliness of the red cloak that he wears, feeling very grateful to the maids for having it cleaned. The maid in question here is the girl we all know and love, and she just replies that one uniform makes no difference in the amount of work she does. Not to mention, it seems the person that she serves, Lucy, is often indebted to him. Recently, while washing Lucy's clothes, she often found lots of blonde hair on them. Even when she was washing Ed's clothes earlier, she could scent the incense that Miss Lazy uses. She also found some white hairs on his clothes as well, and he is nervous about how close the talented mage has been sticking to him of late. She always lays on him like a cat, so it creates an awkward situation. He is also impressed that the maid caught on to that just from washing clothes, and he wonders what this person would have done if she was not a maid. The maid, Belle, asks why he is speaking so formally with her. He replies that this is more comfortable for him, and she replies that it is more comfortable if he speaks informally. However, he insists that formal speech is more comfortable for him. In all honesty, being the chief maid is a senior level position among the workers at the academy. So, it is a bit uncomfortable for him to speak informally to her, as someone who is no longer a noble nor a student of Opheles Hall. She is always stubborn about this, but he insists that he will continue to speak formally as it is comfortable for him. She is the chief maid and manages a lot of people. However, she points out that he should speak informally as it is comfortable for her. Besides, he also has a gathering of people that he manages, and she is referring to all the people who flock around him. Worrying too much can be a burden. Regardless of what the ladies decide, it is his decision in the end. She will do his laundry whenever he likes. It is fine now that the workplace has stabilized and the restoration of Opheles Hall is complete. To think it was fully restored in a single semester, the academy must have used all their energy to restore it. The maid adds that new students will be entering soon. Of the 7 students who they will be attending to from this break onwards, one of them has already requested to move in and is in the process of packing in. He is surprised and asks about them. He guesses that person must be Tanya Rothtaler. Things have gotten juicy as he thinks of a girl with long waves of golden hair and a ribbon behind her back. Belle notes that he is aware, and he sighs to himself because it seems that break will be annoying. After all, his younger sister is coming soon. Later that day, the Wolfman remarks that he is going to go to his hometown this break. Our dude asks why he would do that when Elka was also going for the break. The muscular student is shocked for a second that our dude knows. However, he admits that he does indeed want to spend time with Elka and asks if our dude is going to stay in the camp for the entire break. He says probably, since he will be a 3rd year soon, and he needs to be able to use medium magic to save face, so he is thinking of studying. Muscle Dude screams that our dude was at basic magic level just 1 year ago, and that he should not push himself too much. However, he cannot sense any magic, so he asks if our dude trained to his limit once again. Just in case, he checks his temperature to make sure he is doing well. He worries that our dude has a bit of a fever and asks if he is sick, and our dude reveals that there is a reason he will not be able to use magic for a while. Confirming that our dude is fine, the wolf dude shrugs it off and puts on his clothes after exercising bare-chested in the snow. Zick's greatest strength is his indifference, so he'll just agree with anything our dude says. He also mentions that Yahello was asking about him, since there seemed to be some kind of misunderstanding, so she said she would drag Taylor to apologize properly. She could not find his cabin and Zick did not tell her where to find it for now. Our dude says he does not want an apology, and that he is not upset and has no negative emotions about the whole thing. However, Wolf Dude points out that rather than being tolerant, our dude comes off as indifferent. Our dude has realized that Wolf Dude is great at keeping secrets, so he asks for some help before the Wolf Dude goes home. He tosses some money at him for payment and explains that he is using the underground library. It is such a mess that he needs manpower to organize it. But Lone Wolf points out that he needs no money when he can just think of it as trading. Then, he asks our dude what he's going to use the library for. Our hero replies that he's making a workshop, and Zik is amazed that he does magic engineering, survives in a camp, trains his magic, and now he's starting a workshop. He says it must be those like him who succeed, and warns him not to collapse again, and tells him to do well. My guy has already mapped out a to-do list, and tomorrow, he has the Academy Scholarship student work. The next day, all Academy Scholarship students are welcomed and thanked for attending. However, Assistant Professor Claire currently cannot communicate. She had to do some Academy work, and tomorrow is the deadline, so she has been awake for 44 hours. Instead, Annie's will communicate the important things for her as the teacher's assistant. The Academy scholars need to do the basic preparations for the class assignment exam for the new students, as well as provide supervision during the exam. The class assignment exam for new students was an exam that Professor Glass used to do every year. This time, it will be taken care of by Assistant Professor Claire, just like last time. He knows the results, although it is a bit unexpected that Clebius joined the program. He said it took place in a northern forest in Arkan Island last year, but this year it takes place in the northwest Oran Mountain. He is to get the equipment that they already requested from Trix Hall. Onyx is to assist the assistant professor with her work, to his blushing pleasure. Ed stands nonchalantly in the corner, unaware that Annie's believes there is something that both Clara and Janica are overlooking. There are too many girls near our dude and he looks like a player, so working with him as a scholarship student is a good opportunity to test him. After looking at the research, she perfectly created the type that he might like. She will see if he cannot resist her seduction, and is a pathetic man who will fall for her game. She says that he will go with her to conduct a field survey, while glistening and glowing like a supermodel. If he turns out to be a fraud, it will be her responsibility to rip him away from her dear friend. Northwest of the Academy, at the Oran Mountain, the trees and landscape are covered with snow, and a lady observes that though not very big, a mountain is a mountain. There were some dangerous parts and some students might get hurt slipping on the snow. It is tiring climbing up the mountain, and she turns to her partner Ed, who does not seem tired at all from their trek up the mountain. He decides to call for a rest since she is so exhausted. Relieved, she tucks her hair behind her ear and laughs. She admires his stamina and also notes that he is very considerate. She had heard a lot of misconceptions about him, but she is glad to see that they were not true. He asks about the misconceptions, so she explains that she is close to Janica to some extent. She was worried that the kind and sweet spirit sorcerer might have been spending time with a bad person, so she had acted so cold towards him. However, he just says that it is fine since he does not care about that kind of stuff. The next point that has to be checked is noted down since they must finish things quickly. He points out that she must have been tired from being a student teacher's assistant all by herself, and that she has worked hard. She acknowledges her hard work, but says that everything is fine since he is here now, and smiles at him. Of course, the other two people are plenty helpful, but she feels supported by her side. She apologizes for bringing up a hurtful topic, but asks about him being excommunicated from his family. She was the same, and she narrates how her family became unstable as soon as she entered school, but she wanted to continue with the school, so she endured on her own. She takes a moment to breathe and the wind whips through her hair, as she adds that she felt alone for a miserably long winter. He definitely gets the impression that she has a strong ability to survive, and that she solved all matters on her own, whether they were financial or otherwise. He tells her not to be too distressed about it, and that she endured well. However, there is something off about her image. She laughs and holds onto his sleeve, smiling with a blush as she adds that they have a lot of similarities. Despite this, our dude cannot shake the feeling that rather than being emotional, she was more cool-headed and realistic. Suddenly, she trips on some of the fallen snow and nearly crashes to the earth, but he catches her quickly and pulls her to his chest as snow dances in the air. She apologizes with a blush on her cheeks, saying that she slipped on a stone in the snow. Our dude is a little surprised by that as he sees no sign of any stone on the path she was walking, and he turns in time to see her, emphasizing how warm she is, with her face getting more and more heated with each passing second, even when she fans it with her hand. She asks for a moment to calm down, so she suggests that he sit at this spot and wait. She will return eventually. Our dude is confused, but he does as she asks, and she wanders off to find a quiet place to think. She did not expect him to appear so reliable and trustworthy, and a part of her wonders if it is all an act. She finds the whole situation ambiguous, since she had appeared like a comrade who endured a difficult academy life, and she formed a relatable affinity point. An impression that she is competent, but on the inside, weak, which should have made him want to protect her. She was not sure if he liked mature girls or the cute and young, so she tried a mix of both. She tried creating some points of contact a few times, and one more at the end of the facade of an accident. It was all going almost according to plan, everything but him revealing himself as a self-centered jerk. She pondered on his strong and healthy body, and how he acted like a nerd but was very muscular. She had expected that he would be a noble family young master who grew up knowing nothing, but he is better at work than she expected. His appearance as well is something of note to her as he looks drop-dead gorgeous, shining and sparkling with glowing blonde hair. She now sees why Janica fell for him. She takes a moment again, her cheeks a little flushed as she thinks. Then, her eyes widen as she suddenly reaches a conclusion. She realizes that his whole act is how he makes women fall for him. It is the only explanation. However, she is different and she immediately gets serious about her mission. Meanwhile, our dude just sighs, looking out into the landscape beyond. He cannot help but admire the beautiful view. Oran Mountain's view made him briefly forget all of his worries, but there are some things that he just cannot think of any solutions for. For example, the issue regarding Tanya Rothtaylor, the young lady villainous. Those are the words that best describe her. As expected of a young lady who grew up in a duchy, she is a genius when it comes to politics. She instinctively developed her ability for politics and trickery. With that as her basis, she tries to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. Soon, she will start gathering the characters with influence in the academy, and likely cause trouble for the princess and Foxy. Belle said that Tanya was entering the dorms earlier than the others, which meant that she planned to cement her position as much as possible before the semester started. She was not an extra but a true villainess, so there are things that he remembers. Due to that, he thought he would be able to prepare for her first, but there is a problem. He wonders how she will treat him. He has no idea, after all. By this point in the game, he was not supposed to still exist as a relevant part of the story. He knows more about Tanya than he knows himself, since he is a factor that has changed so much about the game. He was a minor villain that was supposed to only appear briefly and then disappear. The settings never mentioned where he was when his sister arrived. There was also nothing much in the epilogue. He was really just an extra. There are no clues on what he should do, and whether he should hide or ally with her. He has no idea on how to handle this confusing and difficult problem, and his mind has gone totally blank. He stares out at the beautiful mountainside view, but he cannot stop thinking. To his sister in the game, her brother is actually garbage. That is what comes from the lips of the noble lady as she rides in her fancy carriage and clenches her teeth. Sylvania is full of geniuses like the Klol Empire princess, the Elt Trading Company's executive, and even the spirit sorcerer who can wield high-level spirits at a young age. There is even a great alchemist who made the elixir of engraving as a student, a beast who commanded the northern vegetation region, Nortondale's sword demon, and even a warrior who can wield the swordsman form. However, the coolest person at the academy remains the rare genius mage who may have received the star's blessing from the archmage Glocked. The school is a gathering of nobility that makes the heart of the Rothtaylor daughter pound on her journey to the place. She cannot help but long to be a part of that great and talented society of Sylvania Academy with its beautiful structures and talented students. She is determined to lead a faithful academic life within their gaps. The maids have already organized the luggage she sent ahead of time, and she is informed that her room is the second on the third floor. She asks her servants to kindly complete the entrance procedures through the attendants. She has to stop somewhere just before she goes to her room, and the maid bows that she understands. The first thing she had to do at Sylvania, the land of learning that she desperately yearned for, was to find her awful brother who had disgraced the family name. The small beautiful blonde girl crossed her arms and marched away from her carriage. She said with a look of seriousness in her eyes that she needed to get rid of the trash. She was Tanya Rothtaylor, and she was the Rothtaylor Duchy's second daughter. Someone read a letter that said how happy they were to hear from the person reading it. The letter went on to encourage the receiver's ambition, and told the receiver to show their face around as a proxy for the writer. The writer was the patriarch of the Rothtaylor family, and the receiver was his daughter. His desire was for her to strengthen her position, and she was determined to satisfy his expectations without hesitation. Before leaving for the land of learning, she told her father of her two resolutions. While Sylvania may treat her differently because of her identity, at its basis, it was a land of learning. Even the princess, when it comes to learning, has to treat professors with respect as masters. So, the young noble lady is told not to rely on her nobility and commit discourtesies. She is expected to be polite to the staff, and to treat everyone a grade higher than her as her senior. Her father had also heard that she knew about a certain man, so he would not explain for too long. The man is a human who is like a point of anger and blemish in their family. She has grown up with him since she was younger, so she knows him very well. She also believes that it must have been hard, and that her childhood could not have compared to the one of the people she was speaking to. It is not difficult to naturally lead a conversation, and she is sure that her brother is just full of bluffs and is a crude person who does not know elegance. She shuns him and thinks that a human like him sat in the position of heir to the family just because he was older. He has no perseverance, so he barely started before giving up. But his pride is high, so he will never acknowledge his incompetence. Just because he had the slightest bit of mono-resonance, he acted all high and mighty as if he had become an archmage, and when he barely managed to get into Sylvania, she was at a loss for words. Well, only a few years passed for him to cause incidents and get himself into this situation, so she felt better. The person she is conversing with remarks in her amusement at her bold statements, and the young noble lady goes on to say that she is sure her conversation partner must have already noticed all these things about her brother. With this opportunity, she was hoping to win the person's alliance, yet there is something off about the conversation they are having and she hesitates. She wonders why it has turned from a conversation to her being the only one talking. She recalled that her father warned her to be careful when meeting people that he introduces her to. She was told to respect them, especially when it came to negotiations and deals. The person he wanted her to meet was someone who could not be taken lightly. He had met her from the sage-sealed grimoire business, and he was sure that meeting her would be a great experience for his daughter, but there was something that he had forgotten to mention. He had just wished his daughter luck, and now it looked like she was going to need it. As Lortel looked at her with the cunning eyes of a fox, and she asked her dinner guest to keep talking, her words dangerously wrapped around the girl like a snake, cornering the noble lady who had been trash-talking her crush for the past 5 minutes. The little Roththaler daughter hesitates and calls for a ceasefire, asking if the merchant is upset. The merchant girl just grins wickedly in response, and asks what she is talking about. She smiles as she hears all the interesting things that the poor naive young lady has to say. Ed's younger sister was hyped up as some kind of evil mastermind. But I'm honestly loving the fact that she's just a tiny little puppy with no clue on what's going on. And while she's being tested to her limits for reasons she could never fathom, back at the man cave, our dude looks through his winter break to-do list. He's managed to complete a lot of the items that he had planned, leaving just building the storage, expanding the cabin, acquiring a bow-type unique skill, and raising his magic engineering by 3 levels. He recently acquired a mid-rank magic particle explosion, which was great. He also got the mid-rank magic called Root's Desire. He brought it from Professor Glass's library last night, and it was quite convenient that he could see all the books without a due date. He could finish most of the scholarship student work on the first day, and it seemed that Annie suffered way more than he did. He started practicing his ignition powers on the campfire at his little home, and then recalled that he could not use magic. He cannot practice it, but at least he wanted to become proficient in its theory. Although she popped up in various unimaginable locations in all sorts of ways before, he is now used to all of the places that Lucy can appear in. He calls out to her and pulls the covers from her as she naps in his bed, asking her to light the fire for him. It is not hard for him to lift her either, since she is so small and crazy light. So, he points her in the direction of the fire like she is an automatic lighter, and she immediately turns it on. He is satisfied with her work, and she says she will also stay outside. So, he agrees and she nuzzles in his arms to continue her sleep. Suddenly, she wakes when she smells perfume, and he agrees that he was working with Annie's all day, so her flower scent got stuck on his body. The little mage is worried and asks if our dude is feverish or sick, and he is surprised that she can tell. She immediately tells him not to be sick, because he might die. If his magic is twisted, she will happily release it, and she does so. However, she pauses for a moment with her hand over his chest, and realizes that it is not twisted. His magic is empty and he has done something reckless. He says that it is manageable, and she mentions that once winter ends, he might get much stronger. Then, she asks if she can make a weird request, and he is curious about her request. She asks him to pat her head, and he does just that while she sleeps, his focus on the book he is reading. She flushes with a happy smile on her face as she rests. Suddenly, he hears a noise behind him and turns surprised. It has been a while, and he greets the foxy merchant. He asks if she came because of the favor he asked, and mentions that she could have just asked him to come to the trading company. However, she nervously adds that there were other things she wanted to talk to him about. But she cannot take her eyes off Lucy, who is using his lap as a pillow. Foxy mentions that there was something she wanted to ask. Back at the school, Tanya thanks another for hearing her out. The objective that she has is simple. If the person follows her and helps her punish an evil man, then she will reward them the best that she can. For example, there are a lot of reputable archaeologist researchers in the Island family. She can share several antiques that are in the Roththaler family storage with the Island family, and the girl she is speaking to is excited to hear this. However, Wolf Boy Zix is also listening, and he has heard of our dude's sister. She stares up at him and he glared down at her with the fire in his eyes, while she notes that his body is well trained, and she can feel the clear flow of magic from him. She needs to get him on her side, but he asks again if she is our dude's younger sister. It will be helpful while she trains her magic resonance. She is surprised, but he goes on to ask his girl if she brought some notes from Professor Delorf's elemental studies. Elka happily says she did, and they hand the shocked girl plenty of things. They even tell her she can throw out anything she does not need, and that having notes in class is very important. They even find the wreath needed for Professor Hallen's class. Finally, after giving her so many items, they sigh in relief and smile. She was shocked, now loaded with so many items, and asks them if they even heard what she said about the offer. They did hear that she wanted to do something about her brother, but he just says that he knows that siblings are usually at odds with each other. He even adds that there is no way for them to get along, and he understands why she has a misunderstanding with her brother's difficult personality. However, the ship is leaving soon, so they wave her goodbye and say that it was nice to meet her. He even introduces himself as our dude's junior, saying that he is indebted to our dude, so they are quite close. Since she looks tough like her brother, he is sure that she will do great. He also thinks it is a blessing that she was born into a great family. He taps her shoulder and wishes her good luck as he hops away with Elk. Meanwhile, Ed's poor younger sister crashes to the ground under the weight of the load. She lies on the ground confused out of her mind. Meanwhile, in the faculty building, in Claire's office, Assistant Professor Claire is congratulated on the good job that she did, but she looks immensely exhausted. As long as the new student's class assignment exam goes well, they will be able to take it easy for the rest of the break. The assistant professor thinks that her teaching assistant is incredible and asks if this is the power of youth because her stamina is made of steel. Meanwhile, the serious teaching assistant, Annie's, knows that she cannot trust the labor force of the external scholarship students. Neither the third-year Onyx nor the first-year Clebius were efficient with their work, so she has to redo everything in the end. However, Ed was different, and there were no flaws in his document processing. He took down exactly what she needed about the exit and entrances, and the possible hazards that could be faced on the day of the exam. He was able to resolve practical issues at a standard hard to find amongst high-ranking nobles, and it would be a lie if she said she was not surprised. He was not living revered for nothing, surprisingly enough. Even the exhausted teacher Claire notes that our dude is very similar to the young teaching assistant. The teacher confesses something that must be kept a secret from him, but she told the young student when she was investigating the Opheles Hall occupation incident. She found that he had made quite a decent camp that was bigger than their lab. The tools he uses, his work table campfire, display, drying rack, and smoker, he had made them all by himself. She was able to truly feel how persistently he lived, and who knew that his grades would improve so much that Glass would acknowledge him. Even when he contracted with the spirit, it must have been hard to do alone, so she had no idea how he did it. She is sure that he worked hard, and Annie sees more and more clues that demonstrate his practical abilities that have been developed to a strange extent. He is different from those who grew up as nobles like flowers in a greenhouse. The emaciated professor laughs that the young lady and our dude have more similarities than she thought. The teaching assistant thanks her for saying that, and she has to admit that he is not a bad man. She could not just listen to others' opinions and tell her friend Janica to have a beautiful love, but after meeting him herself, she could find no flaws. He is just a decent, honest, and hardworking man. His appearance is outstanding, and he has no arrogant attitude. Heck, even the clumsy and the unreliable assistant Professor Claire seems very fond of him. He also had a gentle side to him, and she found out unexpectedly that he has a good body. My guy also smelled pretty good, so she could tell that he took good care of himself. This is when the assistant professor then leans forward to ask her hardworking teaching assistant if she is spacing out, and the girl is currently choking herself with emotions she can't even understand herself. She slams her hands on the table to snap herself out of it, and flings open the windows, shouting that it is a bit warm in the office. The assistant professor agrees that some circulation would be nice, but the wind sends the papers flying and she chases after them. She asks if her teaching assistant is okay and is greatly worried that the girl has overexerted herself. However, Annie grips the window and stares out as she realizes she has done something troublesome. She does not think it is okay and it is real trouble. Her face is flushed red because, in the course of trying to expose him as a horrible person, she has done something no good friend should ever do. She gasps and covers her mouth as she tries to fight back the realization, and she recalls how the assistant Professor Claire mentioned that he even contracted with a spirit, which is something that must have been hard for him to do alone. He even got a contract with a spirit in a short amount of time, which was impossible to do alone. She was sure that Janica helped him with the spirit connection, and that spirit must be talented and trustworthy. This also means that the spirit can report everything that happened to her friend, the very talented spirit sorcerer. Annie clenches her teeth as her hand shakes, because as much as she knows her friend to be a very sweet and kind person, she also knows that there's no way she wouldn't misunderstand her previous actions and be jealous as all hell. The assistant professor calls her teaching assistant and says that since they are done with work, they should go to eat snacks. She even offers to buy some. However, when she looks around, she sees no sight of her assistant. The Failover family's family motto is harmony and coexistence, and the beautiful way she was considerate of others and loved everyone was what always made Janica shine. She never experienced loneliness, and thanks to that, she could obtain many genuine friends. However, there was no such thing as a life without worries, and as she sat under the tree, the little fire bat filled her in on what happened between her crush and her best friend. Suddenly, our dude's younger sister popped up at the wrong time. She greeted her senior happily, and said that she wanted to introduce herself and talk. Since the talented spirit sorcerer is one of the incoming third years, and the ace among aces with incredible popularity, recognition, and ability, the wicked Foxy told the young noble lady to bring her to her side. Oblivious, the young noble girl asks the spirit sorcerer if she is okay, and a hot flame bursts from the senior in front of her as she rises to her feet. The girl is confused because she recalled Foxy telling her that the sorcerer was kind and considerate by nature. However, she finds herself staring at a large and fiery dragon, and a girl who looks bent on murder. She's supposed to be someone who always listens and believes everyone's words, but she's currently crying with tears of blood as betrayal and heartbreak burn in her eyes. Resuming the story, the students had finished arranging most of the production materials that someone asked for, but the legendary rank materials were proving difficult. They are hard to find during winter, and there is no helping it. He knows that she is busy anyway, but she accepted his request and he is grateful for it. She says that she just did it when she had time, so he should not worry too much. He says that she should have just rested, and asked why she came all this way to tell him. It was not even that close, but she smiles and says that he need not worry since she came to rest. The Mon was smiling, and only traces of the moon that was once as round as a wheel remained. Time had flown by in an instant after living in chaos. Even the river was hibernating in the winter, so of course, tranquility found everyone equally. However, the way people accepted that was different for each person. Although, these were trying times when he had to protect his body from the winter's bitter cold. He had a winter break to-do list all prepped and ready to go, and it was a busy time where he had to adapt to survive. For those who had transcended such things, winter felt quiet like walking down a still path. Winter had that kind of magical power. Suddenly, Lortel pauses and asks why Lucy is sleeping on our dude's lap. He simply replies that it is winter and she cannot believe his answer. She glares but wonders if she is overreacting. However, she says that she would not have come all this way just to talk about magic engineering items. So, he asks if there is something else she would like to mention. She grins wickedly and smirks that he is acting like he does not know. He acknowledges that she won the grimoire, and she beams that she did. She pulled out the letter, blushing with joy as she recalls his promise to do anything for her as long as she bid for the sage-sealed grimoire. It was a merchant's virtue to get their money's worth, and he worried about just how much she would demand from him. She grinned and said that she could not ask of a favor that would burden him too much or would be too hard for him to carry out. Instead, she asks him to pick her side. It was about time for the third act, and the opposition between Princess Phonia and Lortel would officially begin. Foxy was sensing this and was beginning her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phonia Elias Cole was the fated enemy of Lortel, and according to the scenario, she would rise to the position of the Student Council President, take control of the Academy and raise her power. With that power, she would become the main character who would dig up the darkness of the Rothtailor family in the fourth act. Foxy grinned that there may be a moment where every person in this academy would have to choose a side between A and B, and when that time came, she wanted him to choose her. That was all she wanted, and he thought back to the competition between the princess and the merchant, and how the main character would decide the winner. It was not him anyway, so he did not think taking her side would be that meaningful. However, she just smirked that his reputation was getting a bit better in the academy. However, his support would not bring about a meaningful result since he was just a student. He said he almost felt a little hurt by her blunt words. But she was unbothered since it was not an issue of being politically meaningful. The reason behind it concerned her, so he agreed, saying that it was not hard. She burned up the letter and his eyes widened. She smiled captivatingly with devising a plan, and she was truly worthy of being called a girl of 1,000 faces. However, her smile that night was bright and genuine, her face laughing and happy as she showed our dude a new expression. Since it was during the break, it was a day where there were obviously no classes and no academy scholarship student work. It was winter at the wood cabin and our dude wanted to sleep in lazily, but he woke early out of habit. He asked Lucy to light the fire as she also trooped out of the cabin and she agreed. Last night, he had a long conversation with Foxy, but there was something that never left his mind. She had asked about his younger sister and had mentioned that she believed that his younger sister had been preparing something. She could not tell whether she truly saw him as an enemy of the family, or if she just had lied ill against him as siblings often did. Honestly, she found the girl a little cute, so she introduced her to a few people. She had said that she would go and meet them all today, so she had already met Zix and Janica. She would probably come around to find him the next morning to tell him off, and our dude considered that she had come. The biological sister of the body that he was in. Her relationship with him was a complete mystery, and no matter how much he thought about it, it was hopeless. There was nothing he could do but turn to acknowledge the girl who came to a stop before his campfire. He stared at her in silence and she greeted him with her procession of servants behind her. She nervously said that she had brought him a present, and he was a little confused on why she was nervous. He also wondered if she was embarrassed and piqued at her. However, to his surprise, she seemed scared of something. However, most importantly, she did not hold any ill will. He beamed and realized that while he was in the estate, to his family he must have lived a solid life. He groaned with his face in his hands and apologized to Ed Rothtailor for coming to such a hasty conclusion. Meanwhile, his sister was totally terrified of him. When they'd been growing up, her brother had thrown food on the floor, cursing at the servants for daring to bring low-quality food to the next in line to be the Rothtailor lord. He would call his sister and say that her perseverance in not showing even a gaze of contempt was quite impressive. He thought her worldly wisdom and wit were outstanding as he pressed the servant to the ground. The maid groaned in pain as her face was pressed into the thrown food, and the little girl had eaten with a shaky hand. She had yelled for her brother to please stop back then, slamming her hands on the table. He then asked her what was wrong, and asked if she felt sympathy and attachment to the servants who were mere tools. He would say that she was not a true noble yet, but the demon who would toy with her was incomparable to the nice guy who smiled now at the box she had given him. He thanked her and said that he would use the gift well and wear it at the start of the next semester. Strictly speaking, he had been excommunicated from the family and he was not her brother. However, he was grateful for her gift. She was surprised at his reaction and he told her to go wait by the fire. He did not have a lot of herbs left, but he decided not to save them. She was shocked when she noticed Lucy by the fire, but he told her to ignore her and made her give up her seat for his sister. He had heard that she had been going around to check out the academy and he asked if she had met anyone. She nervously mentioned that she had heard much about him too, and he was surprised. There were not many people who knew about him, so he asked if she had met Zix or Janica, and both the servants and the young lady went purple with fear. He smiled and realized that they had met Janica, asking if she was nice since she was the kindest person he knew and that she had the sweetest heart. She screamed that she had indeed met the incredible kind person, and she had been so extremely strong with a high-level fire lizard. She summoned it and was throwing workers around like toys. She even threatened to not let the little girl go if she did not reply properly. However, the sister still insisted that the spirit sorceress had been very kind and elegantly wished her good luck in her school life. Our dude was confused that Janica had taken out a high-level spirit. But the little girl screamed that she did not and that she had just made that up in her imagination. She said that it was just in the rumors that she had such a spirit and that she made the whole story up. However, our dude sighs as he knew something was strange. In his memories of the game, Tanya had never been so awkward. This kind of behavior was expected of someone who had a negative inclination towards Ed Rothtaylor. So, he called her name and said that he was living to the best of his abilities right now, so he did not want her to look at him so negatively. He was paying the prince and living as someone who had been excommunicated, and he had been pathetic while living at the estate. As he hands her a drink, he says that he is sure that there is a lot that cannot be taken back now. However, he apologizes to her, and he smiles, saying that he knows that she wants to be student council president, and he will cheer her on. He admits that he will not be much help, but he knows how hard she always works. So, he tells her good luck. He says this, but he knows that his sister will not become the president, because she is a villain who is there to help Princess Phonia. The girl in question is sweating buckets from fear and disbelief, while our dude goes on thinking that since she is the first blood relative that he has met, no matter what she does, he feels especially attached to her. Judging from her expression of utter fear and horror, he has no idea how their relationship will go. Later, back at school, someone huffs and pants, saying that they almost lost their mind for a second. Of course, it was little Tanya, and she knew that her brother's real nature was likened to that of trash. However, she had almost burnt to death after talking badly about him to Janica. There was something that she realized at that moment, which was true fury. The spirit sorcerer truly believed that our dude was a good person and a true human. It was strange that Sylvania was full of so many elites, and the top student was the legendary genius, the mage Lucy Merrill. In this place full of those types of people, no matter how good at acting her brother was, his true nature should have quickly been revealed. So, she is confused but pauses when she comes across Lucy going into her room. She did not recognize her and was at the raggedy-looking schoolgirl entering the room next door. Even in Ophely's hall, which was the best dorm, there was still that unsophisticated and inelegant human, so of course there were imperfections anywhere. However, the raggedy genius suddenly speaks to her and asks if she is the younger sister, and the girl sighs that her brother was just lucky. Suddenly, the odd girl with the giant hat stands on her toes and touches the young noble's shoulder, saying that she should let her know if she is struggling with anything. Then, she whips into her room, confusing the young noble lady. Her eyes widen in shock as she realizes that even in the best dorm, Ophely's hall, only the top students have golden nameplates. Her room was right next door to room 302, which housed Lucy Merrill, the academy genius. She gaped in utter shock and disbelief as she realized that the raggedy girl had been the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill. Nothing in this academy made sense, and it seemed that it would take quite a while for little Tanya to adjust to Sylvania, but it was not particularly her fault. In the next chapter, someone asked to be introduced to a boy in the rose garden. She said that it would be best if it was someone who was handsome, tall and distinguished, and she knew Belle had worked at Ophely's hall for a long time, so she must surely know many students like that. The warrior maid was hesitant as she knew the girl in question was not the kind to casually meet with boys, since she had no actual dating experience as well. She fell silent as she was plagued by the truth of these words, and the maid apologized, saying that she did not mean it in a bad way. The girl was always so busy and she was always doing her best to take care of herself. So, she did not think that the girl would be interested in dating. Like the incoming third year, Master Ed, and now that Belle thought about it, they were actually quite similar, which was the last thing that the girl wanted to hear. Suddenly, Belle's eyes widened and she made a bold suggestion which the girl could not deny because she could not fool the maid's sharp eyes. She had met him since he had so many negative rumors surrounding him, but they had so many more similarities than she had thought and their conversations flowed well. He had been thoughtful and considerate, and the maid figured out that the intelligent girl had feelings for the young lad. She groaned but acknowledged it. She did indeed feel a bit attracted to him. If anything, this was supposed to be good news. If he was a good enough person for her to see his appeal, then he was good enough for Janica. This would not be a problem as long as she got rid of her feelings. However, the maid called to the Lady Annie's, but the lady went on, saying that like a malignant tumor, it was a relief that they found it in its early stages. It was not like he was the only man in the world, and as long as she found another boy to replace him and make it known that they were dating, then things would be alright. Which made the maid realize that the Lady Janica knew that her best friend was in love with her crush. The maid said that intending to find another boy to replace him was incredibly disrespectful to the boy she chose, and even if it was her, she never thought that Annie's would be this inconsiderate to another. She can't date someone new just because she wants to think that her feelings are elsewhere. To be honest, the lady admits that while passing through the teacher's wing yesterday, she had run into Janica. They could not even greet each other, so they just left and everything had felt so awkward. The spirit sorcerer's expression had looked so very dark. Next year, during the class assignment exam, she has to supervise the exam with our dude, and she shakes because she feels so sorry towards her friend that she doesn't know what she will do. However, the warrior maid says that it might not be that big of a deal. The situation might actually be better, and the intelligent teacher's assistant is confused. The maid explains that the Lady Janica was always kind and genuine to others, and as her friends, the two always protected her so that she would not get hurt. However, the problem was that way too many people viewed the spirit sorcerer as perfect and it put too much pressure on her. The maid said that perhaps their attitude was not so good, and now things would get better. She had been taken aback at first, but when she thinks about how she talked to her and trusted her, she felt grateful. Sometimes, it was more charming to show an imperfect side, and it was kind of like a desire to protect. The boy strangely had a lot of good luck with women, and a solution needed to be found soon. For example, instead of doing ridiculous push and pull, she recalled that they had advised Janica to do things that activated his desire to protect. Looking back on it now, Annie's head began to clear up and she was finally able to organize her thoughts after Belle encouraged her not to feel guilty. After that, she thought of Janica and could not help but smile. It was obvious where Janica would go when she was confused and having a hard time, and at the cabin in the woods, Ed showed up and asked when she got there. He needed to slowly collect materials to construct the storage, and he wanted to expand the storage and have a big living room space. Judging from his winter plans, he needed to hurry, but he paused on seeing her curled up with her head lowered at the fireplace. He stared in silence for a moment, then he poured out some tea and handed her a cup, saying that it was snowing again. There was already a lot of snow on the ground, but it seemed that it would snow at least every 2 days. He said that if she had any concerns, she could speak. She hesitated, that she apologized because she could not speak. He then said that she did not have to speak, and she turned to him in surprise as he wrapped her up in his winter coat. He forgot sometimes, but her academy life was also pretty difficult. She kind of seemed like a small animal backed into a corner, so it was hard to just brush her off. He sighed and acknowledged the cold as winter continued. It was a cold that was hard to endure with just a blanket and a fire. Still, spring was slowly approaching and they cuddled together by the warmth of the flames. There were a lot of times that father, the patriarch of the Roththaler family, left because of business in the palace. However, the Roththaler residence was always peaceful. Unfortunately, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Roththaler, died, a new heir dominated and changed everything. Ed Roththaler, some wondered what kind of person he was. There was a saying that if one wanted to see who someone truly was, they had to see them with power. That pathetic piece of trash acted as if the whole world belonged to him. Just because he had a bit of power as the heir, he had acted up all the time and had laughed at his younger sister. He had asked her what she could do even if she looked at him with eyes of hatred, and that she could not kill him. He laughed as he picked a knife from the floor, saying that his elder sister had left the world, which was great for him. Now, if he died, she would become the heir and he would scream at her. He would shove a knife into his sister's hand and demand that she stabs him. She would watch him with fear in her eyes and he would ask her to hurry and hurt him. She often fell to her knees and let the knife drop to the floor, and then he would laugh even louder. That had been her everyday life back then, and in a moment it would get hard to breathe. He would once again look down at her with those eyes of disgust and she would live suppressed by that gaze for half of her life. Although he would not hit her, as they were born from the same blood, in a situation where she could not save the family nor the people of the estate, she had lived like a spiritless being. She had lived as if she was dead, in a life of misery and sorrow. Finally, an opportunity came for her, and she had heard that her brother had finally been excommunicated. He was gone and all she had to do was prove herself. The upcoming student council president elections were her one and only chance, and that was her first plan. She was going to use the class assignment exam to her advantage, and the day finally arrived for the new students to engage in the class assignment. Annie's cried out for our dude to stay away, averting her gaze bashfully as she said that smell, gaze, nor energy would work on her, so he had to stay away. He was very confused, but he figured that she was very smart and must have a solid reason for acting so odd. The assistant teacher Claire grinned and said that she had explained all of the details and that it was time for them to go up and prepare for the exam now. It was time for episode 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the new student's class assignment. Unlike the exam in the northern forest before, the class assignment would take place on Oran Mountain, and in Professor Glass's absence, Assistant Professor Claire was in charge of the exam, so there were quite a few differences. The difference in the exam when it came to hidden magic marbles on the mountain was that instead of it being difficult to find magic marbles, there were easy to find magic stones. Not only were those not particularly hidden, but there were not many differences in points based on them. It was an exam where anyone could go for the class as long as they found one and put it on the altar of substitution. It sounded easy at first, but she was still the disciple of that strict master, and she believed that the students still needed to at least be good to qualify for a class. They would fight and defeat countless monsters and wild animals, and only the students who could survive would become a class. It was an absurdly difficult level. It was also called the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, there were no new students who became the class in Sylvania Academy this year. Of course, that was the original scenario, and the scenario where no one makes it to a class was directly related to an important scenario for later on, which is why he needed things to stay on track. That was why he decided not to particularly comment on the assistant professor's difficult choice, although he would write a written apology later on. The reason he felt comfortable was that even though it was a diabolical survival exam, none of the new students became casualties. Since they will be fighting imaginary monsters based on the magic engineering item, they will set up a vision disc, which summons the apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. Their work ended after setting up the disc and prepping for safety. The purple vision disc was the most important, and from what he knew, the reason no one made the class was because of the disc. Although it was commendable that she was taking care of them on her own because they are important objects, it still looked like she was going through a lot. He offered to help her carry the object if it was too heavy since she kept getting left behind. She groaned but thanked him because it had been too heavy to carry on her own. He reached out his hand, shining like a flashing knight in shining armor, and her breath was stolen. Quickly, she changed her mind and screamed at him in horror. She slipped and he cried for her to watch out, and he managed to catch her before she fell. She held her breath as their faces came a bit too close, and she let go of the disc. His eyes widened in horror, telling her that it was dangerous, but it was already too late, and the disc went rolling down the hill. The most important purple disc, fortunately, got caught by someone who raised it high and yelled at them to be more careful. He yelled that they would be stranded if the disc broke, and our dude let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was as expected of a top student. The scenario almost got messed up before the semester even began. Suddenly a crack appeared in the disc. In Clebia's hand, the entire purple disc shattered, and they stared in shock as the shattered pieces fell to the ground. For a moment, they were all speechless and could only stare dumbfounded now that the disc was gone. Clebius asked what they would do now, and our dude just let go of the girl he caught. As she screamed, he sighed that things had indeed been going way too smoothly. Last year, during the joint combat training, the failing student, Taylor, picked up a sword for the first time, beat Lucy and received attention. However, the scenario ended up going wrong, and led to Janika's hastened explosion path. The joint combat training this year was also important as well, and the elite first years full of talent got to request combat training matches against the generations who had already become renowned. Once the matches began, the first years began to go on a rampage, making the term training useless as they made use of any method or means to win. However, every one of them lost to Taylor alone, and he threw them around so they lay gaping and defeated around him, with bright sparks over them. The hero had only gotten stronger throughout the year, and he'd become known to everyone. The Saintess Clarice, who had been hiding her identity, fixed her gaze on Taylor, and the act ended. It was emotional to see the hero's growth, and the fourth-generation hero, the Saintess, and the hero's relationship was very important. They needed her power for the third act, Lucy's showdown, and for what came after that as well. She was a very important character, so this event had to go according to the scenario. That meant that the elite first-year students had to go crazy as planned. But the honest cause of their frenzy was because none of the new students were able to get placed in the class during the class placement exam. The reason none of them made it into the class was because the motivated assistant Professor Claire had used the purple disc, which was now broken and irreparable, in the exam. The students groaned that this would be annoying. The circuit itself was broken, so they needed to put this in for repair separately, and all their hard work had fallen away. They panicked, and to everyone's confusion, it had been Annie's mistake. She apologized and said that she should have been more careful. It was not like apologizing was going to fix the broken magic engineering item, and at this rate there would be too many class students and they needed to fix the problem before it became a real issue. Our dude, however, said that they could definitely solve things. Clebius was surprised. However, our dude went on to say that he meant that the top fighter would, of course, have to contribute, much to the fighter's dismay. He cried out in horror, but there was no turning back. The class assignment exam location was the Oran Mountain entrance, and the narrator asked when one truly felt that they had come to the land of learning, Sylvania. If Tanya was asked, she would reply that it was when she met such noble students as her classmates. The princess and the chancellor were both Sylvanian students, and they all wore the same clothes, and did not take into account birth and status. Despite that tacit rule, there was an exception, and the anchor of millions of people within the Telos order, the Saintess Claris, and everyone bowed at her, even as she thanked them and told them to spare her the formalities. If everyone were to be mindful of etiquette, the whole academy would suffer, so they did not mind the formalities with her. The students are honored to meet Saintess Claris, and Tanya takes the sweet opportunity to introduce herself. The Saintess is intrigued to meet a member of the Rothtailor family, and she says that Crepin, the patriarch, had been baptized by her, but back then she had been too young so she did not really remember. The little noble said that her blessing was the honor of their family, and when she became an adult, she also hoped to be baptized by the Saintess. She smiled and said that she looked forward to that, and the little noble was thrilled to have met the Saintess in full view of everyone. This would be helpful for the Student Council President elections, but today's main event was becoming a member of Class A, and they watched as the flare to start the game shot into the sky. The flare burst into a shiny firework and it was time to begin. The Faculty of Combat ran to the Student Plaza, the Faculty of Magic ran to the entrance of Oran Mountain, and the Faculty of Alchemy gathered at the Obel Hall's basement. The location and contents of the exam were different depending on the faculty, but the goal was the same. That was getting into the class, a full exemption from tuition, the right to enter Opheles Hall, free use of student welfare facilities, and the fame of being in a class. The prize came with everything a student would desire, and soon a student found a stone. He grinned that he could join the class as long as he put it on the altar faster than the others. However, someone raced past him and told him to run instead of talking. The redhead yelled for Joseph to stop, but the one called Joseph just ran faster. All of the new students were staring at the summit, which was their goal. There were too many red stones lying around, and she was sure that putting it on the altar was not all there is to it. There must be some kind of device to make it harder. Instead of wasting her stamina, she planned to stay on her guard and go slowly. Suddenly, she heard a scream and her eyes widened. She saw a student fall to their knees and was surprised to see the student take her shoes off. She wondered if the student slipped and asked if she had hurt her leg. The student then looked up and said that was not the problem, and that she had just wanted to step on the snow with her bare feet, and she laughed that it is so cold. For a moment, the noble is shocked and speechless. The girl kept blushing and laughing, saying that it was logical, and it was on her wish list. She just never imagined how soft snow would be. Her eyes and her attitude are off, which makes our girl guess that there is something wrong with her. She believes that the girl hurt her head as soon as she started the exam, and that it was very unfortunate. She introduced herself and said that they seemed to be classmates. The girl somehow got excited on hearing her last name, and said that she had heard that those in her family were amazing with a high status. The little noble hesitantly said that not all of them were like that, because she low-key hated to get lumped in a group with Ed. She muttered that no matter how high status a family was, if it existed for a long time, then the family could also end up with absurd and shitty scoundrels as well. He seemed to have reformed when she saw him at the camp, but she could not tell who is the true Ed Rothtailor between him and the mad person that she knew. The fear that had been ingrained in her would not just disappear. The other girl went on talking, saying that she did not think the noble was that kind of person and that she was from a noble family while she was from the countryside, so she should be respectful to the noble. Tanya said that it was fine, this was Sylvania and status did not matter. The girl was surprised, but she blushed with happiness and agreed that it was indeed Sylvania. She introduced herself as Kyliech, and she was from a small city-state called Terranea Principality in the east. She did not know much about the world, but she apologized in advance in case she did anything strange. She was not used to places like this. Tanya asked if they could please speak informally since they were classmates, and the other girl happily agreed. The noble then said that they had to hurry since this was an exam, and the other girl agreed. She however laughed that she was not very concerned about marks since getting into the class would bring her a lot of unwanted attention, and that was the lady's final straw. She could not believe the little country girl had replied to everything. The girl grabbed the noble's hand and said that since she was not interested in the exam, then she would help her and then they could get closer. She pulled her along, much to the noble lady's shock. The country girl laughed that it was her first time having a friend her age, and the noble yelled that she was only letting it go because it was her, but she'd really appreciate it if her new friend got it together. If it was the princess or the saintess, she would be in big trouble. The country girl asked if that was so, but the noble sighed and said that she would also be in trouble. Then, she told the girl to not mind and that they might as well continue their journey. 30 minutes after the beginning of the exam, the redhead swore that he would be the first at the summit, and he struggled through the difficult climb with a determined grin on his face. He said that no matter how good Joseph was, he had way more stamina. He paused for a moment to catch his breath, thinking that he had been running too much when a monster appeared before him. He gets attacked as it screams at him to just die, and he screams in pain. He wonders what the heck just popped out and scared him, and the other guy was panting as well. His hands shook, saying this technique was dirty, cheap, pathetic, and unbecoming of a senior, but as he stared at his shaking fist, Clebius realized that this was way easier than he expected. He had cried that he had been set up like this yet again, but our dude had assured him that he would not work alone this time. Sure enough, there were multiple explosions on the mountain. Clebius and Annie's would block the students from coming to the altar from halfway up. If the first years could get past them, then they were worthy of a class. Annie's felt it was her responsibility to partake in this since she put them in this situation, so she was going to do her best. Oinks, since he was good at flight magic, was in charge of safety. The documents to report the change in the exam contents could be done quickly by the assistant professor, so she had to go down and write them up by the time the exam was done. She had grown, but it could be done if she sacrificed sleep. The professor was in charge of documents, Oinks was in charge of safety, Clebius was in charge of the southern entrance, and she was in charge of the northern entrance. So then the intelligent teaching assistant asked what our dude was going to do. Our dude just muttered that he would be here, standing right at the altar and blocking the way. The assistant professor was concerned since he could not feel magic properly at the moment, and she asked if he would be okay. He just mumbled that he had something in mind, so he sat there while the chaos continued all over the mountain with fighters shouting for their opponents to die. He thought that all was going well and he got to work fixing the vision purple disc with his crafting magic. The vision disc was difficult to completely fix, and his magic had not even returned yet. However, he pulled out the magic stone which had a large amount of magic inside. The stones being used in the exam were of extremely high quality, and if he used the altar, it would take a while, but he could continuously recharge his magic. His fire spirit happily cheered him on and he smiled now that he could see him. Our dude still could not hear what he was saying yet, but he was happy. Annie's and Clebius were good for buying time, and he had enough magic stones for the process. His goal at the end of the day was to not let a single person pass the exam. He sighed and then called for the first-year students to come to him because his preparations were complete. Many of the first-year students had collapsed in the snow, exhausted from the one-sided beatdown they had gotten from their seniors. The only ones left standing at this point were the noble lady and her new friend. The beast they had been fighting admitted that he was a bit tired, but he was not in a very good mood. So, he planned to end things quickly. That is right. The beast they faced was none other than their senior Clebius, and the girls screamed at seeing him standing above them and looking larger than life. An explosion sounded behind the angry second year and he turned in surprise to see that there was trouble at the northern entrance. However, the explosion was not Annie's magic and she was in charge of guarding that area, so he worried that she might be having some trouble. The girls took the moment to run while he was distracted and he gasped, yelling at them to stay put. Although Annie's, the top teaching assistant, was talented enough to be considered a specialist in the practical and academic field, in the fighting field she was just a bit above average in her year. Of course, she was not an easy opponent for the first years. However, Annie's had met her match in the student she faced. He was Joseph Whitefeltz, and he seemed to be on a completely different level with his shiny purple magic and shiny purple hair. Unlike his sister, who needed to work her ass off in order to become the top alchemy student, Joseph Purple was the youngest to reach the status of Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic. In other words, young Purple was a genius, and the lazy-eyed blessed kid was the leading top student candidate. He told Annie's that there was no need to be so upset since he was sure that she had her own field in which she was talented. It just happened that fighting was not one of them. However, she growled that he was mistaken. The lady was not upset that she was bad at fighting. That was something she already knew. So, she asked the boy to just keep moving and Purple said that he understood and headed off. Our genius girl clenched her fist because everything had been going perfectly without a flaw. However, she had ended up making things difficult by breaking the magic engineering item. She could not even think of an alternative plan and our dude had to lead the situation again of all people. Our dude had not gotten annoyed once and he had led the conversation in a constructive manner. Yet, she had lost to a new student and could not block the northern entrance to the altar. The genius girl was frustrated, but more than the feeling of defeat or resentment, she felt the most angry and frustrated at herself, because she kept thinking of the trustworthy face of our dude who had resolved the situation in whatever way possible. Our dude raised his head to greet his first guest, and he asked the students if they were aware of the rules of the exam. All the student had to do was put their magic stone on the altar, but he would not let them do it so easily. Joseph Purple strolled in, barely paying attention to our dude, and Purple mumbled that the exam method was kind of strange. If Purple succeeded in defeating our dude and offering the magic stone, then he wondered who the students who came after him would fight against. Our dude replied that who knew, but that was not for Purple to worry about, and Purple Genius agreed since he was sure there was some kind of alternative prepared. Honestly, he was not too curious about that and the first-year student really was just trying to buy time to understand his surroundings. The vision disc was in a different color, and he wondered if it was an improved model. Purple Genius reminded himself to stay on his toes while facing this foe, since the senior looked like a magic faculty member, but the student could not feel a lot of mana from his senior. Plus, there were traces of our dude having used a magic stone, so the fact that he had to use a magic stone to fight the student, the first visitor, meant that the senior had a very low amount of mana. If this was the case, then the junior had no reason to fear and he was partly disappointed by the school as he fired his attack. He had thought that there would be something to learn from the school, but it looked like this fight would be easy. Purple decided to just think of the type of sandwich that he would eat as soon as he got down from the mountain, and he fired an attack at our dude. The bright light triggered an explosion as Purple had used the mid-rank magic particle explosion, a vicious mid-rank magic spell that did not have strong firepower, but if a person was not ready for it, they would get hit. If the person getting attacked did not see the direction of Purple's hand and dodge in advance, then they would not be able to manage it. However, his senior slid out of the explosion unharmed, and Purple was slightly impressed that our dude had evaded that, noting that he must have some combat experience. From the flow of things, our dude was likely to use fire magic, and judging by his level, it would either be ignition or scorch. Scorch spurts out the fire in a radial shape, but looking at how our dude was aiming downwards, Purple guessed that he would use ignition instead. That is exactly what happened, and the fire magic went soaring towards Purple in a hot flash. Purple's eyes widened as our dude's aim was on point, and the scale of the flames was much bigger than the first year had expected. His senior had definitely trained in basic magic diligently, and it might even be considered a mid-rank spell. The large flames enveloped the student, and for a moment he was blurred from sight. However, he could easily put up a shield to deflect the flames. Purple thought that it was such a waste, and that no matter how high the level of ignition was, it would not be able to get past the junior's defense magic. Battles between mages are often decided based on the amount of one's mana, so if the two consume a similar amount of mana, whoever has more mana determines the winner. Purple guessed our dude did not actually have a lot of experience in fighting using magic, since it was clear that the junior had way more mana. The junior was confident that our dude would fail to block the junior's offense magic or maintain his own ignition once he ran out of mana. Battles between mages were profound, but the junior was taken by surprise when our dude called him by name. The junior was chased by a giant fire monster who told him that it was possible for Purple to block spells with his defensive magic circle, but not physical force. Our dude was the giant fire monster, and he slammed through the shocked student's shield, grabbing him by the shoulders and slamming his knee into his junior's face, chiding Purple for preparing for a battle only between mages just because he was a mage. Our dude looked down on him with glowing eyes, and the junior slid back to regain his bearings. Purple groaned and held his cheek, noting that our dude went through the fire and wondered how that was even possible. Purple made a new pledge not to be careless, and he started up some mid-rank ice magic, while our dude fired ignition at him in huge fiery waves. Purple was surprised to see fire magic again and wondered if that was a response to his ice magic. Purple also wondered if the senior was trying to block his vision with steam and do the same thing as last time. However, the junior could use other elements too, and he had no plans to get caught by the same trap twice. He fired fire in hot waves at our dude, using the basic magic of Scorch. The fire was huge, scorching everything it touched and blurring everything from view in a flood of orange heat. That is when our dude activated his Blessing of Recovery, and he gained temporary immunity to flames in a greatly increased form. Our dude flew forward like a genuine demon from hell and charged at his poor junior, and Purple was shocked to see that his senior had fire tolerance. Purple shielded immediately as our dude came at him with a knife that he brought to a wand fight. Fortunately, Purple had the physical shield to block physical attacks, but the student panicked and wondered where his senior had pulled his weapon from. However, when it came to casting speed, Purple was faster. The Purple's eyes widened in horror, because our dude had somehow empowered the knife, and our dude leaked backwards as he called for his elemental spirit. Our dude called for Mug, and the inscribed knife began to spark with the explosion spell. The huge explosion rocked the first year's body so hard that he was thrown into the air with a scream. There were follow-up explosions on the ground, and he landed with a huge bang against some nearby rocks. The dust cleared, and the junior was finally taking things seriously. He told himself to keep it together, encouraging himself to think. There was no way that our dude's casting of basic magic was faster than the junior's. The junior then realized that his senior was using spirit magic as well. Not explosion magic, but a spirit formula. And now Purple understood that our dude had gone through his scorch with his bare body because he could use the spirit magic of the Blessing of Recovery. Our dude had purposely hidden his spirit's form within the fire, but the dude could see Mug now. Spells, spirit magic, and those magic engineering items that he had not even used yet. Purple sighed with a groan where he leaned against the tree he had hit. Purple had no idea just who he was dealing with, and our dude stood tall. Purple let his magic stone slip from his hand and gave up, saying that he had lost. Our dude stood before him, watching the magic stone roll to the ground. As our dude was distracted by the magic stone, Purple then took the opportunity to launch a sneaky attack, charging at our dude. The junior activated the mid-rank magic of Ice Spear and aimed it at our dude. However, our dude had seen that coming and he easily dodged. Purple had not given up yet, and he screamed as he swung his fist, punching our dude in the face successfully. There was no way Joseph, who had only ever researched magic his entire life, could have made any kind of impact with his fist. In truth, Joseph had missed his shot, and a dark wind gathered around them. Purple's eyes widened in shock as he wondered how that could be. A huge spirit beast roared from our dude as protection of the wind was activated, as it always did when an unexpected attack was recognized. The enemy would get blown away by the wind, and that is exactly what happened to poor Purple, who got shot through the forest. The junior was blown away in a tunnel wind attack, and he smashed against a tree again, this time breaking it. The junior shook, covered in bruises and in pain, but he refused to give up. He pointed a finger charged with magic, breathing heavily. Then, he collapsed in exhaustion before our dude and the magic stone shattered. Joseph accepted his defeat and admitted his loss, this time for real. Our dude mumbled that Purple had done a job and that his ending was amazing. It was a wonderful decision and the junior had landed a blow. Then, the junior asked for our dude's name, and our dude took his seat at the centerpiece where he had been waiting before. He told the junior that his name was Ed Rothtailor. Our dude left the defeated student to Onyx to carry away for treatment. Meanwhile, somewhere else inside a carriage, Zix was asked why he had joined the magic faculty. The wolf boy was surprised to be asked the question, but his girl insisted that he would have been the top student if he had joined the alchemy or the combat faculties. She felt uncomfortable that he had given up several benefits because of her. Zix smirked and said that he did not put much value on being the top student, and maybe he would have been a top student in alchemy, but not in the combat faculty. This was of course because of the incoming second years. The top student in the combat facility was Clebius Nortondale, who had just finally gotten knocked down. The top combat student was dazed, wondering what had just knocked him down. Someone rushed over to ask if he was okay, and if their holy magic was too strong and if she had broken anything. Someone said that Clebius should be left to them while the two students were advised to continue their exam. The top combat student cursed and someone yelled at him to get it together, but the combat student was drained. He had no idea how he was supposed to block something like that. It was already 20 minutes before the end of the exam, and everyone had been working very hard. The girls had finally made it to the centerpiece where our dude waited, and they were both shocked to see our dude at the finish line. It was the last exam and he was surrounded by a pile of many defeated students. Our dude said that he would get to the point. The person who was once the object of fear and the object of hate for our noble lady now stood at the center of the exam, covered in bruises and blood, and he told them bluntly to just give up. The Saintess Clarice had two dreams. While praying at the church, the priest told her that nobility came from the unwavering belief that a person maintained their entire life. It was believed that a person had to become like a blank slate. The Saintess' first dream was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other dream was the one that told her that rather than a blank slate, it would be better to die in wastewater. Her eyes opened slowly and she saw a woman who told her that the pure white holy imperial capital was built by humans, even the tall tower that was majestic and confident. The woman sang that the tower was just a mere sandcastle in front of the Ramelin Mountains' gray rocks and stones, the green fog of the Denkin wetlands, and the golden field of the imperial capital of Clolan, the emerald fields of the land of farming called Pulan, and the opalescent smoke of the land of alchemy called Crete, the red roofs of the commerce city called Oldek, the turquoise intelligence of the land of scholars of Sylvania, past the Dresde desert's reddish sand ocean are the purple shadows of the lawless Cohelton. The singer sang about how the pure white was just a very small portion of nature's beautiful colors. The singer had been the one in charge of the holy fire, Adele, and after leaving the order, she called herself a romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building. When the world went to sleep, the romantic would often sing a song at Clarice's window. The dream that the Saintess had dreamt at night was of the outside world that her only friend whispered to her about while looking at the stars. A life where one would take classes normally, and make friends normally, and love normally. It sounded like a place where one could feel a sense of nobility, rather than countless prayers from believers who revered the romantic. The romantic believed that a hug from someone a person loved would be much more valuable. She had smiled as brightly as the moon falling over her, and after leaving the order, Adele had joined Sylvania. When vacation came, she would go around the world like she does now. After the beautiful blonde left, Clarice went back to the places that the romantic had spoken of in her dreams every night. At the end of it, the Saintess would share a deep hug with someone, and they left together on the path she had taken alone. The journey was full of many colors which sharply contrasted with her life which had been simply pure and white. It was the most outrageous imaginative thought that the Saintess could have, but the priest told her to always ensure that she was careful and to never reveal her true identity. The priest told the Saintess that she had to carry that magic engineering item with her at all times. Since she always had the holy magic's blessing, he was not that worried, but the Saintess had smiled that she seemed like such a different person, so no one would suspect it. Still, Verdio reminded her that there was nothing bad about careful. Coming to the academy with the order's arrangement was a natural method of deviating, and nobody paid close attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building's street. That alone made her feel satisfied and made her breath shallow. There was no one who revered her or bowed their heads to her, at least, not a single person in Sylvania, and she fooled around happily with the noble lady that she had befriended. Who would bother thinking of Kylie as the Saintess? There was only one person, and our dude told them both to give up with a glare in his eyes, but he instantly recognized the Saintess. The noble lady was shocked to see that the last exam was her big brother, and the Saintess was surprised to find that they had already met her friend's brother. Our dude apologized and he asked them to kindly turn back, but if they insisted on fighting, then he would face them and harsh winds would blow right at them. The girls cried out as they nearly got blown away by the great big gust of wind. The noble lady felt that this level of magic was surely impossible even for students who had trained in spirit magic their entire lives. The magic our dude was using was way more advanced than even a graduated student's level. Even currently active spirit sorcerers were called veterans if they could handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits, but our dude was out here channeling a high-level spirit and throwing all of her power at them at full blast. It was incredible. The Saintess with a bob panicked and said that she would give up, and she asked her friend to think rationally. The noble lady realized that her friend was right. A high-level spirit and the trauma of facing such a thing came back to the noble lady's mind once again. However, she grits her teeth in hereditary stubbornness, knowing that if she left, it meant that nothing had changed from the past that she had spent with her brother. The noble lady said that she did not know about Kylie, but she refused to give up. According to high status and rank, there was a burden and responsibility that always followed. The young lady could remember how her brother was 2 years ago, and she knew that there was a level of reality to how much he could have improved. She did not believe that someone who could not even use elementary magic could suddenly have high-level spirit magic. She was very sure that his power was definitely fake. Even if it took the form of a giant howling wolf of the wind, even if it felt so real. To eliminate the fakes, the noble lady was determined to just defeat the main foe, even as the wolf kept blowing its wind at them. Kylie cried out as the wind lifted them, and the noble lady was shocked. She covered her face in surprise and fear, not understanding how this could be real. Her eyes widened as she realized that it truly was a high-level spirit that they were facing, and controlling it was her brother in the midst of the wind, battered and torn but standing firm. The two girls were thrown back and Kylie went flying while the noble lady caught herself. Kylie was amazed, noting that the person they fought was Tanya's brother. The young saintess had a fantasy about noblemen, about them having a neat appearance, a generous smile and graceful manners. However, the young Kylie was sure of it when she heard that the person who appeared to be the complete opposite of that was the son of Rothtailor. She was sure that our dude was a scoundrel. Even the Bob girl could feel his badness, despite not knowing anything outside of the holy imperial capital, and not being quick to catch on to things. She recalled how her new friends had said that absurd scoundrels could make it into noble families no matter how high a person's family status was. Judging by the deep hatred that Tanya had towards this scoundrel, the saintess was sure that our dude was a bad person. So, she pushed herself to her feet and told the blonde noble to go for the main body like she had been planning to do. The Bob girl would happily play the role of the bait, since she had said before that she had a strange constitution, so she definitely would not die outside of special cases. The noble lady was of course concerned about her new friend getting seriously injured, especially since she said that she was not even interested in the exam. However, the noble had said that our dude was a really bad person, so the Bob girl could not let that slide. Besides, the noble girl was the first friend that Bob girl had made at Sylvania, and that was a huge deal to her. Normally, the Lady Tanya would have dismissed such a saying, and would have told the other girl not to say something so absurd. However, the noble lady had seen the Bob girl fight on their way up to the altar. The combat faculty senior who had come towards them scarily like a demon had been swiftly deflected by a strange glow. The noble lady suspected that her new friend had some kind of special power. What surprised the young noble the most was that her new friend, a scaredy cat, was taking the lead. The young noble wondered if her friend normally had this much bravery, but then Bob girl started crying as she raced for our dude, which quickly answered that question. Of course, Bob girl was afraid as she raced directly to face the giant wind wolf. The wolf sighed to see the girl coming close, however, its eyes suddenly widened with the realization, and a golden glow surrounded it, cutting its paw when it tried to attack. Bob girl had activated the Holy Magic's Blessing, which was a mid-rank skill that was activated against any hostile being who attempted to cause harm. The wind wolf howled in supreme pain and a mighty wind blew forth through the mountain, oppressing even Bob girl and her holy magic. She cried out as the wind blasted her, curled inside a protective golden bubble as the wind flung her around. Our dude watched exhausted and bruised, and he asked if that was all that they had. However, someone reminded him that she had not given up. It was Little Miss Noble and she launched an attack at him. It was the basic magic called him it. The blast flew right at our dude and blasted him right off his aching feet. Our guy flew into the air, and the noble lady painted as she gasped and was shocked that her brother had just disappeared into the wind. Then, the young noble noticed the vision disc and that there were arrows flying at her to the point where she was kneeling. She was shocked to see magic blue arrows coming at her, and a voice told her to stay still. Her eyes widened in shock, and she could not believe that the person who could not even wield the hilt of a sword properly suddenly knew how to use a bow. Of course, it was her brother, broken and bloodied but still fighting as he pointed the arrows at her. He said that the first arrows he had shot were a warning, and they had been arrows made out of magic. Her eyes widened in shock and she wondered if this was really her brother, Ed Rothtailor. The girl panted, her eyes wide with fear, and she felt that it was the same as back then, with him still towering over her with his power. The noble lady closed her eyes and a tear slipped as she realized nothing had changed. No matter how hard she tried, and no matter how hard she fought against it, she would always be our dude's weak younger sister, and she could not do anything. However, our dude commented on how hard she had worked. She opened her eyes in surprise and he apologized, saying there was a reason that he could not let her pass the exam. Our guy added that he could not go easy on her either just because they were related. Besides, if he had gone easy on her, he was sure that his sister would have been even more angry. As our dude spoke, he crushed the emerald gemstones in his hands as he knelt by her side. The noble lady was confused by his sudden soft tone, but our dude continued praising her, saying that it was incredible. If he were her, he would have turned around and run away. Our dude was impressed that his sister had faced him until the end, even if it was a vision. Her eyes widened in surprise as she realized that her thoughts were wrong. Our dude told his sister that he was now seeing her differently. The noble lady could also see, as our dude smiled, impressed that she had that kind of side to her as well. The noble lady was sure of it now, that something had definitely changed about her brother. Our dude smiled, saying that it was an illusion, but she had fought him to the end, and he told the teary-eyed girl that she should be proud. He also added that she was quite impressive as she cried tears of defeat. Our dude was very confused about her reaction, and he wondered if not getting into a class was something worth being that sad about. Suddenly, the disguised saint showed up and wrapped her arms around her blonde friend, telling our dude not to come any closer. The girl yelled that if our dude dared to recklessly attack or antagonize her, then bad things would happen, so she warned our guy not to move. Meanwhile, someone called out to our dude and informed him that the exam was over. He was called to come and help since Clebius had been completely knocked out. Assistant Professor Claire was told to update the grading list, and there was so much to do when the student council president elections began right at the start of the next semester. The exam was over and the little Bob Saintess was relieved, but her voice was a little different. She glanced in horror to see her hair already altering from white to brown and realized that the transformation magic was getting undone. She realized that it was back when she was fighting our dude and her special charm had flown off. She needed to carry the magic engineering item with her at all times in order to maintain the transformation. At this rate, she would definitely get exposed as the assistant professor Claire came closer. However, the assistant professor realized something was off and Bob Girl began to panic that her identity would be revealed and that her school life would be over before it had even begun. However, Mug suddenly flew over and dropped the golden item in our dude's bruised hand. He quickly handed it to her while looking away and told her to be careful not to lose her things, almost calling her by her title. Bob Girl was shocked by our dude's kindness, and the assistant professor asked our dude why he was so hurt, but he insisted that he was fine. The class assignment exam ended, and Ed Rothtaylor had managed to successfully return everything to their intended positions in the scenario, except for one thing. He had created a great change that had created a very small and meaningless gap. That change caused two ruby-like eyes underneath the world that was turning red to focus on Ed. The Saintess realized that our dude had definitely tried to formally speak to her, but our dude had already moved on to his mates who noted that he was tired and they told him to rest for now. The others would deal with the aftermath, but our dude asked Onyx if he could support Clebius. The other said that he could and that he would be on his way immediately. As the rescue boy moved, he added that he could have sworn that he just saw the shape of a person, but he was sure that he was mistaken. Even pieces of art worth thousands could be interpreted differently and were subject to one's opinion. But when seeing the sunset, there was no one who could think that it was not beautiful. Our dude mumbled that the person was talking nonsense. Anyway, the person added that humans lived such short lives, but did not even know how to appreciate each moment. She was of course the high-ranking wind spirit Merylda, and she went on to say that the worst curse a human could experience was a dull and boring life. The wind spirit added that our dude needed to know how to appreciate the small things, and find meaning in even the everyday things. Although they said a human's lifetime was like the 4 seasons, a spirit's lifetime was like a very long winter. A boring and bleak life it was, and our dude realized that Janica had been right about the wind spirit being a chatterbox. The chatterbox said that people like our dude who were thorough in everything and left no gap were often senseless when it came to themselves. The way our dude fainted from exhaustion and constantly got hurt was proof of that. Our dude asked so what, and the wind spirit replied that what she was saying was that our dude should definitely date someone. The wind spirit was totally thinking about Janica as she added that he must have someone around him who was kind and cheerful and friendly with him. Someone who was strong enough for him to rely on as well. Meeting someone like that and improving himself would be very helpful to him emotionally, and he did not even know that. The wind spirit then asked the little fire bat if she was wrong, and the fire bat energetically agreed with her. Meanwhile, our dude knew that the wind spirit did not make a contract with Janica, and that the two were just close. However, the fire bat chimed in and said that the wind spirit's advice was the Bible among spirits, and that our dude should at least listen to what she was saying and pretend to agree. Though the wind spirit was not a big fan of the pretending part, Mug and Merylda did not exactly have a superior-subordinate relationship like the one Merylda did with Tarkin. But our dude guessed that high-ranking spirits were just scary after all. The fire bat added that he had gravely misspoken by telling our dude to pretend, and he energetically was ready to repent with his death. Then our dude turned as he remembered something. He recalled that Janica had looked kind of down lately, and he asked the wind spirit if she knew why. The wind spirit chuckled and asked if our dude was worried about his friend. Our guy was of course worried, and the wind spirit grinned that she could not tell our dude something that Janica did not want to tell him yet. This further confused our dude, but the high-ranking spirit assured him and told him not to worry too much. It was important for even the famed spirit sorcerer to experience winter for once, and she needed to experience it and go through the process of growth and understanding. The world was after all not a fairy tale, and a lot of people needed to endure until spring came. Our dude finally lifted himself from the ground and the happy wind spirit asked if they should go now since consuming more of his mana would make her feel guilty. Even her current form was not easy for our dude to manage, so he told her that she could go. The wind spirit chuckled that she was a bit expensive but the form she had was the best for efficiency. Our dude asked if the spirit had other forms and the spirit asked if our dude would prefer a beautiful girl since it was better on the eyes. However, the wind spirit doubted that our dude could support her taking such a form. Our dude agreed that it was fine, and that back when she had undergone gigantification and now, he had not noticed much of a difference in her efficiency, so he was curious. The wind spirit gasped dramatically and said that our dude could possibly not sense it because of the mana stone, and that he was still a bit dense. He groaned and gritted his teeth, and the wind spirit laughed and asked if he thought that they were handling the mana all by himself. She laughed and said that a spirit like her would not make a contract with just one person, and as our dude watched, the wind spirit bounced away into the air until she dissipated with the wind. He stared speechless, knowing that he definitely could not summon a high-level spirit with just his mana for too long. If it was not his mana, then our dude wondered who could have helped him while he had been fighting on the altar. As he descended, he realized that it was simple if he really thought about it. A person who would contract with Merylda other than him could be no other than Lucy, who had been sitting somewhere nearby. Our dude pointed out that he did not think that she had chosen a good place for a nap, but the little genius just said that she had not come for a nap when she would rather nap at the hut. So, our dude asked why she had come. She stared silently for a moment, and then replied that she did not like an empty tent. So, she had gone on a walk. Unfortunately, the end of her walk was this altar of substitution and it was the final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Claris began to suspect the order after she realized the darkness of the holy city, and then Telos' apostles came to Archon Island to condemn Claris. Not knowing the story behind it, the Academy's character follows the Archbishop's orders. Princess Phonia's Royal Guard Army, Lortel's Mercenary Union, the Holy City's Cathedral Knights, the Academy's high-ranking employees, and also the main character's Generations Raid Party, and the principal Obel Frisius as well. At the end of that whole complicated mess, everyone's swords ended up pointed towards the same thing, towards the one girl trying to protect Archon Island, following her master's final will. The renegade non-believer, regardless of what she was called, the girl had never complained. She looked down on everyone with a firm gaze, and she was the awakened Lucy Merrill. She was to defeat all of the main characters at Archon Island, and then defeat more than half of the raid party by herself, but in the end, her stamina would run out. She would end up defeated by Taylor, who had finally learnt the final swordsman form. Her bloody hat would fall to the ground, and after the inside story was revealed, she would lay in a pool of her own blood, and everyone would learn why Lucy had been trying to kill the God's apostles. They would realize that she was not a villain after all, and that they had not known that there was a story like that behind it. Saying things like that. But unfortunately, the only thing that hurt more than a misunderstanding was an understanding that came too late. Perhaps it was her innate nature, or perhaps she had thought it would be meaningless even if she said something. But the genius mage had kept everything to herself until the very end. Of course, our dude had no plans of stopping her or her destiny. However, sacrificing Lucy for the scenario was something that he was not cold-blooded enough to do as he sat with her to watch the sunset. It was simply because he did not necessarily think that letting things move that way was a bad ending, especially considering the girl's very strong connection to her grandfather, and how she knew that Sylvania would one day face a trial that it could not overcome on its own. She had sworn to lend them strength during that time. The story that had been told to her by the dying archmage, her master and only family. Only the genius mage herself knew how much of a burden it would be. The genius needed to get rid of those muddy emotions. It would be a long battle, and there would be a dangerous moment. But it is what needed to be faced in the scenario that would occur in Act 3. That, of course, did not mean that our dude would not do anything though. Placing her hand on his lap, the little mage said that she had found something recently. Our dude smiled when the little mage then curled with her head on his lap, as the genius said that it seemed that she often got lonely. If there was one thing that our dude would like to make sure to do, it was to tell her in advance whenever he left the hut for a while. Someone had returned earlier than expected, and they explained that they wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. A present was happily presented with a smile. Most mistook Annie's to be from a noble family, but Clara was actually the one from a pretty well-known Viscount family. The maid Belle was touched to receive a gift from the red-haired noble, and the girl stretched, saying that this was the place that her heart called home and that she felt very peaceful. Anyway, she needed to go see her academy friend since the noble redhead had not seen their faces in a long time. The red-haired noble had brought a lot of yummy snacks, so she had finished all preparations to have a tea party with her best friends Annie's and Janica. The happy redhead headed off first and said that she was excited thinking about seeing them for the first time in a while. The young red-haired noble had so much to tell her friends, and she could not wait for them to taste the blueberry pie that she had brought. As the girl skipped away, the maid crushed the box in her hands, her face sweating in horror as she realized that the blueberry pie tasted like sand. Clara was shocked when she finally got to the tea party, and she could not understand why her two best friends were raging like wildfires and barely saying anything to each other. She worried that they had had a fight. The spirit sorcerer and the genius teaching assistant sometimes bickered back and forth, but it had always been good fun. The red-haired noble had never felt this kind of atmosphere before and it was intimidating. She wondered if she ought to make a joke. The noble had no idea what to say, but she still attempted to break the ice. Suddenly, the spirit sorcerer spoke, calling out to Annie's, who flinched in fear. Janica stared at the teaching assistant with hurt in her eyes, and she asked about the teaching assistant getting a hug from her crush. Ed Rothtaylor was 18 years of age. He was a third year with the achievements of an elaborate survivor for 1 year and a high-level spirit summoner. His stamina, intellect, talent, willpower, and luck were all pretty good, and he had newly created a wooden wind-blocking wall. Now, items like that no longer raised his stats and production proficiency since they were now considered beneath his talents. Our dude wondered if he ought to look for something else to continue growing as he made his wall. Pushing hair out of his eyes, he thought that it was definitely good to be thoroughly prepared for strong winds. And then someone showed up, saying that it was a relief that our dude looked healthy. Our dude asked the maid if she had come to take Lucy, who looked ready to cry like a kindergartner going to school. The maid explained that the academy had implemented a new policy, saying that during snowstorms, students could only leave the dorms if absolutely necessary, so she had to take back the little genius. Since the genius was the one with the highest risk of escape, the maid thought it was best to keep an eye on the little mage, who was distraught. The maid even further explained that they planned on having a rotating lineup of surveillance staff throughout the week. Our dude perfectly understood even as the mage whined. Our dude said that he would continue to use formal speech. The maid then asked our guy if he could really make it through a week-long snowstorm in this kind of environment. The maid added that it might be presumptuous of her, but she did not think this kind of wind blocker would be enough to protect him. Our dude mumbled that he was just setting the things up to protect his supplies. He had thought that there might be an adverse effect on his hut, so he used twine to secure the roof and tied it tightly to the ground. Our guy had also already collected his hunting tools and traps, and he had put them all into the hut. During the week of the snowstorm, our dude planned on focusing on magic engineering research at the spirit library. So, our guy explained to the maid that he had another place that he would be staying at, so she did not need to worry. The maid agreed to lessen her worries since our dude was saying that, and our dude noted that the maid seemed extra worried since it must be her first time experiencing a snowstorm from an administrative position. The maid was truly worried, but she said it was because she had another worry about our dude, and the little mage had finally stopped struggling. The maid thought better of it and decided that it would be overstepping to mention anything, and that only made our dude worry more. The maid just sighed as she wished our dude the best of luck as the fires between Janica and Annie's continued to burn bright. The spirit sorcerer, with despair in her eyes, finally mustered up the courage to ask her friend if she had gotten a hug from their crush. Clara was shocked and she turned to her genius friend, hoping for an explanation. The brilliant teaching assistant was sweating buckets, speechless, and looking guilty as sin. The red-haired noble was in shambles as she looked between them both, thinking that there had to be some misunderstanding and that the spirits must have gotten it wrong. However, the genius teaching assistant declared that she had indeed flirted with our dude. The redhead noble was about to agree, but then she gasped in absolute shock. Then the teaching assistant fell into shaky plea mode as she apologized to her friend, explaining that she had not found the dude trustworthy at all. He looked like a playboy, she screamed, so she had been trying to feel our guy out. The spirit sorcerer was shocked and asked if the teaching assistant was truly not lying about this. The teaching assistant went on to explain that kind of guy was not her type in the first place, so her friend had nothing to worry about. Annie's laid it on thick, saying that our dude looked like a thug and was arrogant about everything, and he was always grumbling. She also added that he lived completely selfishly and she could not see why she would want someone like that. Now of course Janica was hurt about all the mean things she was saying about her crush, and that the teaching assistant did not even know our dude like that to be making all those assumptions. For a moment they just stared at each other across the table with their noble friend stuck in the middle. Then, the teaching assistant sighed and apologized for flirting with him even without talking to her friend first. She apologized sincerely to the spirit sorcerer. The spirit sorcerer looked teary and asked why her friend would even do that when she had never asked her to, and that she had been worried for so long. The poor spirit sorcerer could not even sleep at night since the teaching assistant was one of her precious friends, and she felt so betrayed by the actions of her precious friend. The spirit sorcerer also wondered if she was even in the position to feel betrayed when our dude did not even think of her. Janica cried that she had been worrying without even knowing her place, and a gentle hand was placed on her shoulder, telling the powerful sorcerer not to worry. The sorcerer was quite the special person to our dude, and the teaching assistant reassured the sorcerer that from what she had seen, the sorcerer was definitely more than a friend. The spirit sorcerer was surprised to hear this, and her eyes widened with joy to hear that she was special. Tears flooded her eyes and the sorcerer cried that anyway. Honestly, she did not think it was a good thing for her friend to judge and try to assess our dude like that, but she got teary-eyed knowing that the teaching assistant had done it for her. So, Janica could of course not stay upset about that. The spirit sorcerer happily hugged her friend, asking to be sure that her friend did not like her crush and was happy that her friend had been honest with her. Clara was relieved because she had worried that Annie's had fallen for our dude. However, Clara noticed that as the genius teaching assistant replied, she had a blush on her face as she lied about having no feelings for our guy, and of course, their noble friend was horrified. The noble laughed that it was just a misunderstanding and that the spirit sorcerer had not visited the northern forest often, but it was not because she felt uncomfortable while the redhead noble was gone. Then the spirit sorcerer realized there was something that she really needed to do, and she sped off while her noble friend waved her goodbye and told her to have a nice trip. Then, the noble turned to her teaching assistant friend, who quickly said that she had something in mind. The noble asked what, and the teaching assistant immediately demanded that her friend introduce her to a man. Then, the teaching assistant decided that she needed something more adventurous and suggested that they break the stereotypes, and she asked her noble friend if she wanted to date. Her noble friend stared at her with blank eyes, and the teaching assistant felt so offended. But her friend denied it and said that she was just staring. The teaching assistant panicked and said that she was sorry about lying to the spirit sorcerer. But when their bodies were apart, feelings were supposed to fade, and once the break ended, the Academy Scholarship student work would end too. Then, the teaching assistant froze as she found that the Academy Scholarship students were going to happily continue being her student assistants. Clebius and Onyx both worked hard and did well, so it felt it was a waste to send them off to another lab when they were proactive and proficient. The assistant professor Claire was especially happy to hold on to our dude, who was quite good at working, and as a student assistant, the boys would receive more scholarships, and it would be better to work there than in other labs. Since they worked together throughout the break, the assistant professor assumed that it would be comfortable for her teaching assistant. Little did she know that Annie's was horrified as the assistant professor encouraged them to continue to stick together. Meanwhile, our dude went through his magic power details and checked out all of his improvements so far. He had gotten Mug and Merylda in his spirit slots, and he had a few more extra spirit slots thanks to his hard work. Janica had finally come over, and she reminded him that he needed to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Our dude noted that it looked like the spirit sorcerer was back to normal, because back when she had visited the camp, that time she had looked rather sad. The sorcerer panicked with a blush and said that she could not at all remember when that was, and our dude smiled because when he was with the spirit sorcerer, he felt like he loosened up a bit. She was a character who never appeared in the other scenarios after all. Right now, the spirit sorcerer was the only person that he could be his friend within his year. The oblivious sorcerer was still stuttering about how our dude made a contract with Merylda, but no matter how much she thought about it, it was strange and much too early for him to handle a high-level spirit. Our dude explained that he had used a trick, and he showed the glass golden phoenix ring, the legendary item. He explained to the spirit sorcerer about Professor Glass's golden phoenix ring that was now completely tapped out of power, and he also explained about his plans for the future. The spirit sorcerer noted that our dude could not use magic for a while, and that it would be hard for him to make a contract with a mid-level spirit for now. Our dude admitted that his magic would return when the break ended and the semester began. Still, the spirit sorcerer beamed and gave our dude a hearty congratulations. Among spirit sorcerers, they often call the day that a person made a contract with their first high-level spirit their second birthday. So, she asked if he was really planning on staying in the spirit library throughout the snowstorm. The spirit sorcerer thought that our dude was a really hard worker, and he added that she was also a really hard worker since she was top student of the year. When the snowstorm ended, there would be the student council president elections too, and since Janica was the top student of the year, she would probably get some attention. The spirit sorcerer laughed that everyone was asking, but she did not know yet, so she maintained neutrality. In the scenario, the spirit sorcerer did not particularly receive the spotlight just for being the top student of the year, and this was because, based on her personality, she respected all of the other candidates. Suddenly, the spirit sorcerer recalled that our dude's sister was also running in the elections, and he agreed that his sister was quite ambitious. The spirit sorcerer nervously mentioned that our dude seemed really close to his sister, as she recalled scaring the poor noble girl earlier. Our dude said that one could say that they were close, but he could not confidently say that since he had been excommunicated. However, he and his sister were still blood related. Whether they liked it or not, there was a high chance they would see each other for the rest of their lives. He wanted to maintain a good relationship with her. Even if not dearly, our dude did care for his little sister a lot. The spirit sorcerer was still stammering and stuttering, sure that what she had encountered was just a fight between siblings. The spirit sorcerer grabbed our dude's sleeve as she called out to him, and then tearfully asked what Tanya liked and if there was something he thought that she would like as a gift, or a food that she liked. Now, our dude was concerned and he asked the sorcerer what she had done to his sister. The spirit sorcerer screamed that she had done nothing, and our dude stared at her suspiciously. Janica was really bad at lying and she folded very quickly. It took about 3 seconds for the guilt to be too much before she confessed. Our dude laughed because it was not even that serious in the first place. It was going to start storming in the morning, and leaving the dorms would not be allowed other than for special reasons. So, if anyone had any business outside, they needed to ask a maid. The little saintess clutched her item as the sight from a few days ago refused to leave her mind. The sight of that third year, our dude, had been terrifying. But what she felt more than that was discomfort. It was so natural that she thought that she had seen it wrong. The way our dude had avoided her gaze and then handed her the item, while he had almost spoken formally at the end. The saintess could not sleep easy from the worry that our dude knew her secret. She had worked so hard so that she could lead a normal academic life and to uphold the conditions for the hard work of the priests and the stand-in at the holy city. If a single outsider found out her identity, her academy life would end, and it had only just begun. It had not been hard to get information about our dude, and everyone who made it to the altar had faced him at some point. The first years jeered at each other for failing to make it to Class A, and Purple remarked that the senior he had fought was not a normal human, and he had heard that our dude was famous among the third years as a freak among freaks. From what Purple had heard, our dude had built a hut in the northern forest and he'd been living there. The saintess now knew where our dude resided, and once the snowstorm started, she would be unable to leave Opheles Hall for at least a week. Once the snowstorm ended, spring would come and the new semester would begin. By then, the little saintess feared that she would lose the chance to seal our dude's lips or do anything else. So, she threw open her bedroom window. The little saintess was scared, so very scared of our dude, the darkness and the bitter cold. However, as she faced the aching cold coming from her window, she recalled how she had lived while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings. Her first friend had told her that would cause her vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world was full of all its natural colors, and they could not be known unless the little saintess experienced it herself. So, she leapt forward, jumping into the cold air from the window and diving into the snowy night. Gripping her charm tight, its golden glow radiated around her, and as she landed on the outside, she transformed. The little saintess could not bear the thought of losing the freedom that she had worked so hard to obtain. To properly confirm her suspicions, she needed to meet that man, and so she ran into the snow. The saintess Clarice ran into the snowstorm in danger and distress. A person's eyes had long since adapted to the dark, because darkness was all they had ever known. The most vivid memory that they had was of their brother who had stayed by their side even when everyone in the household had avoided them. Their brother was covered in bloodstains and coughing blood, as well as the moment that they had stabbed their brother through the heart. The last words that the boy had spoken to his brother, perhaps meant as a curse, were not revealed as the scene quickly shifted to Assistant Professor Claire. The assistant professor was surprised to hear that another lab wanted one of her student assistants, and Clebius nervously explained that about the whole student assistant thing. He had felt like he was just a burden last time since he had gotten knocked out by a student. The treatment he got was really good and the top combat student liked it. The assistant Professor Claire then smiled, saying that she thought that he was dissatisfied or that somewhere else was trying to take him away. Since that was not the case, she asked if he could keep being her student assistant, and the combat student no longer had a reason to refuse. The assistant professor then beamed and asked him to just keep doing it. The top combat gloomy student bit his lip and fell silent, and he accepted the role as her assistant, unable to turn it down. Meanwhile, as Ed Rothtaylor had been born with a weak body, it felt like our dude had really trained the body to the very limits of what it could handle. During the break, our dude was able to concentrate on training, and he had advanced his crafting skills with the spirit formula and fusion, as well as increased his ability in magic engineering. Both of those skills were now good enough to be called his specialties, and he would be able to utilize those too well with a bit more training. So, our dude would be spending the remaining week working on magic engineering and spirit formula and fusion inside the underground library. Our dude had given Zix some money to clean up the mess with a bit of magic, but he had not expected the Wolfman to organize the books as well. Considering that the books were also organized according to theme and title, our dude was pretty sure that he had told the Wolfman that the library was a secret. However, it looked like the Wolfman had gotten some help from Elka, and they had probably fixed up the library while thinking of it as training. Our dude made a mental note to repay them for it later, and he got started on his studying, and it was inefficient to learn hundreds of formulas. The most important thing was prioritizing and focusing. The goal was to get the legendary magic engineering item, Glock's Eyes, that would temporarily amplify the proficiency of all sensitivity abilities. Our dude would also get the legendary item called the Delheim's Hourglass, which reverted all physical states by a few seconds and removed all damage and wounds, but it also had a one-time use. Our dude's aim was to make at least one legendary magic engineering item. A weak wind emitter, echo noise generator, crystal ball, blue magic sphere, Kragel's magic ink, and light transmitting sphere. Our dude would craft these items repeatedly to raise his magic engineering skill, and once he was used to it, our dude would make other rare items. Just thinking about it brought a smile to his face. Our dude had already gone over the ingredients, and he just needed to use the tools to achieve his goal. However, our dude paused with his hand rifling through his bag, and then he paused in horror when he did not find the item he sought inside his bag. Our dude was horrified to find that he had forgotten the tools at the hut, and he had to crawl back through the snow. He figured that it was time for his body to do some work as he trudged through the snow. Living while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings caused a person's vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world was full of all its natural colors, and as her feet sank into the snow, the little saintess realized that romance was nowhere to be found as she struggled in the white snow. She finally found the river, and the little Bob girl rejoiced since they said the river was in the northern forest. This was downstream according to the map, so should she come across the hut if she kept following along the river? It really felt like she was on an adventure, and the Saintess Claris was not weak. While she was already more talented than many other mages, her holy magic was even better compared to others. The holy magic's blessing meant that anyone who attempted to harm her would have the damage returned twofold. So, even if she came across a wild animal or a robber, she would not be harmed as she trudged through the dark and cold. Despite that, the little Saintess still felt a bit of fear when it came to our dude, and there was a possibility that was baptized by the Telos order since he was the successor to the Rothtaler household. The holy magic's blessing did not work on those who had been baptized by the order, as one was not to harm their fellow brothers. In the first place, someone who was faithful enough to have been baptized should never think of harming the Saintess, but the reason the Saintess had come was because our dude might know who she was. It was finally time for her to confirm her suspicions. She was sure that things would work out somehow, but she was so confused as to why the hut door was not opening. Bob Girl finally threw the door open with a huge burst of strength, and she knocked over the paint that our dude had been using to keep the door closed. Her eyes widened when the little Saintess saw the stain of red in our dude's home, and then she looked up to see a giant boar skin nailed on the wall, which of course made her scream in horror. The Bob Girl fell over in shock as she squealed, and she was shocked to see red blood staining all of our dude's tools. There was blood everywhere which had spilt from the bucket at the door. The little Saintess stared in horror at her hands as she wondered if she had landed in hell. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching and she panicked, looking around the bloody room. The little Saintess searched for a place to hide. The door was thrown open and snow flooded into the shed. From the outside, something covered in scarves and looking like a giant snow monster peered into the shed. The door was pushed open and the damage was taken in. The little Saintess was hidden, her hands over her mouth as she trembled in her little corner. The person reached out and touched something on the ground, and the terrified girl looked up to see the person. The stranger moved on, not seeing her as he focused on retrieving something from a box. He checked out some dangerous-looking tools, looking like a suspicious person in the dim light, and the little Saintess hiccuped from the intensity of her fear. She trembled so hard that it was a wonder that she had not been caught. Then, a hand appeared above her head and the creature peered down at her, like a monster from a horror movie, and it asked who she was. The little Saintess nearly had a heart attack, and that was when our dude finally recognized her as Kylie. He was shocked to see her and asked what she was doing in his house and why she was shaking so badly. However, Bob Girl was way too shook up and she blasted holy light right at our dude in fear and terror. Holy magic nullified most of the opponent's magic and inflicted physical damage. So, our dude found himself flung back with a magnitude of power. He was launched into his things and everything scattered. There was dust everywhere from the attack, but a figure suddenly arose from the cloud of smoke. However, that was just our dude, knocked flat and bleeding in the rubble of his things. Bob Girl stuttered in fear, trying to say that she had not meant to attack, and she fell to her knees in despair. Our dude had a serious blood stain and the little Saintess cried that she had killed a person. Bob Girl pressed her hands together as she confessed to her dear Telos that she had gravely sinned. She, who was supposed to live a life of purity, came before the Lord with her blood-stained hands and confessed that she had been stained with sin and that she had to burn in the depths of hell to atone for her misdeeds. However, our dude pressed his hand to her shoulder and called out to her, interrupting her prayer as he growled at her in rage, further terrifying the little Saintess who screamed in fright. The little Bob Girl had been through so much that her soul was already leaving her body. She passed out with her hands pressed together and our dude stared at her fallen form. Our guy was so pissed that his perfect day was ruined and he bit his lip and barely contained rage. Meanwhile, in the school hall, someone called out to the chief maid. A report had been heard and the chief maid was asked to please figure out what they had to do. Someone thought that they needed to notify everyone and begin the search. But that idea was discouraged since they would not have enough people left to run the place. The chief maid told them that they needed to be as efficient as possible right now, and the maid agreed. Awfully's Hall's chief maid Bellu is aware of Kylie's real identity, and the order had decided that the person in charge, at least, needed to be aware of the truth. The nation would be in an uproar if the Saintess were to go missing in a snowstorm. But even then she kept her composure and the other maid watched the chief maid in admiration. The chief maid had decided that it would be best to take care of things in secret considering the Saintess' holy magic blessing. She got dressed and explained that she would go out to find the holy Saintess on her own, and she asked the other maid to please take care of the rest of the students, especially Lucy. The maid agreed immediately, but she did add that according to the witness, Kylie had gone towards the northern forests. This made the chief maid stop in surprise, and she knew that was our dude's territory. She also knew all about all the girls that our dude had accidentally charmed and that he was 100% the accidental seducer of women. The man who was strangely blessed with women was now stuck in a snowstorm, with a man and a woman left alone together, having to depend on each other while waiting to be rescued in the harsh conditions. Just two people on their own made the chief maid think that they would definitely be doing lovey-dovey things together. The chief maid was horrified. Our dude could not get lovey-dovey with the Saintess. The chief maid was silent for a moment as she tried to process her next course of action, and the other maid called out to her in confusion. The chief maid then stepped on it and rushed into the forest in horror, stuttering that they had to find them as quickly as possible. She was very sure that the Saintess was in danger. I know it took a long while, but with this episode, we're once again caught up with all the latest chapters of this manhwa. I hope it was worth the wait, because I swear this story keeps getting better and there's not a single character that I dislike so far. We'll now once again wait for more chapters to be released, and you can count on me to deliver them as soon as possible. Until next time.